We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies.
This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. Badlaav humse hai.
बेटा गर्दा उड़ा दी।
All right, viewers, this is the big win which the Aadmi Party has scripted in Punjab. It's historic in every sense of the word, with a sweeping mandate right now poised at 91 out of 117. All the big wins, which my colleague Harmeet just called the feudal lords of Punjab, have all lost as we speak. Sidhu's seat from Amrinder East has just been declared lost. He's accepted, conceded defeat. Amrinder Singh, Captain Amrinder Singh, Patiala, lost, accepted, conceded defeat. The Badals, all 5 family members, 4 of them right now have lost their seat. The big takeaways that we're getting in as the results come through of 5 states, BJP's super smash in 4 states. 4 states, BJP has won the state of Manipur, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, known to be the bellwether for what is to come in 2024, the general elections, and the state of Goa is in BJP's bag. The Congress obliteration across all 5 states. Complete annihilation if we look at all 5 states. Congress nowhere to be seen. Aam Aadmi Party invading, decimating the Congress. This is as historic as it gets in terms of victory in Punjab. I'm going to bring in my colleague Harmeet to get a larger understanding. Has it ever really happened, Harmeet, that 91 plus sweep for a party which has just got one election earlier?
No, never. It hasn't happened ever before. But at the same time, I would like to say here that if you see the mood of Punjab today, the mood isn't that euphoric. It's the mood of placing a new party, Aam Aadmi Party, new in the sense that it's for the first time it has got power in Punjab, putting Aam Aadmi Party to a trial by fire. So it's for Aam Aadmi Party, it's now perform or perish. So this is going to be a huge challenge for Kejriwal. And Bhagwant Mann, I think, has to, within the arm framework, of course, in Punjab, has to come out of the shadow of Arvind Kejriwal. If he doesn't, then this insider-outsider debate might spark again and put Aam Aadmi Party in great trouble, in great political trouble. Remember, I think there is still remnants of Congress within the assembly, new assembly, and you still have 4 or 5 Akalis also. So that is very important.
Well, you're right, there is trial by fire. It's the acid test for the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. Many a times the Aam Aadmi Party has blamed the centre, says because of the centre, yahan pe kaam nahi ho raha. Now you have it, you have a full state in your hand and you'll have to make it count. The state of Punjab has given you their full faith, their full mandate. It can't get bigger than this when support is concerned. It's repeat of 2015 for Arvind Kejriwal, or rather even 2017, then what had happened right here in Delhi, and he scripted the same victory in Punjab. It's propelled him from just a government in Delhi to now on the national stage. Where he goes from here, Gujarat, Himachal, well, we'll only know in time to come. But I want to cut across to Sangrur. My colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu, who's been doing the Bhangra there, is joining us live. Kamal, a very subdued. All right, okay, we're going to go. But the man of the moment is Arvind Kejriwal. Let's listen in.
Please.
पंजाब के लोगों ने कमाल कर दिया। पंजाब वालियों तुसी कमाल कर दिता। We all love you, पंजाब। आज जो पंजाब के नतीजे आए हैं, ये एक बहुत बड़ा इनकलाब है। पंजाब के नतीजे बहुत बड़ा इनकलाब है। बड़ी बड़ी कुर्सियां हिल गई हैं आज पंजाब के अंदर। सुखबीर सिंह बादल हार गए, कैप्टन साहब हार गए, चन्नी साहब हार गए, प्रकाश सिंह बादल साहब हार गए, नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू हार गए, विक्रम सिंह मजीठिया हार गए। पंजाब के लोगों ने कमाल कर दिया दोस्तों। बहुत बड़ा इनकलाब है ये, बहुत बड़ा इनकलाब है। भगत सिंह ने एक बारी कहा था, भगत सिंह ने कहा था, आजादी मिलने के बाद अगर हमने सिस्टम नहीं बदला, केवल अंग्रेजों को देश से भगा दिया और सिस्टम नहीं बदला, तो कुछ नहीं होने वाला। दोस्तों, दुख की बात है कि पिछले 75 साल से इन पार्टियों ने और इन नेताओं ने वो अंग्रेजों वाला सिस्टम रखा हुआ था। लूट रहे थे देश को। कोई स्कूल नहीं बनाए, कोई अस्पताल नहीं बनाए, लोगों को जानबूझ के गरीब रखा गया। पूरा का पूरा वही अंग्रेजों वाला सिस्टम चल रहा था। आम आदमी पार्टी ने यह सिस्टम बदला है पिछले 7 साल के अंदर। हमने ये सिस्टम बदला है। हमने ईमानदार राजनीति की शुरुआत की है। हमने लोगों के काम की शुरुआत की है। अब बच्चों के स्कूल बनने लगे हैं, गरीबों के बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा मिलने लगी है। बाबा साहब अंबेडकर और भगत सिंह जी का सपना पूरा होने लगा है। लेकिन दोस्तों, ये इतना आसान नहीं है। ये लोग सारे मिलके, बहुत बड़ी बड़ी ताकतें हैं, बहुत बड़ी बड़ी ताकतें हैं। हम लोग तो बहुत छोटे हैं इनके सामने। बहुत बड़ी बड़ी ताकतें, ये सारी ताकतें मिलके आज देश को आगे बढ़ने से रोकना चाहती हैं। आपने देखा होगा पंजाब में कितने बड़े बड़े षड्यंत्र किए गए। कितना रोज सुनते थे, ये पार्टी वाले अपना वोट इसको यहां से ट्रांसफर कर देंगे, इसको यहां से ट्रांसफर। सारे इकट्ठे हो गए आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ, सब इकट्ठे हो गए और इनसे बात कर कहते थे एक ही मकसद है सबका, आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं आनी चाहिए, चाहे कोई पार्टी आ जाए। सबका एक ही मकसद था, आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं आनी चाहिए, कोई भी पार्टी आ जाए। बड़े बड़े षड्यंत्र किए इन लोगों ने। अंत में ये सारे इकट्ठे होके बोले केजरीवाल आतंकवादी है। दोस्तों, आज इन नतीजों के जरिए जनता ने बोल दिया, देश की जनता ने बोल दिया, केजरीवाल आतंकवादी नहीं है। केजरीवाल देश का सच्चा सपूत है। केजरीवाल देश का सच्चा सपूत है। केजरीवाल सच्चा देशभक्त है। जनता ने अपना नतीजा सुना दिया। जनता कह रही है केजरीवाल आतंकवादी नहीं है, आतंकवादी तुम लोग हो जो देश को लूट रहे हो सारे मिलके। दोस्तों, आज हम सब लोगों को संकल्प लेना है। हम सब लोगों को संकल्प लेना है, एक नया भारत बनाएंगे। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां एक इंसान दूसरे इंसान से प्यार करेगा, मोहब्बत करेगा, कोई नफरत की कोई जगह नहीं होगी उस भारत के अंदर। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां कोई भूखा नहीं सोएगा। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां हमारी मां बहनें सुरक्षित होंगी। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां पे अमीरों और गरीबों के बच्चे को एक जैसी अच्छी से अच्छी शिक्षा मिलेगी। एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे। मुझे बड़ा दुख होता है, आज आजादी के 75 साल के बाद हमारे बच्चों को मेडिकल की शिक्षा लेने के लिए यूक्रेन जैसे छोटे से देश में जाना पड़ता है। हम एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां पे खूब सारे मेडिकल कॉलेज खोलेंगे, खूब सारे इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज खोलेंगे। हम एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे जहां से भारत के बच्चों को यूक्रेन नहीं जाना पड़ेगा, पूरी दुनिया के बच्चे भारत में शिक्षा लेने के लिए आया करेंगे। हम एक ऐसा भारत बनाएंगे। आज बहुत सारे लोग मेरे को टीवी में देख रहे होंगे। जो लोग मेरे को टीवी में देख रहे हैं, जितनी महिलाएं देख रही हैं, मेरी मां बहनें देख रही हैं, जितने युवा देख रहे हैं, जितने किसान देख रहे हैं, जितने मजदूर देख रहे हैं, जितने इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट देख रहे हैं, जितने व्यापारी देख रहे हैं, जितने लोग आज टीवी पे मुझे देख रहे हैं, उन सबको मैं कहना चाहता हूं, आप सब लोग, मैं जानता हूं, जब आप देखते हो कि किस तरह से नेता और पार्टियां मिलकर देश को लूट रहे हैं, आपके दिल में भी बड़ा दुख होता है, आपको बहुत गुस्सा आता है इन लोगों के खिलाफ। आप भी कुछ करना चाहते हो। आज समय आ गया है। पहले दिल्ली में इंकलाब हुआ, अब पंजाब में इंकलाब हुआ, अब यह इंकलाब पूरे देश के अंदर फैलेगा। जो लोग आज ये टीवी देख रहे हैं, सब लोगों को मैं कहना चाहता हूं, सारी महिलाएं आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें, सारे युवा आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें, सारे किसान आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें, सारे मजदूर, सारे व्यापारी, सारे उद्योगपति सब आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करें। आपको लगेगा कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं। एक आम आदमी को लगता है मैं क्या कर सकता हूं, मैं तो बहुत छोटा हूं। आपको पता है कि चरणजीत चन्नी जी को आज किसने हराया है? भदौर से लाभ सिंह उगोके। कौन है ये लाभ सिंह उगोके? मोबाइल रिपेयर करने वाली दुकान में नौकरी करता है। मोबाइल रिपेयर करने वाली दुकान में नौकरी करता है। उनकी माताजी एक सरकारी स्कूल के अंदर सफाई कर्मचारी का काम करती हैं। उनके पिताजी खेतों में मजदूरी करते हैं। ऐसे व्यक्ति ने चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी को आज चुनाव में हराया है। आपको पता है नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू को किसने हराया है? हमारी एक महिला वॉलंटियर है, आम महिला है, आम वॉलंटियर है, जीवनजोत कौर। उन्होंने मजीठिया को भी हरा दिया और उन्होंने सिद्धू को भी हरा दिया। तो दोस्तों, आम आदमी में बड़ी ताकत है। मैं बार बार कहता हूं, इस आम आदमी को चुनौती मत दो। ये जिस दिन खड़ा हो गया, बड़े बड़े इंकलाब आ जाएंगे, बड़ी बड़ी कुर्सियां हिल जाएंगे। तो आज मैं सब लोगों को, देश के लोगों को आह्वान करता हूं, अपनी ताकत को पहचानो, खड़े हो जाओ। अब इंकलाब लाना है देश के अंदर। समय आ गया है भारत का। 75 साल हम लोगों ने खराब कर दिए, अब और टाइम खराब नहीं करना। सब लोग आम आदमी पार्टी ज्वाइन करो। आम आदमी पार्टी कोई पार्टी नहीं है, आम आदमी पार्टी इनकलाब का नाम है। आम आदमी पार्टी भगत सिंह के सपनों को पूरा करने का नाम है। मैं आज मेरे छोटे भाई भगवंत सिंह मान जी को पंजाब का सीएम बनने के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। और मैं पूरी उम्मीद करता हूं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जो उम्मीद 90 के पार सीट हो चुकी हैं अभी तक, अभी नतीजे और आ रहे हैं। इतना बड़ा बहुमत, ये डर भी लगता है। लोगों ने बड़ी उम्मीदें जताई है, लोगों ने बड़ा विश्वास किया है। इस विश्वास को हमें टूटने नहीं देना, सबको पूरा करना है। तो एक तो ये कि हमारे जितने कार्यकर्ता हैं, मैं बार बार कहता हूं, हमें घमंड नहीं करना, हमें अहंकार नहीं करना, हमें बदतमीजी नहीं करनी। ये लोग हमें गालियां देंगे। इन्होंने चुनाव में मेरे को कितनी गालियां दी, केजरीवाल के कपड़े खराब हैं, केजरीवाल काला है, केजरीवाल अंग्रेज है, केजरीवाल पता नहीं क्या क्या है, आतंकवादी है। हमें इन गाली का जवाब गाली से नहीं देना। हमें इस देश की राजनीति बदलनी है। कोई आपको गाली दे तो बोलो जी गाली आपकी, आपको मुबारक, मैंने स्वीकार ही नहीं की आपकी गाली। हमें प्यार और मोहब्बत की राजनीति लेके आनी है। हमें सेवा की राजनीति करनी है। कहीं कोई बीमार दिखे, कहीं कोई मुसीबत में दिखे, उसकी मदद करो। हमें सेवा की राजनीति करनी है। मैं अभी हनुमान जी के मंदिर से आ रहा हूं, उनका आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए गया था। उनका आशीर्वाद लिया और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि आने वाला समय भारत का समय है और भारत दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनने से अब कोई नहीं रोक सकता। दोस्तों, भारत माता की इनकलाब, इनकलाब।
While speaking to his cadre, speaking to the people of Punjab that gave his party such a huge mandate, and also pretty much speaking to the country, because he's clearly stating his national ambitions, where you just heard him, that now it's Aam Aadmi Party looking at India per se, and that Indians have to get together. And he gave the call to the youth, to women in particular, to Kisans in particular, asking them to join the Aam Aadmi Party. They've emerged as vote banks in various elections, and this time around, Arvind Kejriwal speaking at the Delhi headquarters to his cadre, which have gathered there for a very long time, waiting for him. But this is not just Arvind Kejriwal talking to Delhi. This is Arvind Kejriwal making his national ambitions very clear. This is a speech for India. The Aam Aadmi Party clearly now a national party making inroads with the first full state of Punjab. Earlier on, a very somber, we've seen him very combative when he's been on the campaign trail, but Bhagwant Mann, very somber. This was his victory speech in Sangrur. Listen to him.
पहला पंजाब मोती महलों चो चलदा सी, सिस्मा वाले महलों चो चलदा सी, बड़े बड़े दरवाजे, बहुत उच्चियां उच्चियां कंधां वाले घरां चो चलदा सी। पर अज तो बाद पंजाब पिंडां चो चलूगा, वार्डां चो चलूगा, मुहल्लियां चो चलूगा, शहरां चो चलूगा। पंजाब थोड़ा सब तो पहला मैनू फिक्र जिहड़ा वो बेरोजगारी दा है। पहले दिन ही हरे रंग दा पेन बेरोजगारी दूर करने वास्ते चलूगा।
All right, there you heard that's Bhagwant Mann there making his victory speech. I want to quickly pull in my colleague Harmeet, who's joining us for more. You know, Harmeet, there was one thing that you constantly spoke about. You spoke about, the Dalit factor. You had the first time a Dalit chief minister in the face of Charanjit Singh Channi, who fought not from one but two seats where the Dalit population was quite dominant. And it was perceived by many that the Dalit vote is going to go towards the Congress. The Congress is going to reap that benefit of having Channi as the chief minister. But that didn't quite work.
We'll analyze the post-result data closely when it's available. But my sense tells me that perhaps it's, the appointment of Charanjit Singh Channi backfired in Punjab for the Congress party in the sense that it didn't help consolidate Dalit vote, which in any case wasn't ever monolithic in Punjab. But on the contrary, what happened was that, I think it's my guess that Jat vote consolidated against Channi, and it consolidated hugely, especially in the Malwa belt. So the appointment of Charanjit Singh Channi, I think, backfired for the Congress party here.
All right, so the appointment of Charanjit Singh Channi backfired. What about, that's so much talk. And, that's usually an argument which one had with many, that if there is an organic wave, then transfer of votes, manipulations don't really quite work. And a lot was made of the Deras announcing that, go with Congress. That didn't quite work on ground. Absolutely right. When you have a wave, then nothing else works. And when we talk about Deras, I think it's a misconception and it's a false narrative that some Baba in Dera issues some sort of an edict, and that edict is followed blindly by his followers. Deras don't function that way in the first place. All Deras have their own management committees, the major ones. And within those management committees, you have political wings of those Deras. Which spread their bets, all across. And it's not that, some Baba will say, go and vote for that party, and people will, and his followers or devotees or whatsoever, they'll go and do it blindly. Not so, certainly not so, when there is a complete disenchantment with the existing political establishment and a craving for change. Well, we're giving the seat share there. That's Majha. This was where the Aam Aadmi Party, even, before polling had happened, had said this is what is going to spring a surprise. This was where they were wiped out in 2017, and look at those results there. 15 seats have gone to the Aam Aadmi Party till now. This is where they were hoping to consolidate. Doaba is still an area which they haven't really made much gains, but they were hoping that Majha and Malwa will compensate for Doaba. And how has it compensated? It is on your television screen, viewers, with 91 seats going to Aam Aadmi Party from 117. The Congress now being reduced to a precious 19. That's it, with Shiromani Akali Dal at just 4. I want to take you through with some of the key candidates right now. The biggest names, the movers and shakers when it came down to Punjab politics, completely washed away in what has been an Aam Aadmi Party tsunami. Right from Sukhbir Badal, lost his seat from Jalalabad. Sindhu has lost his seat from Amrinder East. From Lambi, Prakash Singh Badal has lost. Captain Amrinder Singh has lost his seat in Patiala. So this is what it looks like, and these are numbers that we're getting to you from Malwa. Malwa is the lion's share, if I'm incorrect, if I'm correct, 69 seats. 69 seats from Malwa, yes. 69 seats from Malwa, and this has been completely swept by the Aam Aadmi Party. The figure of 66 out of 69 is astounding. The Shiromani Akali Dal with just 1 and the Congress with just 2. This is where they had done well the last time around in 2017 with 17 seats out of 20, which was their lion's share they had got from the Malwa region. And this time they've taken it through. 66 out of 69 have gone to the Aam Aadmi Party. This is what a wave, or rather an Aam Aadmi Party tsunami looks like. Harmeet, I'm going to ask you one quick question before I let you go. From now, what? Because like you said, it's pressure. It's under fire where the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. It's an acid test of sorts. They've made many promises. They have to deliver from the word go. They have to come and start batting and throwing it, hitting it out of the park immediately. True. Because they are accountable. But having said that, For someone who's been following Punjab politics, what does it augur? We are giving the key candidates there. Bhagwant Mann has won his seat from Dhuri, and by a margin, if I'm not wrong, over 50,000 seats. But, as we go through the key candidates, and we take us through what changes in terms of politics for the state of Punjab. Aadmi Party, a new player, but sweeping Punjab. What happens to a regional party like Shiromani Akali Dal? What happens to the lot of the Congress? And what happens to Captain? Because this new Lok Congress is done, decimated.
Oh, of course, Captain's Party is gone. Captain Party was there, I think, just for this election season. But yes, I think the Shiromani Akali Dal, which I said has completed 100 years, has to overhaul itself, perhaps. And it just can't be a party of one family. The party leadership, the party lawmakers, whosoever there are in national parliament, they have to, sit together and brainstorm what to do next. Otherwise, it's an end of Shiromani Akali Dal and an end of a regional political group of Punjab. And Shiromani Akali Dal, Preeti, is not just a political party. I think it's also a strategic asset in Punjab politics. You have to have a regional party which acts as a bridge between different communities. Now that's gone. But thankfully, in these elections, polarization didn't work. In these elections, caste politics didn't work. People spoke about bread and butter issues. People spoke about livelihoods. And it was an election between the haves and the have-nots. Now, going ahead, for Aadmi Party, for Bhagwant Mann, I think the first step is to fix the agrarian economy.
And come out of the shadow of Arvind Kejriwal.
Absolutely, he has to come out of the shadow of Arvind Kejriwal. And if the perception, sinks in that, no, he is still controlled by Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi, then, like it or not, it will be a new round of trouble for a new party in power.
All right, stay on with me. Let's cut across right now. Arvind Kejriwal pretty much declaring his national ambitions. Well, he's never been shy of that, but this time doing it at the back of an emphatic win in the state of Punjab. Listen it.
अब तो मैंने लिख के भी दे दिया।
क्या लिख के दिया है आपने?
चन्नी साहब दोनों सीटों से हार रहे हैं।
तो हमें भी लिख के दे दीजिए।
नहीं, एक बार लिख दिया, चलो।
और लहर अगर आ रही है तो?
लो, लिखो।
कागज दीजिए, कोई है कागज वहाँ पर?
कागज दे दो।
और अगर लहर आ रही है तो ये भी लिख के दे दीजिए कितनी सीटें आ रही हैं।
नहीं, सीटें कितनी की निमित्त बात ये करो, एक और लिख के दूंगा मैं।
चलो जरूर।
नहीं, वो भी मैं लिख के दे रहा हूँ।
सुपर सीएम।
नहीं, लिख के दे दो। क्या लिख रहा है सर? साथ में बोलते जाओ। चन्नी साहब दोनों सीटें हार रहे हैं।
और आम आदमी पार्टी कितनी सीटें जीत रही है?
साइन कर सीटों से। अच्छा, एक और चीज है, कल चन्नी साहब ने कहा था कि भगवंत मान जी धुरी से कितने वोटों से आ रहे हैं? 20,000 कह रहे थे। आज मैं अभी धुरी होके आ रहा हूँ, धुरी से सीधा आपके प्रोग्राम में आ रहा हूँ। कम से कम 51,000 वोटों से भगवंत मान जीतेंगे, ये भी लिख के दे रहे हैं।
All right, so this wasn't his declaration of national ambitions. That just happened about 1 hour ago, or about half an hour ago, where he spoke in Delhi at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. This is what he had told us way back before polling, and I quite have that letter, or the note that he had written at that point of time, and practically save one. Actually, nearly all three are coming true, which is Channi will lose from both seats, Bhagwant Mann will win from a margin of 51,000, and the Badal Parivar की 5 सीटें हारेंगे, 4 तो अभी तक हार रहे हैं, is what seems to be the trend right now. A quick break, we are back with the very latest. Do stay with us, our rolling coverage. 5 states. Counting has taken place, 4 of them swept by the BJP in their pocket. The Aam Aadmi Party, Aap tsunami in Punjab as well. A quick break, stay with us, our coverage continues.
At the crossroads of connections.
Have you heard this?
When old songs touch hearts.
where memories connect and distance no longer parts. Tragedy is human. Its stories have to be gathered and told, shared, felt, and the world informed.
At Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Let's come to the Indian Navy's arsenal and fleets which are of Russian origin. Starting with MiG-29K fighters, our deck-based fighters are of Russian origin right now. The formidable Rajput-class destroyers are the Kashin-class destroyers of Russia. Then you've got the Talwar-class frigates, which are also supplied and built by Russia. The Veer-class missile corvettes are also of Russian origin. India's largest current ship, the INS Vikramaditya aircraft carrier, is the former Admiral Gorshkov aircraft carrier from Russia. So basically the biggest warship in Indian service, the flagship of the Indian Navy, is of Russian origin. The entire fleet of Kilo-class attack submarines is of Russian origin. INS Jyoti, one of the Indian Navy's primary fleet replenishment tankers and oilers, is also a ship that's been built by Russia. And let's not forget that a lot of technical assistance for India's Arihant-class ballistic missile submarines, nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarines, has also come from Russia. Very, very crucial. Not to forget that many Indian Navy ships are armed with the Indo-Russian BrahMos cruise missile. The Indian Navy also operates KH-35 anti-ship missiles. They also operate the Russian origin P-20 anti-ship missiles. Many Indian Navy platforms are armed with the Russian origin Klub anti-ship and land attack cruise missiles. APR-3E torpedoes in use by the Indian Navy are also from Russia. CRN-91 patrol boat cannons, again of Soviet origin. The ubiquitous AK-630 naval close-in weapon system seen on the decks of many of our warships, also from Russia. The RBU-6000 anti-submarine rocket system, very visible, very recognizable, also from Russia. The GSH-30-1 autocannon, also a weapon system that is being seen on many Indian Navy platforms.
You are...
BJP's bulldozer flattens Samajwadi cycle. second driver's seat, rivals all crushed. India's new #1 political metaphor. Bulldozer clears Yogi's victory path. Double engine plus single bulldozer is equal to history.
All right, viewers, warm welcome. Our rolling coverage. 5 states counting is on, and massive leads in 4 states for the BJP. There are emphatic wins, and then there are wins within wins. Breaking news coming in, Rajnath Singh's son, Pankaj Singh, has won with an astounding margin of 1,59,199 votes from Noida. This is the margin with which Pankaj Singh, he's the son of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, he was contesting from Noida, and he has won with an astounding margin of 1,59,000 votes. There are wins and there are wins within wins, some which will go down in the annals of assembly election history, and this is going to be one of those, with Pankaj Singh recording this massive landslide in terms of his own constituency of Noida. He's the son of Rajnath Singh. He was a candidate from Noida, and he has won with a margin convincing enough to record a historic win. Meanwhile, viewers, the latest trend suggests that BJP has managed to paint the state of Uttar Pradesh completely saffron. Even if we break it down region by region, from west all the way to the east, it is Yogi Adityanath all the way. These 3 pictures, the Prime Minister Modi there, and Yogi Adityanath. It's been an election which belongs to the both of them, fought under their leadership. The star campaigner for the BJP, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, held many, many rallies there. Yogi Adityanath, this is the first election that happened under his chief ministership, under his banner, and he's converted it. Well, the Samajwadi Party has recorded its most impressive numbers, but nowhere close to even come close to the victory margin. 132 is right now in terms of seat share, where the Samajwadi Party stands on, the BJP at 266, the BSP at 1, the Congress right now at 2, and others at 2. The mammoth victory for Yogi Adityanath, in many regions called Maharajji, but very popularly called Bulldozer Baba, linking him to the law and order or the Suraksha angle, which was a huge poll issue this time around, a huge factor on which vote was given across the urban and the rural belts of Uttar Pradesh. Many districts performed the bulldozer puja today, which is understandable. They call him the Bulldozer Baba. It's linked, like I said, to the law and order situation, which they feel that since the coming of Yogi Adityanath has only become better in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Well, it's Yogi Adityanath who's triumphed against anti-incumbency. This is a vote for the incumbent, and clearly all the other issues of joblessness, unemployment, inflation have fallen flat in the rural belt. All the talk of stray cattle fallen flat in the wake of Yogi Adityanath's bulldozer. What you see right now are visuals coming in from outside the BJP headquarters, the BJP flag, the lotus fluttering. I want to cut across to Samarth, my colleague, who's joining us right now from the BJP headquarters in Lucknow. Samarth, 5:30 is when we expect Yogi Adityanath's victory march to take place in Lucknow. Give us the latest. We haven't seen him since the course of the morning. He's the man of the moment. When do we see him?
Obviously, I think Yogi Adityanath is the man of the moment, as we just said, Bulldozer Baba, in the meme language, or in the language which is commonly used on social media. But what is important is he will arrive at the BJP headquarters in some time, and he will also address the workers of the Samajwadi Party. But as we discussed before, that this was the do-or situation for the Samajwadi Party and its chief Akhilesh Yadav. So it's going to be evident, like, what next Akhilesh Yadav will do, because he put everything from his side, be it Vijay Yatras or anything else. But concretely, if you see, that the number is standing somewhere around 130 to 140 from the numbers that they have got so far. So BJP is clearly leading. It's not just a tough competition even. BJP is getting a landslide victory from here if you see the numbers. And if in the next 2 hours numbers could change, it will hardly impact much, because in the current scenario, Yogi Adityanath is getting in from the government in the state of Uttar Pradesh. So the bulldozer formula or the ration formula or the law and order formula, all those features worked in favour of BJP, and which were thus majorly the silent voter. And also the women voter played a crucial role for the saffron party, as we just discussed to our panelists, because women voter was crucial. Though the women in Bukhas also came to cast vote, but the women voter who received the ration, because which was the need of the state was dealing with the pandemic, COVID-19. But now the things have been settled, and Yogi Adityanath is going to strengthen the Uttar Pradesh, because Akhilesh Yadav also tried his best, though Mayawati was never in the scene when we saw during campaigning also, though Priyanka Gandhi came to light and he was also visible on the ground, but not that much what was the need. So it was a clear bipolar competition, but as we discussed, it thought to be a neck-to-neck competition, but what the numbers are coming, it seems to be a clear-cut victory for the saffron party. This is what the BJP UP Chief Swatantra Singh clearly said, that people have accepted the welfare schemes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and he is the face. We must admit that the magic of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is still alive. Though Yogi was also the face, this time BJP patted his back throughout, be it in the form of Bulldozer Baba, be it his actions against mafias including Mukhtar Ansari, Atiq Ahmed and various other names. So the law and order played a major crucial part for BJP. Number two, the ration scheme and various welfare schemes by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, be it the housing scheme, be it some other schemes, be it the Ujjwala Yojana. So these were the things inside the minds of voters which we got from the ground, and clearly BJP came victorious from the numbers what we have seen so far, Preeti.
All right, we're going to come right back to you. I can already hear a slew of firecrackers going off right behind my colleague Samarth. My other two colleagues also join me. Is Milan, who's joining us from Kadhal, Mainpuri, the strongholds of the Yadavs. This is where Akhilesh Yadav has fought his first assembly election from and convincingly won, but his party is nowhere close to that magic number. I want to go across to Milan, and then we'll cut across to Abhishek, who's joining us from Varanasi. But Milan, you know, yes, Akhilesh Yadav has won from Kadhal, but Samajwadi Party has lost this election. What are the reactions you're picking up from Mainpuri?
Well, Preeti, let me just show you that when BJP is celebrating with crackers and a bulldozer in the Yadav bastion, what does it show? It shows that in this particular seat from Mainpuri Sadar, the BJP's candidate is leading, in fact, but the people in Mainpuri are celebrating BJP's victory at the moment because BJP is leading on many seats. The margin and gap is also such, Preeti, that you can't really say that this is not a sweep for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. And you can look at the faces. These are all supporters of the BJP. I'd just like my camera person to show you this mini bulldozer. It's a toy. You know, they couldn't bring the real bulldozer up here, just like they did in Lucknow. But this mini bulldozer over here just talks about the fact that the government has been brought back by these people because they are agreed for them. Certainly Akhilesh is going to win from the current seat because he's leading by a big margin against SP Singh Baghel. But the other two seats of Mainpuri, Bhogao as well as Sadar seat, is certainly going to the BJP because they are leading at this moment and a lot of rounds of counts have already happened. But when we do see that there are crackers being burst and that there are people who are chanting Yogi and Modi's name over here, certainly shows the kind of change that has come through the Yadav bastion once, which was known as the Yadav bastion, named their chants behind me, and you'll also hear them. So it's quite evident the change that you're witnessing on the ground here.
Well, you know, know, Milan, you can't be further off from the truth that even in Mainpuri, if you see this strong surge of support right now from the BJP, that clearly means that the BJP has swept this election. What you saw, you know, that bulldozer, that plastic bulldozer, we've seen the real one with the BJP cadre on it, but most cadre, you know, we've seen them holding this little plastic bulldozer. You know, if Yogi Adityanath ever wants to fight an election of his own, this could be the symbol that he could pick, because it directly relates to none else but Bulldozer Baba, who is Yogi Adityanath. Stay on with me, Milan. I'm going to come right back to you. I want to cut across right now. I have with me Moshmi, who's joining us from Lucknow. But before I cut across to Lucknow, let's go to Varanasi, because, you know, if it is Yogi Adityanath's win, it's as much the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's win. He had the maximum number of rallies in Uttar Pradesh. Last 3 days camping from where Abhishek Mishra is joining us, Varanasi. He's the MP from that constituency, and he's made that visit count. That entire area, the entire district, the last phase swept by the BJP, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, Preeti, and there will be no doubt for the fact that if Varanasi is able to sweep all the 8 seats, it's all the Modi magic once again in Uttar Pradesh Eastern Belt. But as of now, as per the update, Neelkant Tiwari is still trailing on his seat from the south Varanasi. He is marginally behind from the Samajwadi Party candidate. So one seat is going to trouble the BJP if the mandate doesn't come into their favor. But on the other 7 seats, all the BJP candidates are leading, be it Arvind Kejriwal or Saurabh Srivastava and all those other candidates from Varanasi. It is very clear that
Abhishek, we've lost you. We've lost you there. You're going to come right back and connect with my colleague Abhishek. But let's now cut across to my colleague Moshmi, who's joining us from Lucknow. We are counting down to Yogi Adityanath speaking his victory march at the BJP headquarters at 5:30 p.m. Well, good news also coming in for his deputy. Keshav Prasad Maurya is now finally leading in his constituency. He was trailing so far and from quite a margin, but a very narrow lead that he's managed right now from Sirathu. Cutting across to Moshmi. Moshmi, where are you? Give us a sense. And all right, okay, we're good. All right, let's cut across to Moshmi. Moshmi, where are you? Over to you.
Of the situation here at the BJP headquarters in Lucknow. This is where the entire news is being watched, and India Today Aaj Tak being watched at the BJP office. Even as I talk, you can hear the song, the singing and the celebration that's happening. This is the Badhai Geet that is being sung, and you can see that this is the State Minister Sonam Kinnar, who was actually inducted in the Yogi cabinet, and here celebration of swords breaking out. Preeti, we showed you the Mahila Brigade, the Youth Brigade, and now you can see that how expressions, joy and triumph is unfolding. These scenes absolutely symbolic of the thumping victory that the BJP has scored. And here you can see that this celebration has been going on forever. We'll ask Sonam ji that Sonam ji, क्या वजह थी कि इतनी जबरदस्त जीत मिली है और कब तक चलेगा जश्न?
Only for the peoples, everybody, the UP state, so like only for the Mr. Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister. So I'm a crowd feel and everybody, people, the UP state and congratulations.
Guddan ji, what do you think? Do you think कि सबका साथ सबका विकास जैसे चल रहा है वो वाकई में जमीन पर लोगों को नजर आया?
जी बिल्कुल, हम लोग प्रचार करने गए तो हमने घर घर देखा, हर घर, चाहे वो हिंदू हो चाहे मुस्लिम हो, कोई भी हो, सभी धर्म के लोग बिल्कुल तन मन धन से एकजुट होकर के वोट दिया है और मेरे बीजेपी को सक्षम बनाया और किन्नर समाज ने और बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लिया है और हम लोग आगे भी यही 2027 में भी बाबा को लेके आएंगे।
5 लाख ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी, सो एवरीबॉडी पीपल ट्रांसजेंडर, सो ओनली फॉर द वोटिंग भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
So the transgender community is backing the BJP and the Modi Yogi combined. Let's get the celebrations on, Sonam ji. So here you can say
बज रही बधाई मोरे लाल आज यूपी में बज रही राजा बाबा को लेके आना देखो मोरे राजा बाबा को लेके आना बाबा को ले हम लोग खेले हैं लोग तारा बाबा को ले आना कमल को आंख में न जावे बज रही बधाई मोरे
पहले से चेहरा रंगा हुआ है and you can see that none of the people can be identified. Preeti, all painted faces, and this Holi is going to perhaps continue till Holi and after that, since the BJP workers are absolutely triumphant about their victory. Over to you.
Well, Maushmi, we're going to keep coming back to you. Maushmi is going to shift from there and go to the BJP headquarters. 5:30 is when we are going to hear in from Yogi Adityanath. Till now, nothing. We don't know where he is. Of course, we know where he is, which is Lucknow, but he hasn't come out publicly, not made a statement. It's going to be a big shindig at 5:30 where he's going to come out, speak to his cadres. This is an election which he's led from the front. Whichever way you look at it, he's swept the state of Uttar Pradesh. I want to cut across once again to my colleague Milan Sharma, who's joining us from Kadhal, Mainpuri. It's a Yadav stronghold, but it's booming lotus this afternoon. Milan, the last time we cut across to you, celebrations by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Give us a sense how many seats in Mainpuri are actually going the BJP way.
Well, out of the 4 seats in Mainpuri, 2 are looking strong for BJP at the moment. Where I am is Mainpuri's Sadar seat, and what we are watching is the VIP seat, that's the Karal seat. But there is Bugao and Kisni seats as well. So Kisni and Bugao. Bugao has a tough contest. It's possible that BJP is leading there, and Karal, you know that Akhilesh Yadav is leading by a huge margin, about 42,000 votes from SPS Baghel. But here in Mainpuri, as you said, lotus seems to be blooming because people over here have been painted in saffron throughout the day today, because this seat that happened to be a Yadav stronghold initially, the southern seat, is now looking at the BJP candidate trailing forward. And although we are witnessing these celebrations on the road outside, I would also like to maybe speak to 1 or 2 people if I'm able to. आप बताइए, भगवा रंग आज मैनपुरी में दिख रहा है, ये पहले यादवों का गढ़ हुआ करता था, क्या हुआ?
यादवों का कोई गढ़ नहीं था, वो तो गुंडागर्दी से सीट निकालते थे।
क्या आप इस बात को मानते हैं कि आज ये यादवों का गढ़ है या नहीं है? Okay, Preeti, the crowd here very enthusiastic, all drowning in celebrations for the Bharatiya Janata Party, certainly because the way the exit polls had predicted, and that is the exact poll that India Today as well as Aaj Tak showed, but certainly BJP coming to power with a certain margin is giving hope to the people over here as well, and which is why enthusiastic crowds have lined up right outside Mainpuri at the moment. But on the other hand, there's stoic silence in the Samajwadi Party campaign, the Samajwadi Party place right now. Although Akhilesh may be leading from Karhal, but it's not a victory for the party, and that will be something that people will have to figure out for a long time, and what Samajwadi Party can do finally to bring back that power and bastion that they had at least in the Yadav belt.
All right, Milan, we're going to come right back to you. You know, Milan has gotten herself caught in a surge of saffron, and it's happening where is the traditional Gad of Yadavs or the belt of Yadavs, Mainpuri. It's called the Karam Bhumi of Mulayam Singh. This is where Akhilesh Yadav is fighting his assembly election for the first time. He's winning all right, but not all seats in Mainpuri are going the Samajwadi Party way. I want to cut across back to Maushmi because there are fine prints to this election result, Maushmi, and if one looks at it, the farm anger, we've stressed on Western UP. We've seen how the BJP clearly has the support, not maybe entirely, but has enough Jat support to be very comfortable in the West. But let's talk about Lakhimpur Kheri. All the 8 seats in Lakhimpur Kheri seem to be going the BJP way. Moshmi, can you hear me? All right, no, we can't hear Moshmi. Moshmi's drowned in the din of celebrations in Lucknow. What we can also expect now, it will only reach a crescendo. As the evening goes on, it will only reach a crescendo. But let's talk a little bit about the BJP, which appeared on course to retain power in Uttar Pradesh, with our exit poll trends showing a clear massive sweep for the BJP. Well, right now, it is a clear mandate for the BJP as well in the state of Uttar Pradesh, standing at 265 with the Samajwadi Party, the principal challenger. It's a bipolar election at just 133. So let's take a look now on how Yogi Adityanath managed this mammoth feat to register this landslide victory.
The monk who stormed back to power, bucking a 35-year trend in UP that has never permitted a successive victory. Saffron-clad and super confident through his campaign, Yogi Adityanath today has rung the biggest political bell of 2022. Branded a Hindutva icon, an image he invoked frequently through the campaign.
जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से डबल इंजन की सरकार फिर से आएगी। 80 बनाम 20 की तरफ चुनाव जा चुका है।
Even that comment, which had inflamed, appears to have come somewhat true, with votes pouring in from across barriers. The victory today is testament to the far more solid work he was actually standing on. By recasting himself as the law and order headmaster of Uttar Pradesh with visible results on the ground, Yogi made deep inroads into the minds and hearts of a vote bank that so many have ignored: women. He gamely broke the famous Noida jinx, which dictates defeat for anyone who campaigns in this Delhi suburb, and carefully crafted a campaign that rode on a pro-incumbency wave. Fighting the very real issue of unemployment, the bottom line is, Brand Yogi was able to persuade UP's electorate that not only was he worth voting back to power, but that nobody else deserved that chance. The double-engine metaphor that projected Yogi as an extension of the enormously popular Prime Minister helped amplify welfare work done to fever pitch.
जिस यूपी की छवि इन लोगों ने ऐसी बना दी थी कि यहां कुछ बदल नहीं सकता, उस यूपी में योगी जी की सरकार ने कानून व्यवस्था को सुधार कर दिखाया है.
With money in accounts, toilets in houses and safer towns and villages to live in, the unstoppable power of Ration Shasan was too much for the BJP's rivals to surmount. Let's make no mistake, Yogi's victory immediately makes him a first among equals in the BJP's pantheon of chief ministers, and solidifies the wishful thinking among millions of BJP supporters that he now stands as next in line to the main engine Modi. Handpicked as a surprise choice to be CM 5 years ago, the phenomena of Yogi Adityanath is fully visible today. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, this is big news break that is coming in. The Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami has lost his Khatima seat. Dhami was sworn in as the 10th Chief Minister of Uttarakhand after the resignation of Tirath Singh Rawat on July the 3rd, 2021. At 45, he had become the youngest Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, but now he has lost his seat of Khatima with a margin of 6,951 votes. What does this mean for Pushkar Dhami? Will he get to be the next CM? Because if the CM has lost his own seat, what will happen in the state of Uttarakhand? That's the big question. We're going to go into a quick break, but lots of upsets, even though BJP poised for a very, very comfortable win in Uttarakhand. The Chief Minister, incumbent Pushkar Dhami, has lost his own seat with a margin of 6,951 votes. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us. Our rolling coverage on election results continues on the other side.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
NFT is an acronym that stands for non-fungible token, which means guaranteed to be unique. The NFT is a digital certificate of authenticity associated with an object, which can be a digital file such as an image, a video, it could be an animation, photo, sound or text. It proves that its owner is the sole legitimate holder. This certificate is theoretically tamper-proof and cannot be duplicated. It is designed using blockchain technology, which is a decentralized and secure network for storing and transmitting information that keeps track of transactions and has enabled the rise of cryptocurrencies. An NFT owner has a digital wallet in which they store the digital certificates they have purchased. NFTs introduce the notion of scarcity into sectors as diverse as art, music, design, video games, or even fashion. The system allows creators to earn income from their work when the NFT is resold. NFTs arrived to the general public in 2017 with the platform CryptoKitties, a game in which players can buy and breed digital kittens whose value has skyrocketed.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. Badlaav humse hai.
All right, let's cut across now. Joining me is one of the man of the moments. There are three where Punjab is concerned for the Aadmi Party: Arvind Kejriwal, Bhagwant Mann and Raghav Chadha. Raghav Chadha, lakh vadaiyan for this spectacular win.
Thank you ji, to twanu vi, twanu sareyan nu lakh vadaiyan mere vallo, meri party vallo.
Now we're going to only talk in Punjabi, Raghav.
Yeah, you want to interview me in Punjabi? You can.
I wish my Punjabi was as good as yours. But Raghav, you know, it is a spectacular win. You know, it's historic by every sense of the word. Right now, the numbers that I'm looking at are 92 for the Aadmi Party. A lot of credit, yes, to your cadre, all of it to Punjab. मतलब झाड़ू फेर दिया उन्होंने, अब तो नंबर आपका है, उन्होंने तो अपना काम कर दिया है. इतनी लंबी लिस्ट है आपके प्रोमिसेस की.
सिर्फ झाड़ू ही नहीं फेरा, झाड़ू के साथ साथ पोछा भी लगा दिया और वैक्यूम क्लीनर भी चला दिया और सभी कुछ साफ कर दिया. एंड today's victory is nothing short of a chamatkar. Of course, we were expecting this. This is very much on expected lines. But what the people of Punjab have done today is just mind-blowing. You know, ordinary people belonging to ordinary households have defeated, you know, the mightiest of politicians of Punjab. And, you know, from Prakash Singh Badal Saab to Sukhbir Singh Badal to Captain Amrinder Saab, each one of them have lost the election. And the common man has won. We are truly, truly humbled that such a big responsibility has been given to the Aam Aadmi Party, has been bestowed upon my elder brother, Shri Bhagwant Mann Saab. And the credit for this entire victory, of course, goes to the people of Punjab for choosing us, for reposing faith in us and rejecting these traditional political parties, these traditional politicians, and secondly to the cadre of the Aam Aadmi Party that worked day and night. You know, we lost the 2017 election and we know what defeat feels like. We were hoping to win, we couldn't win. And we worked very hard over the last 5 years, and in particular, the last 1.5 to 2 years. We've put our blood, sweat, tears and toil into this. And today, you know, the volunteers of the Aam Aadmi Party, which are the real backbone of the Aam Aadmi Party, are the ones who must be credited with this. People of Punjab have embraced the jodi of Bhagwant Mann Saab and Arvind Kejriwal ji.
You know, the victory is sweeter when it comes as slowly, Raghav. You know, you've learned from the lessons of 2017, and the victory you've delivered, I would reckon, is as big as your 2015 victory in Delhi. I would keep it at par with that. What happened in Delhi, you've done it on a national stage. You know, for somebody who's looked. But the question I want to ask you, Raghav, is now the onus is on you. What you asked the people of Punjab, they have delivered. You have a list, a host of promises, you know, to come good on. And the excuse which has been there, you know, you would say it's relative, is the fact that you can't now blame the center. You have a full-fledged state with you.
No, absolutely. Victory is not just sweet. Victory is sweetest because we've seen defeat before. That was the point that I was trying to make. And yes, we have a lot of responsibility. I am mildly kind of sort of worried also that such huge expectations and responsibility has been bestowed upon us. But I'm at the, you know, in the very same breath, permit me to say that we're very, very sure that the government led by Shri Bhagwant Mann will be a pro-people government. It will be a government that will work for everyone, including those who didn't vote for us. It will be a vendetta-free government, and it will be a government which will transform Udta Punjab to Uttha Punjab, make it Khushhal Punjab, Rangla Punjab. That's the dream. That's the focus. That's the mission of the Aam Aadmi Party.
All right, you know, Raghav, because, you know, this victory, yes, belongs to the people of Punjab. It belongs to Bhagwant Mann. You know, your chief ministerial face, it belongs to Arvind Kejriwal. It also belongs to you. You've been in Punjab over the course of the last year and a half. You know, this is your hard work as well. And you know, it should be given, you know, where credit is due. But I want to ask you, between Deputy CM, and I'm going to ask you this question, or a Rajya Sabha representative of Punjab, or a Super CM, अब एक तीसरा और सुनने में आया, इनमें से which are the three that Raghav Chadha is going to be?
None of the above. I often say this about myself. There's a saying in Punjabi which is perfectly applicable to me and my role, which is Lal Kaballiyan Rab Siddhiyan Paave. I am an ordinary person like all of you. I come from an ordinary household. All of us have worked very, very hard, and it is not my hard work alone. It's the hard work of lakhs and lakhs of volunteers of the Aam Aadmi Party and my leader, who is the chief political strategist, Mr. Kejriwal. And party had given me a responsibility to make sure that we fight a good battle and win the battle in Punjab. I've done my responsibility to the best of my abilities with the limited abilities that I have. And I do hope that the Aam Aadmi Party runs a pro-people government in the state of Punjab. I'm not going to respond to all this speculation. My
so
role,
are you packing? Okay, let me ask you this. Is Raghav Chadha going to be back in Delhi, or is he going to stay put in Punjab?
No, I have been given responsibilities by my leader and by the people of Delhi. I have responsibilities towards my constituency, And whatever role my party has given to me, I will honor that role to the best of my ability.
All right, okay. Today when we heard Arvind Kejriwal, we've heard you also yesterday, when the exit poll was there, where it's a very clear national path now for the Aam Aadmi Party. If I'm not wrong, you're already planning for Gujarat, Himachal. There is a national role, that's very clear. The language around Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, has also changed. I've just got an invite from the Aam Aadmi Party because I cover the party, and now the name from Arvind Kejriwal is Aam Aadmi Party Supremo invites you.
So, look, today's results have a very important significance, and its significance is that today the Aam Aadmi Party has arrived at the national stage. We're a force to reckon with now at the national level. Mr. Kejriwal, in my view, is going to be the principal challenger to the BJP in the coming days, and Aam Aadmi Party is going to be the national and the natural replacement of the Congress Party. I feel that Aam Aadmi Party is perhaps the fastest growing political party in the history of independent India. If you rewind back to the days of the BJP, when the BJP came into existence, it was born out of what we used to call as Jan Sangh. Jan Sangh had its own paraphernalia and its machinery, and it's from there that the BJP was created. BJP had the backing of the Jan Sangh, and yet it took the BJP almost a decade to win its first state. And here you have the Aam Aadmi Party, less than a party, a startup done by political novices, like common people like us, headed by a guy who's an IIT engineer, who's an income tax officer, who left his job and started this political experiment, is today running a government in 2 states now, one Punjab, the second Delhi. So therefore, I feel AAP is the fastest growing political force in this country after independent India, in the history of independent India. And I do feel that people of this country, from Kashmir to Kerala, from Guwahati to Gujarat, want to experience the Kejriwal model of governance.
Raghav, you said that Arvind Kejriwal, as per you, as per your party, clearly is going to be the natural contender and is going to occupy the space of the Congress where your party is concerned to the BJP. But there are many contenders for that space, the likes of, West Bengal, the likes of Didi.
Look, it's the people who create leaders who choose leaders. I feel that for, an upright, I genuinely feel that it's time now for an upright experiment, political experiment like the Aam Aadmi Party, to capture the national imagination, which is here, and also capture the national political space. And I don't wish to comment on other leaders. Today is not the day to comment on others. All I can say is that in my life, my goal, my objective, my dream in life is to see my leader as the Prime Minister.
Well, the language, has changed, and understandably it will. Raghav, I wish you well. There's a lot of hard work that you've put in. But do tell us, when can we see the cabinet formation? Is there going to be a massive, a show of strength where your party is concerned? What are we witnessing in the days to come in terms of celebrations? Because this is a celebration of the people's mandate.
No, absolutely. You will see the swearing-in ceremony very, very soon. You'll also see a celebratory roadshow very, very soon. The dates and the details of that will be announced shortly. We are in the process of finalizing it and planning it, and it's going to be a beautiful day. The cabinet formation is something that's the prerogative of the Chief Minister. Mr. Bhagwant Mann is the Chief Ministerial designate now. He is going to become the next Chief Minister of Punjab, and I'm pretty sure my elder brother, Mr. Mann, will choose, his ministers very, very wisely, and constitute a cabinet that will represent Punjab, represent the aspiration and dreams of Punjab, and will work towards fulfilling the expectations that the people of Punjab have bestowed upon us. And I would just want to thank the Almighty God. आज भाई गुरु जी ने अपना मेहर वाला हाथ हम सब पे रखा है, हम सबको एक बहुत बड़ा मौका दिया है. I just pray to God that God blesses us.
Well, Raghav, it's been
them.
You know, to say it, it's been a very, very long night if you're getting into prose, especially for you, where your party is concerned. So what are the plans tonight? What is Raghav Chadha going to do tonight? Put his feet up, have a drink, or dig into some butter chicken and say, ho gaya, chak de fatte.
I am going to celebrate with my party volunteers and workers. A lot of our candidates who have won are calling us non-stop. They're coming towards Chandigarh. I am in Chandigarh. I am at the party headquarters, and they're coming to celebrate with me. I'm going to celebrate with them, eat a lot of mithai, maybe shake a leg with them, and all the tiredness that we had for almost 1.5 years of this campaign goes away immediately once you see, your party workers celebrating, your cadre celebrating, your workers, being ecstatic with joy. So as I said, victory is not just sweet, it is sweetest today. And we are truly humbled with such a huge mandate.
A bigger win, Raghav, than what 2015 was in Delhi, or would you rate it at the same par?
Look, each election victory has a different meaning, a different feel attached to it. It would be unfair to compare what happened in Delhi to Punjab. But all I can say is that in Delhi, we were not in administration. We were newcomers. We were considered to be outsiders. And we made a mark in Delhi. Our journey started from Delhi, and a model of governance, the Kejriwal model of governance, was born in Delhi. We've got that model now in Punjab, which has been accepted by the people of Punjab, and which will be ratified by the people of Punjab in the days and months to come. So I think both election victories are somewhat different, and it would be unfair to compare. But yes, the one thing that an election as beautiful as this teaches us, and I don't say this as somebody who's been leading the campaign for the party in Punjab, but as a political sort of student of political science, or as a political analyst, that democracy is just so beautiful. Now you see that people of Punjab have defeated the stalwarts, those who have ruled the state of Punjab and perhaps even ruined the state of Punjab all these years, from Prakash Singh Badal to Bikram Singh Majithia, from Sukhbir Singh Badal to Raja Vading. I mean, all these people, Navjot Singh Sidhu, Charanjit Singh Channi has lost from both the states, and Mr. Kejriwal on a piece of paper wrote this and gave it to you in his in the interview that you did with him. I mean, all that has come true. All that has come true today. So it shows that the will of the people is supreme in democracy. And no politician, nobody should forget this. We should not get arrogant. We should not get overconfident, because the people are watching us. The will of the people is supreme.
All right. Well, let your hair down at least tonight. And congratulations once again for this spectacular win, Raghav. Thank you there. And we'll hopefully see you finally do the Bhangra. You've not done it till now, but soon enough. Thank you there. A big congratulations, Raghav. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's cut across right now to the all right. All right, viewers, let's cut across right now from Punjab to the spectacular win that the BJP has scripted in Uttar Pradesh. Taking you directly to the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal joining us from there. Aishwarya, I am sure the atmosphere is nothing short but electric.
Yes, Preeti, the atmosphere is electric. In fact, it's dhol, it's bhangra. Parminder will show you what it looks like inside the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters at the moment. People are drumming beats, people are dancing, people are cheering, and all that I can hear is people dancing and the cheering. Also, we have the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Indian flags being waved. This is the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. Dance taking place. The manjire, the dhol, everything. It's, the people are showing their happiness through this Preeti. These are the visuals which talk about what Bharatiya Janata Party has done in Uttar Pradesh. All these people coming here, dancing, chanting names, flags, Indian flag, the Bharatiya Janata Party flag, all of them are waving high, and now everyone is waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come to the headquarters and to speak with the people who are here. Preeti.
Aishwarya, try and get as many reactions, because a lot of regular people as well that have come in to celebrate the win at the BJP headquarters. There's not just the cadre there. What my colleague is also telling us earlier is that there are a lot of people from regular people who are not part of the party or cadre who've come in to celebrate the win. It is a spectacular win for the Bharatiya Janata Party. 5 states went to polls. 4 have gone the BJP way, 1 the Aadmi Party way in Punjab. What you're seeing behind Aishwarya is in Delhi, the BJP headquarters. 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m. is when the Prime Minister is going to come there. But 5:30 p.m., the same visuals are playing out at the BJP headquarters in the state of Uttar Pradesh, at the nerve center of our politics, Lucknow. And that Adityanath would be speaking to his cadre and the people of UP, a thank you speech, a victory speech at 5:30 p.m. Meanwhile, the latest trends, as you can see on your television screen, suggest that BJP has managed to paint the state saffron once again. BJP crossing the 260 mark, with Samajwadi Party in second place right now at 133. Yogi Adityanath is leading the race from Gorakhpur urban. Huge margin of win at Gorakhpur urban. Mammoth victory for the party workers, who are now seen sporting toy bulldozers, little miniature plastic bulldozers on their heads. It's iconic right now to Yogi Adityanath, fondly called by many in Uttar Pradesh as Bulldozer Baba, linking him to his no-nonsense pro-law and order and Suraksha approach. Let's listen in to all the political reactions that have been pouring in.
रुझान बिल्कुल साफ है। उत्तर प्रदेश में हम सपा से डबल से ज्यादा जो शुरुआती रुझान है, अभी ऑफकोर्स जैसे जैसे दिन ढलेगा और भी जो है वो बढ़ता रहेगा। 2/3 मेजोरिटी से ज्यादा हमको मिलेगा वहां पर उत्तर प्रदेश में। साथ साथ जो उत्तराखंड में भी बढ़त बना के रखा है, गोवा में ऑलमोस्ट नेक टू नेक है।
आज के दिन में जब फाइनल रिजल्ट्स आएंगे वो तय हो जाएगा कि ये एक प्रो इनकम्बेंसी मैंडेट है, और लोगों ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से हमें एंडोर्स किया है प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व को और प्रधानमंत्री जी के नीतियों को। 6 दशकों में जो उत्तर प्रदेश का एक राजनीति का एक मॉडल था, उसको उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों ने बदला है। 14 में बदला है, 17 में बदला है, 19 में बदला है, और 22 में एक और बार वो वोट दे रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के इस डेवलपमेंट पॉलिटिक्स में और इस प्रोग्रेशन और प्रॉस्पेरिटी के पॉलिटिक्स के लिए।
वास्तव में जनता जनार्दन ने मोदी योगी को स्वीकार किया, एक सक्षम नेतृत्व, ईमानदार नेतृत्व, परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा करने वाला नेतृत्व, और जो दलित शोषित वंचितों के लिए काम किया गया, पिछड़ों के लिए जो काम किया गया, इसका भी लाभ हम लोगों को जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है।
Yes, of course, it's a great day for all of us here in the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's sole credit of this election, of course, the Prime Minister's leadership, which has been seen that he transcends all caste boundaries and regions. And in Uttar Pradesh, the Chief Minister Yogi ji, his hard work and dedication, the people have, respected that. सत्ता की लड़ाई नहीं थी, ये तो संस्कार, संस्कृति और सभ्यता बचाने का संघर्ष था, जिसके प्रतीक हैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी और योगी जी। जो हमारे देश की संस्कृति है, सभ्यता है, जो संस्कार हैं, वो देखा है कि जनता का आशीर्वाद मिला है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि सिर्फ उत्तर प्रदेश नहीं, पूरे देश भर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का डंका बज रहा है।
जनता ने एक ऐतिहासिक विजय भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दी है। ये बात स्पष्ट है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत और भारत के साथ अन्य राज्य जो डबल इंजन की सरकार है, वही जनता की प्रगति और जनता की विकास और जनता के विश्वास पर पूर्ण रूप से खड़ी उतरी।
पहली बार मुझे लगता है 30 वर्षों के बाद एंटी कम्बेंसी हो रही। मतलब इनकम्बेंसी की बात हमेशा होती थी, कभी कोई सत्ता दोबारा नहीं आई। और आज देखिए 4 चुनाव हम लगातार जीत रहे हैं। 14 में फिर 17 में असेंबली जीते, फिर 19 में लोकसभा मोदी जी का, और फिर 22 में योगी जी का। तो 4 चुनाव में अगर लगातार बीजेपी को वही प्रचंड बहुमत मिल रहा है, तो इससे साफ नहीं कि अब यहाँ न कोई कास्ट राइडर है, न कोई क्रीड है, न कोई मतलब तुष्टीकरण है, न कोई सांप्रदायिकता है, न किसान आंदोलन है।
All right, I want to cut across right now back to the BJP headquarters. These visuals, it's wholly come a bit early, not just in Uttar Pradesh, but also in the national capital at the BJP headquarters, from which is joining me my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal. Aishwarya, get us a sense of the atmosphere. Out of 5 states, it's no mean feat that the BJP has bagged 4.
Well, definitely, it is no mean feat, and what you see around me, the drums, the dancing, the flags, all of them are telling a story of, we have the women here. Women voters have been standing behind Bharatiya Janata Party, and the women are now showing Preeti. In fact, let me just show you what's written here. Bulldozer returns. So, Bulldozer Baba is what Yogi Adityanath was called. आपने इस पर लिखा है बुलडोजर रिटर्न्स।
बुलडोजर रिटर्न्स का मतलब है गुंडा माफियाओं को फिर से बुलडोजर का चोट लगने वाला है, क्योंकि जो गुंडा माफिया थे वो जातिवाद की राजनीति कर रहे थे और यूपी की जनता विकास की राजनीति कर रही थी।
विकास के लिए वोट हुआ है,
पूरी तरह विकास को वोट किया है लोगों ने और योगी जी की नीति को समर्थन किया है लोगों ने। बहुत
all these people, Yogi returns, bulldozer returns, all these are the flags, Preeti, that you see here. And on one side, we have the women who are dancing. People are going crazy at the BJP headquarters. On the other side, Preeti, are the drums. These are the manjiras and the drums which people are playing here. All this is being done while people await Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He is expected to reach the BJP headquarters by 6 p.m. and then he will speak with the people. But there definitely is a lot of enthusiasm at the BJP headquarters. Preeti.
All right, so this is the atmospherics where the BJP headquarter in the national capital is concerned. My colleague Aishwarya Paliwal right behind her is another poster of Yogi Adityanath. If I'm not wrong, it also says, Yogi Adityanath, bulldozer returns. Very aggressive and understandably, the cadre for any political party, especially at the time of this massive win, not just in Uttar Pradesh, not just in Goa, not just in Uttarakhand, but also Manipur. 4 states in the bag. Aishwarya, try and get us some more reactions of the people who've gathered there. Are they all party cadre or they've come from other places, regular common folk?
Well, Preeti, let's take this question to some of the women who we can see dancing here. We'll just come to the women. आप लोग बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं या आप लोग आज जीत की खुशी में आए हैं यहाँ पर?
हम बीजेपी की खुशी में आए हैं, बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं और हम मोदी जी के सारे कामों से बहुत खुश हैं और जो योगी जी ने काम किया है जिसकी वजह से आज यूपी में भगवा फैला है। हम चाहते हैं दिल्ली में इसी तरह से भगवा फैले।
फैलाएंगे हर हर मोदी, घर घर मोदी,
जो राम को लाए हैं हम उनको लाएंगे, दिल्ली में फिर से हम दिखाएंगे।
So Preeti, the women here are saying that what we have done in UP, next we will repeat in Delhi. These are the Karyakartas. We'll also try and speak with a couple of people. One of the boards here, double engine 2.0 शुरू। क्या आप कहाँ से बनवा के लाए हैं? कहाँ से बनवा के लाए हैं इसको?
ये यहीं से लिया है मैंने। हाँ।
आपने कहाँ से बनवाया है?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की बहुत बड़ी जीत है ये। जो योगी जी ने शासन दिखा के उत्तर प्रदेश में दूसरी बार सरकार बनाई है, ये बहुत बड़ी पूरे भारतवर्ष के हिंदुओं और पूरे भारतवर्ष के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की बहुत बड़ी जीत है। उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि जो हमने काम किया है उसके बदौलत ये बड़ी जीत मिली है और हर जनता चाहती थी कि बाबा योगी जी फिर बुलडोजर लेके आए और पूरे बुलडोजर से जो अराजक हैं वहाँ पे और जो टेररिस्ट हैं उनको फिर खत्म करें।
बुलडोजर लेके आए हैं प्रीति. This is what we can see here. All the posters. Bulldozer Baba is what Yogi Adityanath was being called. And those are the posters which you can see all around me here at the BJP headquarters. On one side, we have the dance. On the other side, people who are very happy. And they are saying that they believe in what Prime Minister Narendra Modi and what Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has done. In fact, the woman in Preeti just said that they want the BJP to win next elections in Delhi too. Preeti.
Well, we'll only know in the next elections, but right now, it's an out-and-out win for BJP, not just in Uttar Pradesh, but viewers, 3 more states. Out of 5, they've got 4 in the bag. It's spectacular. And all of this going ahead and counting down to general elections 2024. The BJP in UP right now standing at 269, clearly making Yogi Adityanath rather happy. With that, I'm going to slip into a quick break. To stay with me. Our rolling coverage on the other side on the 5 states counting going on as we speak. BJP in pole position, pretty much sweeping away 4 states. Aam Aadmi Party only in the state of Punjab. What a spectacular win there. Stay with us.
You can hear more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We are being told to leave this area because it's not safe to be here. Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pavan Kumar reporting from Ground Zero, Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today.
Ukraine has killed the man who helped Russia annex Crimea from Ukraine in 2014. As per Ukraine's defense ministry, they have killed one of Vladimir Putin's main men in Ukraine. Vitaly Gerasimov was born in 1977. He was the Major General in Russia's 41st Army, Ground Forces military leader and Chief of Staff. He fought for Russia in the Second Chechen War. He also took part in Russian military operations in Syria from 2015, for which he was awarded campaign medals. And he was also part of the Russian annexation of Crimea in 2014, where the Ukraine conflict actually started. He was also awarded a medal for the return of the Crimea in 2014. He was killed in battle against Ukrainian forces outside the eastern Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. The Ukrainian ministry claims to have intercepted and heard a conversation between two Russian FSB officers discussing his death. Gerasimov is Russia's second general who has died in the Ukrainian war in the past week. The alleged loss of Vitaly Gerasimov has come at a time when much of Putin's invasion force has become bogged down by logistical problems, poor morale, and widespread Ukrainian resistance. The failure of Russia's encrypted communications system is becoming another severe blow to Vladimir Putin.
This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. बदलाव हमसे है.
All right, viewers, let's dip into the latest news break, and it's coming in from Gorakhpur Sadar, the seat of Yogi Adityanath, and he's won from a whopping margin of 1,02,000 votes. That is Yogi Adityanath's first assembly election. This is the first election he's fought for a state assembly. Earlier on, he's been the MP from Gorakhpur for 5 terms since 1998. Gorakhpur Sadar was the first time he decided to throw his hat in for an MLA election, and he has won the declared seat on a margin of 1,02,000 votes. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Ashutosh, who is joining us from Gorakhpur Sadar right now. You know, Ashutosh, befitting that he win from this massive margin of 1,02,000 votes when you register such an emphatic win consecutively. 270s where BJP stands on right now in Uttar Pradesh.
Well, always it has been the influence of, the Gorakhnath Mutt, and that perhaps dominated not only the Gorakhpur area, but also the adjoining districts in the Purvanchal. And of course, since Yogi, the Gorakhpur seat, when he was the member of parliament, remained unchallenged, and it was the popularity of Yogi Adityanath. And when it is first election as MLA, now you can see the cheers, the current that you see here among the supporters, that every passing, but there is only one slogan by the supporters, and the entire road has been painted by saffron. There is almost a Holi that they are celebrating as the result which has been declared from the seat, 1,02,000, and that is the margin. And remember, it was very much anticipated that this is going to be a victory. This was a sure seat, secure seat for Yogi Adityanath. All the question was that how much would be the margin, and now since the result has been declared, it is 1,02,000. That's the number that Yogi Adityanath won through. That is the margin of the victory. But here, कितना इम्पोर्टेंट दिन आप लोगों के लिए, 1 लाख से भी ज्यादा सीटों, ज्यादा वोटों से योगी आदित्यनाथ जीते हैं.
जी, पूज्य योगी नाथ महाराज जी के नेतृत्व में पूरे प्रदेश में चुनाव लड़ा गया है, और निश्चित रूप से जात पात भेदभाव से ऊपर हट करके उनके विकास और जो
सड़क आप लोगों ने पेंट कर दी है पीले और भगवे से. I saw literally at temple area, people came with the bulldozers. There was only holy celebration music.
पूरा भगवामय हो गया. पूरे भारत में 4-5 राज्य में 4 राज्य भारत.
गोरखपुर में 9 सीट थी, और जो 9 में पूज्य योगी महाराज जी के नेतृत्व में भगवा, और प्रदेश में भी भगवा लहरा गया, और जो चिल्लू पार में आज तक नहीं हुआ था आजादी के बाद.
ठीक है. There you heard the supporters. Of course, enthusiastic over the victory. All the seats have, been completely won by the BJP, and that's of course the picture all across the state of Uttar Pradesh. You really can't stop these supporters. They're just going on and on since afternoon, ever since in the trend they saw BJP. UP में कब, of course, the answer was given by Ravi Kishan himself in the afternoon. He said, when the people asked, the opposition asked UP में कब, it was Ravi Kishan said UP में सब, and that perhaps seems also reflecting in the results that clearly people gone on the agenda of where it was one side religious politics, at the same time the development model where it was said that in Gaon it was the ration, in the urban areas it was the sashan, and that's clearly one of the cocktail example that's giving a result positively for the BJP in the India's largest state. Back to you, Preeti.
I'm going to come right back to you. Ashutosh, my colleague reporting from Gorakhpur Sadar, that is where comes Yogi Adityanath. He's fighting his first assembly election from Gorakhpur urban seat, and he sealed it with an emphatic win, viewers, of 1,02,000 votes. He's won the seat, his first assembly election. He's been the MP from Gorakhpur since 1998, 5 terms. And this time he's an MLA from there with an emphatic win of 1,02,000 votes. It's a huge margin. The other person who's had this margin, viewers, has been Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister's son, Pankaj, who won in Noida with a margin of over 1,40,000 votes. These visuals that we are showing to you come in from the Lucknow BJP headquarters. Celebration aplomb. Music blaring and you know, that tagline is what their song was, कि पूरे देश में भगवा लहराएगा. At least देश के 4 प्रदेशों में तो आज भगवा लहरा रहा है. And that is the state of Uttar Pradesh, Goa, Uttarakhand and Manipur. Key contests, how does it look like? The key candidates in Uttar Pradesh, a lot was made especially for those from smaller non-Yadav OBC communities that broke away from the BJP, went to the SP. Many political analysts suggested this would be the game changer for Akhilesh. It hasn't been so. But let's take a look on how they are faring right now. Let's get the election dashboard going. All right, our election analysis dashboard. Let's get it going and take a quick look on what the key fights right now are. Like I just pointed out, a lot of leaders who were the non-Yadav OBCs representing those communities who broke away from the BJP at one point of time. Let's cut across right now on how they are faring right now in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Let's go to the VVIP seats and what it looks like. Let's try and find the ones that broke away. Swami Prasad Maurya. A lot was said about Swami Prasad Maurya. Where does Swami Prasad Maurya fare right now on his particular seat? Let's take a look. And he is right now trailing, and that to be from a sizable margin of enough margin there. Swami Prasad Maurya tracing from his constituency of Fazil Nagar. This was also pretty much predicted in India Today's exit polls. He broke away representing the Maurya community. A lot was made of the fact that will Swami Prasad Maurya pull in the Maurya community for Akhilesh Yadav and the Samajwadi Party, where Swami Prasad Maurya, forget about pulling the Maurya community to the Samajwadi Party, is seeming to be losing from his seat of Fazil Nagar, Uttar Pradesh. Let's go back right now to the VVIP candidates and let's find the others who broke away. Let's look at Om Prakash Rajbhar. He is from one of the constituencies in Ghazipur, Zahurabad. Well, he is leading right now with a sizable margin. There was a tough fight for him as well. It was predicted he was in a tough contest by our exit polls, but by the looks of it, Om Prakash Rajbhar right now leading from Zahurabad in constituency Ghazipur. Let's go back to the VVIP seats and let's find the others who broke away from the BJP representing the other communities, the non-Yadav OBC communities, and they could have benefited is what was to be said, which is the Samajwadi Party. Let's try and find Dara Singh. Yeah, Dara Singh Chauhan is the other leader. Well, he's finally leading. He was trailing till now. He had pulled away from the BJP. A lot was made that he is going to, get a huge chunk of the non-Yadav OBCs for Samajwadi Party, not so. But he's at least now leading from his seat. He was trailing till a short while back. Let's look at some of the other seats right now on how they are faring. Some of the other big names. Azam Khan from Rampur. Let's take a look. Well, he is leading with a sizable chunk there. Let's cut across and see the other big place. Keshav Prasad Maurya from the BJP was trailing till a certain time back. All right, let's right now cut across to my colleague Moshmi while we, get you more details from our assembly election dashboard. My colleague Moshmi is right now at the BJP headquarters in Lucknow. She's joining me live from there. Moshmi, celebrations, aplomb, a leher of saffron. You know that song when you and I would be reporting on the streets of Uttar Pradesh, सारे देश में saffron लहराएगा. 4 प्रदेशों में तो लहराए भगवा.
Absolutely see, Preeti, that song absolutely being chanted almost by the BJP workers, and this is actually the climax of it all. A mammoth battle fought by the BJP, the BJP, you know, triumphing with a huge margin, and here you are, the scene unfolding. Not even an inch of a space to walk, jam-packed, action-packed BJP office. You can see how these BJP workers are waving the victory sign, and you can see saffron flags, BJP flags, saffron topis, a bulldozer right there on the head of one of the BJP workers, and you know, workers laughing and chanting. It's been going on since 11 a.m. in the morning, and this is a moment of reckoning for the saffron party that has been hoping for a comeback, a history in the making, 35 years jinx broken by Yogi Adityanath as the BJP returns to power in the most politically most crucial state. They say road to Delhi leads from Lucknow. This state has given many prime ministers. Lucknow has given Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and it is actually soaked in politics, and BJP cracking the victory code not once, not twice, not thrice, but more than a hat-trick for the fourth time in a row. Two Lok Sabha elections, 2 assembly elections. It couldn't get bigger than this for the Saffron Party. It is actually been, Uttar Pradesh has been a laboratory for political analysts, for leaders and political parties, and especially the BJP that banks on the Hindutva card. Here you can see Vidhan Sabha, the magnificent Vidhan Sabha of Uttar Pradesh, right in the background, and in the foreground is the hard work and toil of the BJP workers, the women brigade, the youth brigade, all combining force with the MY duo of the BJP, the Modi-Yogi duo, as the BJP leader put it. Here, leaders dancing on the stage, followed by party workers absolutely ecstatic, absolutely jumping with enthusiasm, and this is a moment that BJP will actually play in its mind again and again. And even as the results trickled in, Sunil Bansal was huddled in his office trying to get feedback of all the seats, not leaving anything to chance. That is the
wait right now
of the
Maushmi,
BJP.
is there a wait?
BJP, right, Preeti?
Maushmi, are they waiting right now? Because we know that 5:30 p.m. is when Yogi Adityanath is going to come and address, these burgeoning crowds outside the BJP headquarters. But is there a wait to see whether Keshav Prasad Maurya, the Deputy Chief Minister's seat, is settled? Because, it's like on a cliffhanger. About 10 minutes ago, he was leading. Now he's trailing again. So are they waiting that, these crucial seats, especially the likes of Keshav Prasad Maurya, that seat is settled? Only then will Yogi Adityanath and the top brass of the BJP come out?
Preeti, I remember you telling me last time that the X factor, the Yogi Modi factor, is actually overplaying all the negatives as far as the political situation is concerned. And here you can see the Yogi factor actually downplaying any defeat of any big BJP leader. Even the Deputy Chief Minister, if he's facing a defeat, it's not even being discussed or mentioned here, because the BJP workers are absolutely lost in the celebrations of victory, which they think they truly deserve. It was a long and hard-fought battle for them. They have given the BJP leadership thumping victories in the past. One thought there could be a worker fatigue, but even overriding their own personal ambitions, I believe that the BJP workers have shown the mettle, have proven their mettle to not only the party party leadership, but to the countrymen. I spoke to the BJP Women Morcha, and they said that inflation could have been an issue, but the BJP has done everything that it takes to control the inflation and help the poorest of the poor. One of the Gandhi lookalikes right behind me, and he is holding the Indian flag. Is it a celebration of the dance of democracy, celebration of democracy?
Yes, this is the celebrations. This is the winning of the power of the people. People is the everything. और आज जो हुआ है वो डबल इंजन का सरकार हुआ है. केंद्र में मोदी जी है और यूपी में योगी जी है. ये सब खुशी लोगों के लिए.
So here you are, Gandhi lookalike. He is actually a devotee and a follower of the principles of Gandhi, traveling across the country, arrived here for the BJP celebrations, Preeti. But look at that. Look at the view there. Lot of pushing and jostling, but I don't think that the BJP workers would mind that. They would be, in fact, dreaming that this moment should come when they would be actually celebrating the victory with the man of the moment. Any moment from now, about half an hour from now, the man of the moment, the man of the match, Yogi Adityanath will be arriving here. And what a spectacular journey that he has, covered, from his spiritual journey to his political journey, that has been marked clearly by a strong willpower, a willpower to succeed, and also a strict administrative skill and a knack to, woo voters, a knack to connect with the crowd. And that's why you see each and every worker here waiting for their man of the match, waiting for the captain, and also to give him a thumping reception. 5 years back, I had seen a replay of this moment, but that time the BJP had tasted a victory in the assembly elections after the 2014 victory. So this victory is very, very special, not only because it's the second time in a run you won the assembly elections, but now you have a leader who is actually, accepted by the public of Uttar Pradesh, and not only accepted, his policies, his working style celebrated as Baba, Bulldozer Baba. So right here, you can see Aayenge Yogi Ji, the line that PM Modi actually, said, Aayenge to Yogi hi. And here people dancing, just hear the chants and the claps. The sloganeering, the euphoria, the skill at which the BJP is actually celebrating this victory with the party workers. Absolutely a moment that the BJP will consider a huge milestone. Not only because it's a victory that was much wanted, it was an Agni Pariksha not only for Yogi, but also for the policies of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but it was a litmus test to prove that the BJP is a party that has the victory code cracked very easily, Preeti.
Well, we're going to come right back to you. The crowds are only swelling, and understandably so. This is a massive victory. It's a huge show of strength where Yogi Adityanath is concerned. What you see on your television screen are the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters in Lucknow. We are also going to take you and get you maybe a split screen as we go into a break, because the action here is at 5:30 p.m. The vote of thanks, the victory speech, whatever you might call it. But the action from there will then shift to Delhi, the BJP headquarters in Delhi, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the cadres, his victory march, his vote of thanks. After all, the BJP has won 4 out of 5 states. With these visuals, viewers, I'm going to go into a quick break. These 2 visuals are where all eyes will be this evening. The headquarters of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Lucknow and in Delhi. A quick break. When we return, we're going to take you right back to all the jubilation, all the celebration.
as Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small, they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are
Putin's motive to acquire Ukraine is growing stronger by the day. As per US officials, Russia has recruited Syrian combat fighters to fight in Ukraine. Yes, you heard us right. Moscow is recruiting combat fighters from Syria to invade Ukraine. Russian forces are on a mission to capture Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Russia is operating in Syria since 2015. In 2015, Russians helped the Syrian government to launch a military intervention to fight rebels in the country's civil war. A Syrian media outlet said Russia is offering $200 to $300 to Syrian mercenaries who are willing to operate as guards in Ukraine. Back in 2020, Russia hired hundreds of Syrian mercenaries to fight in Libya. But what about Ukraine? Foreign fighters from many countries have joined hands to fight this war. Well, Russia clearly outnumbers Ukraine in terms of its military capabilities across all categories. But Zelensky has called on reservists and Ukrainian civilians who have military experience to fight against Russia.
Many volunteers hailing from United States, Britain, Lithuania, Latvia and Norway have enlisted to join Ukraine in the fight against Russia.
Russia is accused of hiring private military contractors in Ukraine and Syria. But PMCs are not new in Russia, and many nations, including the United States, United Kingdom and China, have used PMCs in their previous invasions. The official statistics do not include deaths and injuries of mercenaries who participate in the war. This helps the government to hide the true human cost of war. Pentagon says recruiting mercenaries and PMCs will escalate the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. The United Nations has recorded 406 civilian deaths and 801 injuries on day 12 of Russia's invasion.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. बदलाव हमसे है.
BJP's bulldozer flattens Samajwadi cycle. Yogi in driver's seat, rivals all crushed. India's new #1 political metaphor. Bulldozer clears Yogi's victory path. Double engine plus single bulldozer is equal to history.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today and I am Mosmi Singh, getting you this very special show from Ground Zero, Lucknow. India Today continuing its mega coverage of the assembly elections. It doesn't get bigger than this. But first, the breaking news. CM Yogi Adityanath is supposed to reach the BJP office in Lucknow anytime. He will be addressing party workers and also addressing the media. It's a record win and all eyes are on the man of the moment, Yogi Adityanath, who is on the second time on the run, going to become the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. BJP has swept UP and there were multiple factors that actually came into place. But before we go into the factors that actually played a part in the victory, let's get your view of what's happening on Ground Zero. Action-packed, completely packed BJP office, no space to walk. Everybody is waiting with bated breath for their captain to arrive. The man who led this entire team of party workers, the Saffron Party, a moment of reckoning for them. You can see conch shells, songs, dhols and nagaras. So multiple factors came into place. You can see again the BJP workers erupting into a dance. They've been at it since morning. It's absolutely a spectacular moment for the BJP for having scored such a triumphant and formidable victory. But let's go back and talk about why the BJP actually swept the UP polls from the end of Mafia Raj to the consolidation of women voters. We break it down for you that what are the factors that actually played their part in BJP scoring such a huge victory.
इस बार उत्तर प्रदेश में रंगों वाली होली 10 दिन पहले ही मनाई जाएगी.
They called it the Modi-Yogi double engine, not without reason. The BJP has bulldozed its way to power in Uttar Pradesh once again. Holi has come a week early for the party as it wins a handsome majority with over 250 seats. It is the first time a party is retaining power in the state in 37 years. A big feat by itself. And CM Yogi Adityanath has become the first BJP chief minister to complete a 5-year tenure in Uttar Pradesh.
जनता जनार्दन ने मोदी योगी को स्वीकार किया. एक सक्षम नेतृत्व, ईमानदार नेतृत्व, परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा करने वाला नेतृत्व और जो दलित शोषित वंचितों के लिए काम किया गया, पिछड़ों के लिए जो काम किया गया, इसका भी लाभ हम लोगों को जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है.
The BJP's victory was made possible by a combination of factors: better law and order, end of Mafia Raj, free ration in villages, consolidation of women votes, and its tried and tested formula of Hindutva. While the BJP's tally came down from 322 seats, the target was daunting for principal challenger Akhilesh Yadav. While the cycle did move fast, it still proved to be too slow for the BJP's bullet train. The SP gained over 70 seats from its previous performance, but that was it. The casualties of the war are Mayawati and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. The BSP's vote share and seat share have shrunk considerably, and all the efforts by Priyanka could only fetch them less than 3% votes for the Congress. The elections in UP were billed as the big semi-final before 2024. The grand victory in India's most populous state, with 80 Lok Sabha seats, places the BJP in pole position for the general elections 2 years later. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a moment of reckoning for the BJP. We're here at the BJP headquarters in Lucknow. You can see the Vidhan Sabha on my left side. That is the power center of Uttar Pradesh, and bang opposite the power center is the power-packed machine of the BJP, the Josh machine. And you can see Keshav Prasad Maurya, the Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, they're entering, dozens of selfie cameras, mobile cameras are on, all focusing on Keshav Prasad Maurya, the Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. And any moment from now, we will also see the Chief Minister walk in. All the other BJP leadership has really been waiting for them to come along with the party workers. Massive BJP flags. There you can see Keshav Prasad Maurya waving the victory sign and welcoming and receiving the reception that he is getting by the BJP workers. Chants of Jai Shri Ram reverberating in the air. It is a moment that will be etched in the memory of the BJP workers for long. And of course, the Janta, the kingmakers of UP and the queenmakers will be watching this entire show as the BJP pulls up a victory celebration of sorts in Lucknow. And yet again, that song, which must have been playing for more than 100 times today, is playing again. But the BJP workers are not tired, certainly not retired. And this is a time when the BJP is absolutely emboldened. So let's talk to the BJP workers here and see what they really feel. Baba ka bulldozer chala, Modi factor chala.
दोनों चला और बाबा का बुलडोजर तैयार है और हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं में बहुत जोश है और रातों दिन हम लोगों ने काम किया है जो आप ग्राउंड जीरो पर देख रहे हैं हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं का जोश और आगे 27 में इससे ज्यादा और अच्छी बेहतर स्थिति में आएंगे.
Very important, everybody is talking about 2027, 2024. बाबा का बुलडोजर चला. कितने देर से आप लोग डांस कर रहे हैं, खेल रहे हैं, थके नहीं हैं?
हम लोग सुबह से कर रहे हैं जब से अनाउंस हुआ था चुनाव का परिणाम आने शुरू हुए थे तब से इसी परिणाम के लिए बेताब थे और जो है पूरी तरीके से बेताबी का जश्न जो है थकान पूरी तरीके से दूर हो चुकी है क्योंकि प्रचंड बहुमत की सरकार बाबा ने बनाई.
Right, let's look at that path that has been carved out for the UP Chief Minister. Many call him Baba, many call him Maharaj, many call him Yogi Adityanath. And I do remember 5 years back, Yogi Adityanath was a surprise CM. He has yes, we can see the cavalcade. Viewers, cavalcade of the Chief Minister perhaps on your screen. We can see that Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, workers running behind him, waving at him, and euphoria in the air, conch shells, people dancing, waving the victory sign, and that's the Chief Minister's cavalcade, I believe. We can see some garlands on the vehicle, but we'll have to wait and see whether it is actually, perhaps it is some other minister who would be alighting from the car. But one after the other, Brijesh Pathak, yet again, waving the victory sign. Brijesh Pathak was the candidate for
the BJP from Kant, Lucknow Kant, relatively considered a safe seat for the BJP, most sought after, was sought after by Aparna Yadav, was sought by Mayank Joshi, and here you are, Brijesh Pathak, winning that seat and waving the victory sign, dozens of garlands on his shoulder, around his neck, sorry viewers, and here, yet again, a replay of the scene that unfolded when Keshav Prasad Maurya came. Holy before holy is what you see, a lot of gulal thrown on him, and the BJP workers, one after the other, receiving the BJP leaders here. Viewers, can you see this? This is how a celebration looks like. This is Jo Jeeta Wohi Sikandar and Brijesh Pathak. No dearth of enthusiasm there. You can see he's climbing onto the gate, one leg on the gate, security workers, BJP workers holding him, and he's almost in a dancing mode, welcoming, receiving all the workers right here. This is a scene, you know, that will be played out on television screens, and the public of UP will be watching. The BJP not undermining at all, you know, emboldened by this victory, knows the importance of this victory, how the BJP government, the schemes and policies were put to test, and the entire campaign saw a very bitter battle being fought. And now Brijesh Pathak is being led in to the BJP office. Viewers, just 20 minutes to go. Any moment from now, we'll see Yogi Adityanath, who will be arriving. He is the star of this entire campaign, stuck to his guns, stuck to his ground, and yet again, the result is the scene unfolding on ground zero. Viewers, you know, since morning we've seen the youth brigade, the women brigade, every community is present here. What a thumping victory for the BJP. And yeah, the BJP workers, you know, completely putting their faith in Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of UP. I do believe that the CM security is right there at the gate, trying to huddle the crowd, because a very little narrow margin to walk into the BJP office there, and the entire street, Alok, my VJ will show you, the entire street is actually stopped, you know, it's come to a grinding halt, and that's the sort of victory the BJP has scored. You know, only after the exit polls projected those numbers, the BJP found some spring in their steps, you know. Before that, it was a battle that was being fought tooth and nail. On that side, I can see that there are some other ministers who are arriving. You can see the other side of the road also completely packed, viewers. And this is a scene, you know, not only the state capital, Lucknow, has come to a grinding halt. Varanasi, Gorakhpur, Prayagraj, every district, BJP workers have erupted into a celebration of sorts, and that's one reason that you know, the BJP workers want to enjoy this moment, bask in the glory, even as the sun sets on the city of Nawabs. It's a new dawn for the BJP. It's a completely new story to be told. A story of good governance, a story of better law and order, a story of getting the women voters, breaking the caste divide, the caste barriers, and reposing their faith in the BJP, the saffron party. The BJP has come a long way. So let's go and see. Let's see what's unfolding on the ground. Some announcement happening, viewers. We will hear what's happening. So there you can see. Yes, you can see that the bulldozer being carried on his head. You can see that a light is glowing. Perhaps he sensed, he's got a signal of the Chief Minister arriving, and in a hectic frenzy, you can see the security cordon is being strengthened there. Any moment from now, it's, viewers, just 15 minutes to go for the address of the UP Chief Minister, and everything that is being said on stage is being responded to by the BJP workers. गजब का उत्साह है, उत्साह आप लोग का कम नहीं हो रहा।
उत्साह 2000 से लगातार बढ़ता ही आ रहा है। 14 में बढ़ा था, 17 में बढ़ा, 19 में भी बढ़ा, अब 22 में बढ़ा, अब 24 में भी इसी को आगे बढ़ाते चलेंगे हम लोग।
जो जीता वही सिकंदर।
जी एकदम
सिकंदर है, योगी जी ही जीतेंगे। और अभी 22 में आए हैं, फिर से 27 में योगी जी ही आएंगे।
आप लोग कितनी लड़ाई लड़ेंगे? लड़ाई लड़ते लड़ते नहीं थकते।
बीजेपी वाले कभी नहीं थकते।
बीजेपी में रह के देश के लिए लड़ रहे हैं, ये देश के लिए लड़ाई कभी नहीं खत्म होगी।
स्थिति देखिए,
अब जीतने की आदत सी हो गई है आप लोग।
जी जी एकदम।
आप ये भी कह सकती हैं अब अच्छा काम करने की आदत हो गई है और हम लोग बेहतरी के लिए काम करते हैं। महिला सुरक्षा, आप मौसमी जी आप एक महिला हैं और अब यहाँ देख रही हैं, आप यहाँ देख रही हैं कि महिलाओं को जो सम्मान और सुरक्षा दी है हमारी सरकार ने, योगी सरकार ने, आप उसमें आप खुद देखिए एक महिला होने के नाते आप देख रहे हैं कितनी महिलाएं हैं यहाँ पर और इतनी महिलाएं, इनका सम्मान। अगर इतनी महिलाओं को सुरक्षा की भावना ना होती तो आप देख लीजिए इस क्राउड में कितनी महिलाएं हैं।
Absolutely, you can see that actually multiple colors here, the saffron ruling the roost at the BJP celebrations, and my colleague Santosh is joining me. Santosh Santosh, even as we stay with the visuals, you have covered the entire campaign very, very closely, especially the entire Lakhimpur Kheri incident. Do you think that Yogi Modi factor actually overruled all the ground issues?
Definitely, Mosmi, Yogi and Modi factor overruled all the issues, whether that was the law and order, whether that was the ration distributed among the poor peoples. That was the basic thing. The law and order was the basic thing which the people accepted the BJP mandate, and now the BJP is going to govern a second time. This is after 35 years in the political history of UP that any party is going to second time govern on the state.
So ये बताइए, you cover law and order and crime. Do you think that law and order was a huge issue and Yogi government scored better, much better than the other governments, and the tag of Akhilesh Yadav's government of lawlessness couldn't be broken?
Definitely, law and order was the USP of BJP, and we can say the Samajwadi Party was lagging behind on the law and order issue. The main blame on the Samajwadi Party was the bad law and order. And
can you give us an overview of how the law and order was better? Any example?
Definitely the action against the Mukhtar Ansari, Atiq Ahmed, and the slogan that is the Bulldozer Baba. That is the biggest impact of the law and order in the state UP, and BJP propagated this bulldozer factor in whole elections, and we can say that in Purvanchal also.
I'll just interrupt you because I'm seeing some activity on the road. Yogi Adityanath, the UP Chief Minister, is going to arrive any moment from now, and you know the BJP workers, the women workers have worked even harder because remember, a big support, a big thumbs up by the BJP, by the women voters, pardon me, of Uttar Pradesh that really helped BJP score the points that it really did. And you can see the BJP women workers dancing. I spotted them in the morning. Right there, they are women from Uttarakhand who have actually made a song on Yogi Adityanath. There you can see they've been unstoppable, dancing. There's a spring in every step, music issuing on the lips, and they are ready to dance throughout this entire victory lap, which was much dreamt about, much warranted, and a big BJP flag right in the center that is being brandished as the victory celebrations continue. We are seeing some movement of vehicles, a gypsy arriving, a second one arriving in a row. Remember, we are keeping our eyes on the entire stretch of the road from where 5 Kalidas Marg is the residence of the UP Chief Minister, and I am seeing is that the cavalcade of Yogi Adityanath? क्या ये cavalcade?
देखिए बिल्कुल अभी तो नहीं, क्योंकि पूरी तरीके से ये काफिला सिक्योरिटी उनकी आ चुकी है, जो मुख्यमंत्री की सिक्योरिटी है वो आ चुकी है, लेकिन जो गाड़ियां हैं वो अभी नहीं लग रहा है कि इसमें मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ है, क्योंकि उनकी गाड़ियों का काफिला कुछ अलग रहता है। तो ये मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ का काफिला इनके बाद आएगा। कोई और नेता है, बीजेपी के तमाम बड़े नेता, केशव मौर्य, स्वयं प्रसाद मौर्य, तमाम बड़े नेता जो जीत करके आ रहे हैं, लिहाजा अभी मुख्यमंत्री
Brijesh Pathak, we saw Brijesh Pathak, he literally climbed on the gate, Santosh, and was actually waving. Too happy he is.
Actually, Brijesh Pathak started as a political career from the Lucknow University. He was the student leader, and what we have saw today that Brijesh Pathak he was overwhelmed with the victory which he got from the Lucknow Kent area, and definitely it is the biggest victory for the BJP. And this is the Deputy CM Dinesh Sharma who came with his cavalcade. And
so viewers, watch this. The other Deputy Chief Minister, Dinesh Sharma, who we spoke earlier in the day too, has also arrived. And he who seemed pretty confident last evening, he told me clearly that we will be reaching the 300-figure mark, but no way we are coming below 270. And he was pretty sure that the BJP will be winning on the women card, will be winning on the schemes that the BJP government has put into place on ground zero. And dozens of cameras, focus lights on BJP leaders one by one trickle in, but we are still waiting for the chief guest. It is a victory, very hard fought for the UP Chief Minister, Santosh.
Yeah, this is going to be a very hot fight for the UP Chief Minister, but undoubtedly what Yogi Adityanath has done in the first 10 years, that is the biggest thing. This is the law and order, this is the...
5 years, not 10 years yet. अभी 5 साल ही हुए हैं.
5 साल हुए हैं. तो पिछले पहले वाले में...
So here you are, viewers. Watch this. You can see Bajrang Bali. We saw a battle of Bajrang Bali versus Bahubali, a political war of words erupt in UP. But here you can see Bajrang Bali arriving at the BJP office. And chants reverberating in the air. You can see a lotus behind him. Nai soch, nai ummeed, kaam damdar. Ek baar phir BJP sarkar. Those are the slogans that the BJP actually, and we can see that a lot of color, a lot of flavor, a lot of kalevar, all sorts of people. Here you can see somebody dressed up as Lord Ram arriving here. You have Hanuman, you have Lord Ram, and you will have any moment from now the chief guest, Baba Bulldozer, also arriving as his party workers lovingly call him. But here you can see that somebody dressed up as Lord Ram has just arrived and is much sought after. Remember, Ram is a symbol that the BJP has used much often. Even this song, "Hum Ram ko laaye hain, hum बीजेपी को आप बीजेपी को लाएंगे, एक बार फिर से यूपी में कमल खिलाएंगे." So Lord Ram has been in the center of all policies of the BJP, and here completely, there is a lot of euphoria. But let's go to my colleague Ashutosh. We've seen a lot of bulldozers, and there Ashutosh is in Gorakhpur with another set of bulldozers. Ashutosh, over to you.
Well, Mausami, if I could say, really, this is a bulldozer rally that I see here in Gorakhpur. Literally a bulldozer rally. More than 10 bulldozers carrying, the BJP supporters, the workers carrying out almost a rally here in Yogi's home turf. And now the bulldozer, this rally is entering at Gorakhnath temple premises. And remember the word, the bulldozer, which was most used by Yogi Adityanath during the campaigns, criticized by Akhilesh Yadav, and perhaps was the most defining word that was maximum used by Yogi Adityanath and perhaps also the opposition during the high decibel campaign. But here on the day when BJP sweeps the state and Yogi Adityanath from his home turf with more than 1 lakh vote, here the defining images on the sea, that I see on the streets of Gorakhpur, that literally workers carrying out a bulldozer rally. So on the JCBs, there are around 10 to 12 supporters. They are sitting on the JCBs on this bulldozer, and the moment the results started pouring in positively in favor of BJP, poor workers carrying out the toy, the replica of bulldozers, and the most defining word that often I heard is it is a bulldozer Baba ki wapsi, and the bulldozer Baba has come with a huge margin at that. Now the supporter called Yogi Adityanath bulldozer Baba. Since that was the most talked about during the campaign, here on the day, this could have been, this is exactly why the supporters have brought literally a bulldozer on the streets. Of course, there's a kind of traffic, but it's a moment for the celebration for the supporters, workers, and that's what I see here on the street of Gorakhpur. All these bulldozers by their supporters entering in the premises of Gorakhnath temple. Back to you, Mosmi.
Right, Ashutosh, another question for you. Were you also colored? Did we see a lot of Holi being played in Gorakhpur? Because here faces couldn't be identified. We've been saved being on the terrace. Were you also colored, and was there Holi before Holi being played in Gorakhpur?
It was really difficult to escape from the colors. There was almost an attack with the colors by all the supporters, but we had to request them, since we are carrying equipments and we have to report from different places. Somehow, they've forgiven us, and somehow we escaped from that. And since we have been moving one place to another, from temple to Ravi Kishan to the counting centers, so far we survived the colors. But all over, since afternoon, ever since 10 a.m. that I saw, once the Holi started, Fagun that is called, when it started from Ravi Kishan's residence, it has been only pouring out all across this Yogi's bastion in Gorakhpur. And as they said, this is just the beginning of the celebration. Holi, the peak is yet to reach. Mosmi.
Right, Ashutosh, another question for you. We are here at the Lucknow BJP headquarters. What are the songs that you hear workers chanting throughout the day? Was it more about Yogi? Was it more about the BJP? Did you also hear the Bhagwa Lehrayenge song? I've heard it 100 times, more than 100 times throughout the day.
When you are in Gorakhpur, it is only about Yogi Adityanath, and we know that Yogi Adityanath and the Gorakhnath temple, this entire influences not only this Gorakhpur but also several other districts of, this east and the Purvanchal. So clearly when it's in Uttar Pradesh and such a sweeping victory for Yogi Adityanath, he is the chief minister for the second time of India's largest state, there can be only one slogan that was heard, is only Yogi and Bhagwa. As he is the symbol of BJP's, the Bhagwa politics, and clearly the man, besides the religion, politics, at the same time, there was a cocktail of the development, the infrastructure development. Also, when we heard that in the rural belt, it was the ration, and in the urban areas, it was the sashan, and that cocktail seems, the benefited BJP both in urban pocket and the rural pocket. And of course, as it was reflected in the, in the exit polls, now clearly it is also reflecting in the results, and BJP has yet again, swept the Uttar Pradesh with such a thumping majority, and that's exactly why I see the celebration here in Yogi's bastion, Gorakhpur. Mosmi.
More than 100 times today.
इस बार उत्तर प्रदेश में रंगों वाली होली 10 दिन पहले ही मनाई जाएगी।
रंग चढ़ा है, रंग चढ़ेगा, बैंड बजा है, बैंड बजेगा, जश्न चला है, जश्न चलेगा।
10 मार्च को ही जब चुनाव नतीजे आएंगे, धूमधाम से रंगों वाली होली शुरू हो जाएगी।
Crypto Watch brought to you by BitBNS.
Number 1 in war coverage. Number 1 in election coverage. Be it war or the state of war. Any big topic, India Today TV is the leader.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. बदलाव हमसे है.
Lucknow, the state capital of Uttar Pradesh, and we're where all the action is on ground zero at the BJP headquarters. A moment that every voter, every BJP worker and also the opposition would be looking at very carefully, because this is a moment where the BJP has actually, covered a new milestone. It's a new dawn for BJP, and undoubtedly the workers here, a marathon show of strength and stamina in the elections, and yet again in this victory lap. It's a never-ending celebration. It seems like here with the BJP workers, and look at this side. One row after the other, jam-packed like sardines, but they don't mind at all. No space to walk, no space to dance, but still they are actually nodding their heads. The people who can't nod their heads are waving their hands, smiling, and if they can't even wave their hands, they're just smiling. Victory signs and with victory symbols. The music is on, the DJ is on. Women voters, young voters, BJP workers who have toiled day and night right here. And in a moment from now, the man who actually was at the helm of affairs for 5 years in Uttar Pradesh, a state from where the Prime Minister of India comes from, Yogi Adityanath would be arriving. So he is the man of the moment, the man of the match definitely, and the Sikandar after this victory. Clearly everybody is waiting for Yogi Adityanath. There is an announcement that the Chief Minister is about to arrive, and what a journey it has been, viewers. Ever since he actually stepped foot into politics, he has won the Lok Sabha 5 times. From 1998, 12th Lok Sabha, 13th Lok Sabha, 14th Lok Sabha, 15th Lok Sabha, won Lok Sabha 5 times, and then he actually went on to become the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, the most populous state of the country, the most politically crucial state of the country, and what a thumping victory. Very few know that Yogi Adityanath has a degree in mathematics from Garhwal University, and surely whether he didn't go on to become the maths professor, but surely he worked out the arithmetic to the T as far as this victory for the BJP is concerned. And of course, the Modi factor playing its part in this election, the Yogi factor doubling the attraction of the voters to the BJP, and now we can see a frantic security personnel, a frenzy right there. The security personnel have become alert. The announcement has been made. We can see a bigger, more spacious path carved out for the Chief Minister. All the ministers are in, all the leaders are in. The only man awaited, the only leader awaited is the UP Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath, who was born in a family in Garhwal, in Pori Garhwal. His father was a forest ranger of modest means, and then he went on to take a spiritual path and then a political journey of sorts. Known to be outspoken, a strict administrator, Yogi Adityanath has stuck to his guns. He's known to mince no words, and he stuck to his campaign, stuck to what he believed in, and here the results are for the entire country to see, for his critics to see. He has proven his critics wrong, and the BJP has won on a plank of several issues that they thought were their flagship schemes, and undoubtedly after a long months of toil, when this moment has arrived, the BJP workers want to cherish each and every moment, viewers. Here you can see how the BJP workers are waiting for Yogi Adityanath, and we will be getting you all the scenes, all the events as they unfold. Sunil Bansal, who heads the organization, had a word with all the candidates. They have been told to get their certificates and then only return. And that's one reason that we will see mostly the BJP candidates of Lucknow present, some ministers who haven't fought elections, and the BJP leaders present in this gathering where Yogi will be addressing the masses. So here you are, viewers, we are hearing certain announcements. There is a sudden silence, and apparently the workers are being told to make some space, to create some space. We'll hear that announcement.
उत्तर प्रदेश में बड़ी जीत लेकर के मोदी जी को देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनाया। 2017 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने उत्तर प्रदेश में बड़ी जीत लेकर के उत्तर प्रदेश में भारी बहुमत की सरकार बनाई। 2019 में
जामर है ना।
किया है 2022 में भी फिर भाजपा की सरकार बनाने का काम किया। मित्रों, मैं कह सकता हूं कि देश के गृह मंत्री जी कह रहे थे 2022 में उत्तर प्रदेश के कार्यकर्ता जनता एक बार सरकार बना दे, उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार रहेगी। पूरी पार्टी के लिए खास
कमाल कर दिया।
So viewers, the victory lap of the BJP continuing in Lucknow, and it can't get bigger than this. This is a moment, any moment, we will be looking at the UP Chief Minister. He has been in Gorakhpur for the past 3 days, only arriving yesterday, and today as he moves from Kalidas Marg to the BJP office, this will be a journey that has been toiled for a long period, a political career that spanned over decades. Yogi Adityanath arriving any moment. On your screens, viewers, you will see the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, who has won with a thumping victory any moment from now. And just look at the enthusiasm. All BJP workers on the terrace with their cameras out, standing right here. You can see BJP workers on the roads, ready to welcome their Chief Minister, their leader, the man from Purvachal, who went on to become the head priest of the Gorakhnath Mutt, and then his journey, political journey, actually started. Yogi Adityanath, the UP Chief Minister, will arrive. All the other leaders, Brijesh Pathak, Dinesh Sharma, and all the MLAs of the BJP in Lucknow have arrived. The BJP leaders have arrived. We will be waiting to see the first glimpse on your screens, viewers, of UP Chief Minister. We haven't got any photograph of him in the day. We've not heard what he's been doing, but surely we were told that he had been taking stock of each and every constituency across the state. His rallies panning out, almost more than 203 rallies, road shows and sabhas. Yogi Adityanath has left no stone unturned to script this historic victory for the BJP. Second time in a row, the BJP coming back to power in Uttar Pradesh.
All right, Veer, so that is the cavalcade of the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, who has broken a jinx which has gone over 34 years right now. That is Yogi Adityanath coming into the BJP headquarters. You can see his cavalcade pulling in a very short while. There'll be the vote of thanks, the victory march, whatever you might call it. This is a day that belongs to Yogi Adityanath. His cavalcade pulling in, Yogi Adityanath right there. There's a lot that's gone down in this massive win that has been scripted under his leadership. In 2017, he was picked to be the CM after the Bharatiya Janata Party had won with the face of Narendra Modi. This time around, this election was fought with both Narendra Modi and Yogi Adityanath. There you have it. This is the first shot of Yogi Adityanath through the course of the day. We've been waiting for an official statement. He didn't come out, he didn't speak with the press. This is the first time we see him acknowledge the cadre support that he has. A lot of people have come even from Lucknow to give thanks to Yogi Adityanath, popularly called Baba, Maharaj Ji, or now I would reckon something which will go down in the annals of Uttar Pradesh history being called Bulldozer Baba. So there you have, that's Bulldozer Baba making his way through a sea of saffron support onto the dais. You know, we'll try and dip in and listen in to the high decibel sloganeering, everything surrounding Yogi Adityanath. This is Yogi Adityanath's win, of course, aided by the Prime Minister. But this election was fought under his banner. Let's try and listen in the din through which Yogi Adityanath is tearing in to come onto the dais.
Modi Yogi Zindabad! Modi Yogi Zindabad! Bharat Mata Ki!
To have it, the slogans Modi Yogi Zindabad. So credit given to the Prime Minister who conducted many rallies across Uttar Pradesh. He was the star campaigner. Yogi Adityanath, under whose banner chief ministership this election was fought. The last time Yogi Adityanath spoke to the press was on the day of when he cast his ballot in Gorakhpur. Since 1998, Yogi Adityanath has been the MP from Gorakhpur. This is the first assembly election he's fought, and he's won handsomely at that with a margin of 1,04,000 votes from the constituency of Gorakhpur Sadar. He's broken the 34-year-old jinx of a chief minister being consecutively nominated or winning an election in Uttar Pradesh, and it's gone to Yogi Adityanath. The Mahant from Gorakhpur is now the second consecutive chief minister from the Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Uttar Pradesh. And here you see him dancing away, and understandably Yogi Adityanath pleased as punch after registering on the board 268 seats. The halfway mark was 204. He's gone way beyond that. It's semi-way, one could call it. 268 with Samajwadi Party at 130. This is a huge sweep, a huge win by the Bharatiya Janata Party. At the same time, as these visuals unfold, viewers, preparations are on in the national capital, because at 6:30 the Prime Minister is going to acknowledge the win of Bharatiya Janata Party in 4 states out of 5 on which results were out today. And this is going to be in just about a few minutes, the vote of thanks, the victory march of none else but Yogi Adityanath, the Bulldozer Baba. It's going to go be iconic, be associated with him forever. Completely linked to the law and order situation, which many of his voters, and there's a sizable lot clearly, that believe that it was Yogi Adityanath who has changed the law and order situation of Uttar Pradesh for the better. These are the first shots of Yogi Adityanath after registering this emphatic win for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Uttar Pradesh, along, of course, with the leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's once again, and to give you an example as to why it's seen, read, perceived, projected importantly as a win by both the Prime Minister and Yogi Adityanath. As Yogi Adityanath is coming in onto the dais, what's playing right behind is Yogi Modi together, Yogi Modi ki jai, which is how Yogi and Modi have scripted this spectacular win for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Well, this is a big moment for Yogi Adityanath. He's, done it on his own steam, well perceived as the Hindu hardliner in India, who's now clearly scripted, what can one easily say, election history in the state. Leading the BJP's campaign from the front, he's been the incumbent chief minister, saffron-clad, and has managed to get the saffron wave going in Uttar Pradesh by registering at least what now looks on the board is 268 seats of 403 in Uttar Pradesh. His impending victory comes, despite what many would suggest was an anti-incumbency, viewers, in terms of berozgari, inflation, or even with what in the rural belt was perceived to be the stray cattle menace. All of that is history now, because the saffron wave has swept through it all, with Yogi Adityanath emerging as the man who UP has endorsed. So one can keep going on and saying what they might, but this election belongs to him and the Prime Minister, who conducted addressed many rallies across the state of Uttar Pradesh. So this is Yogi Adityanath. In a very short while, we're going to listen to him, hear him out. The last time he spoke to the press was when he cast his own ballot in Gorakhpur. All right, there you have it, surrounded by his deputies in terms of his deputy chief ministers. There you have it, Yogi Adityanath wearing that pink robe around his neck. Well, this is the sign of victory. And what an emphatic win it has been for Yogi Adityanath. He's led from the front. You have the BJP president of Uttar Pradesh as well. It's a big win. This is an acknowledgement by Yogi Adityanath, thanking the cadre for all the support. And you can see it in this sea of saffron. While he's showering flower petals and colour, Holi's come early to Lucknow, and understandably so. Extremely happy and ecstatic Yogi Adityanath. This is going to be a different trajectory when it comes to his own political career for him. Well, of course, colour being put on Yogi Adityanath as well. But it is a spectacular win. Yogi Adityanath putting colour on Swatantra Dev Singh, the BJP president for Uttar Pradesh there. This is ecstasy for them. Registering a win over 268 right now, as emphatic as it gets. Flashing the V-sand. This is the first time he's done it. You know, through the course of this election, there have been so much talk, political analysts going on and on, that even after he cast his ballot, look at his body language. You know, he didn't even flash the victory sign. Well, he's done it now when it mattered the most. And this is going to be possibly the money shot. You have Yogi Adityanath with the sea of saffron, with all his deputies, Swatantra Dev Singh as well, the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Uttar Pradesh. And now he's going to be feted by everyone. That's Keshav Prasad Maurya. Sanjay Nishad. So everyone, you know, the coalition, the social coalition that the BJP had woven, all the leaders present on stage, and it's a tight fit there, as what you can see. All of them being lauded, Yogi Adityanath being feted by them. It's a complete wipeout for the BSP, complete wipeout, decimation for the Congress as well. The Samajwadi Party standing at 129, the BJP right on top. Bulldozer Baba bulldozing his way through any opposition, and a clear victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party, way over a victory mark there. That's Swatantra Dev Singh, who's putting colour and the party flag on Sanjay Nishad, if I'm not wrong. All right, there. That's a lot. These are scenes of happiness. One very rarely sees Yogi Adityanath letting his guard down, being completely coloured by his colleagues, his party men, bedecked with the rose petal malas and the BJP flag around his neck. It's a victory he's earned. One has to give it to him. Whichever way one might look at it, it's a victory which Yogi Adityanath has earned, thanking the people there. And the song which is played through the course of Yogi Adityanath's campaign, Bhagwa Lehrayenge. Let's listen into it. The dynamics of it all, Diva. Yogi Adityanath has registered history. History because this is for the first time that any sitting UP chief minister in the last 34 years has registered a consecutive win. Yogi Adityanath has done so. with this heft of victory in Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath can possibly now begin to assert himself at BJP's high table. Will he do so? We don't quite know yet, but he's earned the merit. He's earned the spurs. And he's done it. He's, he's getting color put, he's putting color on his party men, he's eating laddus completely. He's colored saffron today, not just, in the sea of saffron support, but Yogi Adityanath himself, and he's doing it with aplomb. And as I said, viewers, the kind of political heft this victory will bring Yogi Adityanath, very few have been able to attain it. He can now possibly begin to assert himself at the BJP high table. We'll see it maybe in days to come, but this victory is not easy. It's not normal. This is history in the making. One can clearly say that in 34 years. He is the first Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, the sitting Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh that has registered a consecutive win. And he's done so with aplomb. Let's look at the margin that he's won from this, his constituency of Gorakhpur Sadar, which is Gorakhpur urban seat, recording the margin of over 104,000 votes. That is what Yogi Adityanath has won from the constituency of Gorakhpur Sadar. This was the first assembly election he fought. He's the one who pushed Akhilesh Yadav also to throw his hat in the ring. He's been the MP since 1998 from Gorakhpur, but chose to fight it out this time around from Gorakhpur Sadar in the state assembly election and won it with a massive margin of over 1 lakh. Yogi Adityanath right now making his way. But before that, speaking on the dais is Swatantra Dev Singh. He's the BJP party president, flashing the victory sign, flashing the fist. And 2 words you can hear, Yogi and Modi. And of course, Bhagwa, third.
मित्रों, उत्तर प्रदेश सांसद हर हर महादेव। उत्तर प्रदेश जीत गया, विकास और राष्ट्रवाद जीत गया, कार्यकर्ताओं का परिश्रम जीत गया, प्रदेश का एक एक गरीब व्यक्ति जीत गया। मोदी जी, योगी जी के डबल इंजन की सरकार प्रदेश की अभूतपूर्व विकास किया है। आज उसी का आशीर्वाद उन्हें प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है। मित्रों, एक बार योगी जी की तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से स्वागत करिए। मित्रों, उत्तर प्रदेश में फिर एक बार गरीबों की समर्पित सरकार जीती है। दलित, शोषित, वंचित, पिछड़ा समेत सभी वर्गों का दिल खोलकर आशीर्वाद दिया है। उनका मैं हाथ जोड़कर आभार करता हूं। देवतुल्य कार्यकर्ता जो परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा किए हैं, प्रदेश के सभी देवतुल्य कार्यकर्ताओं का मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। वरिष्ठों के चरणों में वंदन करता हूं। बूथ सेक्टर के रात दिन जो परिश्रम कार्यकर्ताओं ने किया है, हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, और मोदी, आज मोदी के कारण ये वातावरण प्रदेश का बना है। मित्रों, और डबल इंजन की सरकार जो गरीबों के लिए कल्याण किया है, आज सरकार बनी है। मैं आदरणीय योगी जी से आग्रह करता हूं, आदरणीय केशव मौर्य जी के लिए भी ताली बजाकर स्वागत करो। मित्रों, हमारे डॉक्टर दिनेश शर्मा मन पर आदरणीय योगी जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि हम सबको आशीर्वाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे वंदे। भाइयों बहनों, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के यशस्वी नेतृत्व में आज पूरे देश के अंदर
उत्तर प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड, मणिपुर और गोवा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रचंड बहुमत की सरकार बनने जा रही है। इन 4 राज्यों में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के विकास और सुशासन को एक बार फिर से जनता जनार्दन ने अपना आशीर्वाद दिया है। मैं इस अवसर पर सबसे पहले आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी और अपने उन सभी नेताओं का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, जिनके नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ 4 राज्यों में पुनः अपनी सरकार वापस लाने में सफल रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश देश की आबादी का सबसे बड़ा राज्य है। इस कारण उत्तर प्रदेश पर विशेष रूप से पूरे देश और दुनिया की निगाहें थी। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सहयोगी दल, अपना दल एस और निषाद राज पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश में प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन और नेतृत्व में फिर से प्रचंड बहुमत प्राप्त की है। इस प्रचंड बहुमत के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन का हृदय से अभिनंदन, हृदय से आभार। और मैं इस अवसर पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और विचार परिवार के उन कोटि कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिनंदन करता हूं, जिनके नेतृत्व में और जिनके परिश्रम से आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अपने सहयोगी दलों के साथ इतना प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ प्रदेश में सरकार बनाने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। भाइयों बहनों, पहली बार 7 चरणों में हुए उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा के चुनाव शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से संपन्न हुए और संपन्न होने के साथ ही आज मतगणना के बारे में जो तमाम प्रकार के भ्रामक प्रचार पिछले 2-3 दिनों से चलाए जा रहे थे, उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन की ताकत ने उस भ्रामक प्रचार को दरकिनार करते हुए आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और सहयोगी दलों को प्रचंड बहुमत से विजयी बनाया है। आप सबको मैं इस अवसर पर बधाई देता हूं। भारत निर्वाचन आयोग को शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से इस चुनाव को संपन्न कराने के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। चुनाव की प्रक्रिया से जुड़े हुए प्रशासन और पुलिस विभाग और अन्य सभी संबंधित विभाग के सभी कार्मिकों को भी हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं कि जिन्होंने कोरोना जैसी महामारी के बावजूद शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व को संपन्न करने में अपना योगदान दिया है। उन सब का भी मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, हम आभारी हैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के, जिन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश को पूरा समय दिया और उत्तर प्रदेश के विकास के साथ साथ उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में सुशासन की स्थापना के लिए किए जाने वाले हर एक प्रयास में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मार्गदर्शन और सहयोग सदैव प्राप्त होता रहा है। आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रियों और केंद्र भारत सरकार से जुड़े हुए सभी मंत्रियों के साथ ही सभी पदाधिकारियों के सहयोग से जो ये प्रचंड बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देश के सबसे बड़े राज्य में प्राप्त हुआ है। एक प्रचंड बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रवाद, विकास और सुशासन के मॉडल को उत्तर प्रदेश की 25 करोड़ जनता का आशीर्वाद है और इस आशीर्वाद को हम सबको स्वीकार करते हुए आम जनमानस की आकांक्षाओं के अनुरूप सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास के इस मंत्र को अंगीकार करते हुए निरंतर आगे बढ़ाना होगा। आपने देखा होगा भारतीय जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन की सरकार ने 5 वर्षों से लगातार उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर सुरक्षा का जो माहौल दिया, उत्तर प्रदेश की आस्था को सम्मान देने का जो कार्य किया, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में विकास के कार्यक्रमों को जिस मजबूती के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य किया और साथ ही साथ गरीब कल्याणकारी योजनाओं को प्रभावी ढंग से आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो प्रयास प्रारंभ हुए हैं, आज उसका परिणाम जनता जनार्दन ने जातिवाद, परिवारवाद, वंशवाद की राजनीति को पूरी तरह तिलांजलि देते हुए 2022 में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ ये विजयश्री उपलब्ध कराई है। भाइयों बहनों, कोरोना कालखंड में भी बिना रुके, बिना थके, बिना टिके और बिना झुके आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मार्गदर्शन और उनका नेतृत्व आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को यशस्वी इस जीत के साथ यशस्वी बना रहा है, क्योंकि एक एक कार्यकर्ता इस जीत का हकदार है। नेतृत्व आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जैसे दुनिया के लोकप्रिय नेता के हाथ में मार्गदर्शन और उनके यशस्वी नेतृत्व में जो कार्यक्रम विगत 5 वर्ष के अंदर उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर लागू किए गए, आज उसका परिणाम हम सबके सामने है। आप आश्चर्य करेंगे कि उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्य में 2 करोड़ 61 लाख से भी गरीबों के घरों में शौचालय बनना, 45.5 लाख गरीबों के लिए एक आवास बन जाना, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 1 करोड़ 43 लाख घरों तक बिजली पहुंचाना, 10 करोड़ से अधिक गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए की स्वास्थ्य बीमा का कवर मिल जाना, 15 करोड़ गरीबों को इस संकट के समय, कोरोना जैसे संकट के समय उनके घर तक राशन की व्यवस्था उपलब्ध कराने के लिए संकट का साथी जब डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार थी, तो दुनिया के अंदर या तमाम एक षड्यंत्रकारी जब हम कोरोना से लड़ रहे थे, जब हम भ्रष्टाचार और बेईमानी से लड़ रहे थे, तब ये लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ साजिश रचने का कार्य कर रहे थे, सरकार के खिलाफ साजिश रचने का कार्य कर रहे थे। और आज जनता जनार्दन ने अपने जनादेश के माध्यम से उन सबको एक बार फिर से सबक सिखा करके उनकी बोलती बंद करने का काम किया है और हम सबको अपने कार्यों के माध्यम से एक बार फिर से साबित करना है कि राष्ट्रवाद, सुरक्षा, विकास और सुशासन के मुद्दे पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो इस प्रचंड बहुमत जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है, हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि इस पर हमें फिर से खड़ा उतरना ही होगा। और इस चीज से एक बार में फिर से उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव संपन्न होने और जनता जनार्दन ने जो इसमें व्यापक अपना समर्थन दिया है चुनाव के प्रति, हमने देखा है खासतौर पर आधी आबादी, माताओं ने, बहनों ने, बेटियों ने आगे आकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो प्रचंड बहुमत दिया है अपने सहयोगियों के साथ में, आज इसका परिणाम है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतिहास बनाने जा रही है। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर इतिहास बनाने की ओर अग्रसर है। ये इतिहास जब यशस्वी नेता होता है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी जैसे यशस्वी नेता के नेतृत्व में जब प्रचंड बहुमत का बहुमत प्राप्त होता है, ये प्रचंड बहुमत आज इसकी परिणति के रूप में हम सबके सामने प्रस्तुत करता है। आज के इस अवसर पर मैं एक बार फिर से अपने दोनों सहयोग प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री स्वतंत्र देव सिंह जी, दोनों सहयोगियों, वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्री केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी, डॉक्टर दिनेश शर्मा जी, अपने सहयोगी दल निषाद राज पार्टी के अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर संजय निषाद जी, मंत्रिमंडल के अपने वरिष्ठ सहयोगी श्री सतीश महाना जी, श्री ब्रजेश पाठक जी और डॉक्टर महेंद्र सिंह जी, पूर्व प्रदेश अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीकांत वाजपेयी जी, प्रदेश संगठन के महामंत्री श्री सुनील बंसल जी और प्रदेश के हमारे संगठन के प्रभारी पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री राधा मोहन सिंह जी की ओर से पूरे प्रदेश वासियों का एक बार फिर से इस प्रचंड बहुमत के लिए हृदय से आभार और अभिनंदन करता हूं और विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूं कि ये जीत हमें जवाबदेही का एक नया संकेत भी देता है। हमें जोश के साथ साथ होश को बनाए रखना है और इससे भी मजबूती के साथ हमें आम जनमानस के आकांक्षाओं के अनुरूप एक बार फिर से अपने आप को साबित करना होगा। हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि हम सबके पास दुनिया का सबसे यशस्वी नेता आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व और मार्गदर्शन है। उनके मार्गदर्शन में, उनके नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश देश का नंबर 1 प्रदेश बनेगा। इस विश्वास के साथ हम सब एक बार फिर से 25 करोड़ जनता की सेवा के लिए अपनी अपनी भूमिका का निर्वहन करेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर से आप सभी का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, आपके उत्साह के लिए आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और शांतिपूर्ण चुनाव संपन्न करने के लिए इसमें उत्साह के साथ भागीदार बनने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन का आभार। भारत निर्वाचन आयोग, उत्तर प्रदेश के निर्वाचन से जुड़े हुए सभी अधिकारियों का, प्रदेश के चुनाव से जुड़े हुए पूरे प्रशासनिक और पुलिस तंत्र का और उन सभी का जो प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से लोकतंत्र के इस महापर्व को शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से संपन्न करने के लिए योगदान दिए हैं, उन सबको हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। आप सबके प्रति मेरी शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम।
Chants of Jai Jai Shri Ram, Uttar Pradesh's newly re-elected Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. The confidence comes through, the energy comes through. He's won a huge historic victory. They're playing Holi early in Lucknow. There will be Holi soon at the BJP headquarters in the capital as well. The Prime Minister scheduled to speak at 6 p.m. Make no mistake, Yogi Adityanath, with this big victory, stamping his authority as the first among equals in the pecking order of BJP chief ministers. There's no question of who's number one. Possibly there's no question of who's 1 to 10. But when it comes to number 11, Yogi Adityanath now is clearly the favorite and he's established his authority with this big victory. Rahul Srivastav is with us, this big victory, and there's a new energy. Now, after a victory of this nature, it's only likely, but new passion, new energy, new confidence being exuded by Yogi Adityanath in that address there.
Rahul, when did you see last a BJP chief minister winning and a show like that, what we witnessed?
They usually don't do it. They
don't
want
do
to
it.
leave it to what happens in Delhi. Nobody wants to do his own show of strength.
It is usually Amit Shah and others, you know, they come to the BJP headquarters and there is an address by the two. This is a slightly more autonomous show. It's definitely got more autonomy returned to it. It can well be that the party okayed this, that you can go ahead, because if the BJP wants to make it a sustaining kind of an impression, sustaining impression for the next 2 years, because 24 is just 2 years away, then this is necessary. This win needs to be celebrated and toasted to send a message across to the people that what we stood for, what we campaigned for has brought dividends, people have supported, and we are celebrating that. I think it's just to be more inclusive as far as this win is concerned. I think the BJP is sending out a very strong...
But the fact also is, Sheila Bhatt, that Yogi Adityanath, unlike some of the other BJP chief ministers, is a man who comes as a certain package. He has a particular personality. You can't mess with the man. He's also a saffron robe monk, and therefore he carries extra weight. He always carried extra weight because of his saffron robes. Now, because of this big second victory, he's got additional political heft.
See, we should not try to rob away his success, and today is his day also. There is no doubt about it. But BJP is a very formal, conservative, traditional party, and certain things work certain way only in a very set manner. Remember 3-4 things. One, till Advani failed in 2009, till he retired in the sense of leadership for prime ministerial candidateship, Modi did not enter the Maidan.
He's hugely respectful. If you look for the cues over there, Sheila, I just want to point out to our viewers that the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh was very respectful. When he spoke of the Prime Minister again and again, saying he's the most dynamic leader in the whole world, mentioning Prime Minister Modi multiple times. So he's very clear. He knows where the North Star is.
And he also mentioned Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah. So that's what I'm saying. It's far, long way for Yogi to come up in that sense. He will... why are we, same journalists, not talking about Shivraj Singh Chauhan then? 3-time winner. There are many people who have been before him.
The reason for that is... No, I'll tell you what. One second, Sheila. The reason for that could possibly be that Yogi Adityanath is a huge star campaigner nationally in a way that someone like a Vasundhara Raje or a Shivraj Singh Chauhan never were.
In a room, when Yogi is sitting and if Rajnath Singh walks in, Yogi will stand up.
Of course.
So it's number, and then whenever Prime Minister goes abroad officially, Rajnath Singh is number 2. You know that. GAD department issues circular. Rajnath Singh has to head the emergency meetings. So I don't know. But
they don't upset the hierarchy. They don't upset the hierarchy.
BJP does
but
not.
Politics and hierarchy are two different things.
Yes, agree. Public perception you are talking about.
The key thing here is, Rahul, last time around, Yogi Adityanath got the chief ministership from the central leadership, first from the RSS and then the central leadership. This time around, this is the mainstreaming of Yogi Adityanath as a leader who got elected again as chief minister. I think this is different. Second, most populous states, 80 Lok Sabha seats, it does a lot to Yogi Adityanath. Remember, in the past, the RSS and the BJP have made choices. They have never upset the hierarchy. They have never done super sessions. But remember one fact, that at one time there were Atal Bihari Vajpayee and L.K. Advani. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the mass leader, man from Uttar Pradesh, became the Prime Minister. L.K. Advani became the prime ministerial choice from Gujarat only after Atal Bihari Vajpayee. So it's not that Yogi Adityanath is rushing in and saying, I will demolish everybody.
The Gujarat chief minister.
No, we are rushing in. He's not rushing
chief minister
in.
for 3. No, but I'm saying he's special.
He's there.
And he's different. He is, in some senses, the next Modi because he has a certain, like, when Prime Minister Modi, and you know him well, was chief minister of Gujarat, he was never the same as others. He was always a little different from all other chief ministers. I asked Pramod Sawant, the Goa chief minister, who's the one BJP leader he looks up to. He said, Yogi Adityanath. Look at the way he works. That's the man I want to learn from. And Pramod Sawant is young. And the fact that he mentioned Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath suggests, like a lot of BJP people think at the time, that they look at him as being the rising star. He is the rising sun. Make no mistake about that. I want to go across to Anupriya Patel of the Apna Dal joining us now. There were some tense and tough moments in eastern Uttar Pradesh where the election seemed tight, especially during the campaign. She's got a nice wry smile on her face, quiet sense of satisfaction that despite all that noise and all the hawabaji, at the end, the Apna Dal BJP alliance storming to power in Lucknow and winning in style.
Yes, it's a historic win for the second time in a big state, one of the most populous states of India, Uttar Pradesh. And I think the whole country was eyeing the election results of this very, very crucial state. However, we were always confident, and I have said it many times before, that Apna Dal and BJP have stood the test of time for the past 3 elections. 4th election will be even stronger, and Nishad Party also joining in. So I was never doubtful, and today I guess you all agree with me that we have made this resounding victory for NDA, and we have another opportunity to good for people. So
I want to show our viewers what happened in eastern Uttar Pradesh, which is where Anupriya Patel comes from, which is where her party comes from. There was a split in her family. There was also a second faction of the Apna Dal which was fighting. So I'm going to show you what happened in eastern Uttar Pradesh, Purvanchal. So in the belt of Purvanchal, if you look at the seat share numbers as they stack, out of the 139 seats, the BJP winning 80, the Samajwadi Party 54. Now that is substantial because this is where Akhilesh Yadav actually thought he'll be in front. But if you look at the stretch of the map of eastern Uttar Pradesh, which is on the screen right now, except for the parts that are right in the middle, in the southern part of eastern Uttar Pradesh and in the north towards Gorakhpur, Padrauna, you've got the BJP winning and winning in great style along with the Apna Dal.
Yes, so which is what I always said whenever doubts and apprehensions were made about the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh. I said that we have started setting a trend in the first phase of election, and as we move towards the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, NDA will grow even stronger, and all these tall claims which are being made by our rival alliance, the Samajwadi Party led alliance, will actually fall flat on the ground, and which is what has happened today. We have marked a significant presence and a very powerful presence even in eastern part of Uttar Pradesh. So a lot of factors have worked to our advantage, which I always felt that these will go a long way in ensuring our second term win. So
okay, Anupriya,
that's how it has happened.
Leave it over there. Thank you very much for joining us. Much appreciated, and congratulations on a big and famous victory. I want to go across now to senior BJP leader Prakash Javadekar joins us on this broadcast live. I have the map of Uttar Pradesh with me. If you see, the Samajwadi Party seats are concentrated in particular areas. Areas like Rohelkhand, some pockets of western Uttar Pradesh, and in some parts of east. But if you look at the map per se, there is a massive saffron surge. Prakash Javadekar ji, welcome. This must be a huge relief and vindication. What's happened in Uttar Pradesh, also what's happened in Manipur, Uttarakhand and even Goa. How are you looking at this big victory in the national political context?
See, what Prime Minister Modi ji has changed the politics of the nation. From caste centric politics to development centric politics. That is the first thing. Second is people like good governance. They are now aspirational. This is new India voting for performance, not on other basis. And more importantly, we retained all our 4 states. You don't get public support in the second election if you have not performed. So people, if you perform good, people will back you. That is the message loud and clear here. And now the third message is the Congress is evaporating. Still they are blaming BJP. It is there, they have to do introspection. Congress is nowhere now. Punjab has also gone. Now there are only 2 states with Congress, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. And I can give you in writing that in next election, assembly elections in 2023, both the states will be in the BJP back.
What does this mean in the context of AAP emerging as a possible long-term rival to the BJP? We've seen every AAP leader who comes says this is political signal that AAP is now national and we are the long-term challenger to the BJP.
I really don't feel so, but the issue is, it is because Aadmi Party fought in Goa, in Manipur, in Uttar Pradesh, in Uttarakhand. There is nothing like that. I don't see any all India trend in that. What I see is, in all the 4 BJP ruled states, we got pro-incumbency. And in one state where elections were held, which was ruled by Congress, got anti-incumbency. So people have punished Congress.
No, that's true. But the fact also is that BJP on the back of West Bengal, on the back of economic distress on account of the pandemic and the whole period of the coronavirus, seemed fatigued in the middle because of the farm agitation, etc. What this election result has shown is that despite those challenges, people still think BJP is their best alternative and they've gone out, as you said, and voted for the BJP. Does this make, according to you, the road to 2024 easier?
Yeah, one way it is yes, but every election is a new election. And we prepare in that way only. We don't rest at this point that now we need not work more and take more efforts so that we are going to win. But that's not the fact. And therefore, you have to always exert and reach out to people and ensure your last mile delivery in a good governance. Then only you get mandate after mandate.
We've got live images on our screen now from the BJP headquarters. The BJP's master strategist, Amit Shah, there was a time when multiple MLAs left, ministers left to join the Samajwadi Party. It seemed that the BJP had some problems in setting the narrative. Amit Shah got more closely and actively involved. Big celebration now at the BJP headquarters. Former President, current Home Minister Amit Shah arriving at the BJP headquarters. Bhupender Yadav right behind him, and the entire galaxy of BJP stars. And a big victory this. We see Rajiv Chandrasekhar, we see Gaurav Bhatia, multiple well-known television faces here. Prakash Javadekar ji, there's so much which is said about whether this election sets up Yogi Adityanath as a potential long-term successor to Prime Minister Modi, and that in some senses, at least when it comes to chief ministers, Yogi Adityanath establishes himself as first among equals. Is that something that you agree with or disagree with? How do you see this?
I think this will be too premature to declare because there is no vacancy.
Correct.
A. B. More importantly, situation evolves. Has anybody predicted in 2011 that Modi will be the Prime Minister choice and will become Prime Minister and will get again new mandate in 2019? No, it doesn't happen like that. So I see no vacancy at this time, and all our But one thing is sure, that all our chief ministers are popular not only in their region, when they go even other states, they attract crowd and they are vote catchers in different states also. Yogi ji has a tremendous craze all over and he goes everywhere.
You know, we're now seeing images from the BJP headquarters of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh arriving at the BJP headquarters. Prime Minister Modi will be there shortly, and a big celebration in the wings in Uttar Pradesh. This whole re-architecturing of the political dynamic of UP. Earlier it used to be a multipolar fight, BSP and Congress being the other poles. Now it's a bipolar fight, BJP versus SP. In the long run, is that to the BJP's advantage, or do you think that really shows that there's only SP after this for the BJP to take on and vanquish even in the next elections, because Congress and BSP have frittered whatever goodwill they had?
No, one thing we must not miss. In this election, people have given clear message to dynastic parties that they don't want dynastic parties to rule anymore. And therefore, it's a message to all dynastic parties. They are one family parties ruling in many states also. But now they have got the red signal. Now people don't want them. People want a democratic party and a party which gives promise and in which they can believe.
Okay, Prakash Javadekar ji, we'll leave it over there for the time being. Thank you very much for joining us, and a big celebration this. You're going to be joining that celebration very soon. Prakash Javadekar, senior BJP leader, joining us to talk about these celebrations. I want to go across to the BJP headquarters where we are getting these live images. This will be quite a moment, and remember, the star of the show, Rahul Srivastava, make no mistake, will be Prime Minister Modi, because the BJP knows it, voters know it, that this is the Prime Minister who's been able to carry the BJP to power despite all the problems the country has seen over the last 2 years.
Yes, Rahul. See, Prime Minister as that charisma leader, you know, that the BJP can lean on in a moment of crisis, in a location of crisis. For example, in Uttarakhand, they had the third chief minister who has lost. And the BJP has won the election in a state despite having ruled for 5 years. Why did it happen? One very good delivery on the ground. That good delivery, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is not just an OBC, not just a Hindutva face, but also somebody who represents good delivery. I think that Prashashan element comes with Narendra Modi. 31% in our own survey, people are saying they voted for the BJP in Uttarakhand for Narendra Modi. So that element is very critical. I think in this we should also remember, I think Amit Shah, if it is the face Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, the strategist, is very critical, Rahul. I say, especially in the face in regards of UP, because from 2014 to 17 and 19 to 2022, no political party has been able to keep together intact the incremental votes which they had got. Mayawati in 2012 lost the Brahmins. Akhilesh Yadav lost a lot of other votes later. The fact is that the BJP continues to get the non-Yadav OBCs, the non-Jatav SCs, the MBCs. Remember, the BJP, the Bania Brahmin party, today is getting the maximum votes of the most marginalized in the state.
Okay.
That remains, I think, credit goes to Amit Shah, that formulation, not upset by the exit of somebody like Swami Prasad Maurya, because he knew that though he is going, but he's not going to sway my votes. That's where the BJP's confidence was.
Let's go across to Aishwarya Paliwal. She's at the BJP headquarters in the middle of that celebration. Just before Holi, this big celebration, I'm sure, with the big victory in these 4 states, there'll be a huge amount of excitement, and the BJP headquarters is the place to be, Aishwarya.
Yes, Rahul, you are right. Let me just start by showing you the visuals. People are chanting. People have bulldozer returns written on these posters. So, this is the kind of excitement that we have. We'll, take you on the other side and show you what drums people have got. In fact, people are also wearing the mask of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. See, this is a person who's wearing the mask, and now can you see, Rahul, the mask? And now they are drumming. There's music here in BJP headquarters. Apart from the music, one thing which is very interesting, Rahul, is one person has come dressed up as Lord. I'll just, just try and reach that person and I'll show you. These are the visuals which we are seeing here. Very interesting, Rahul, this visual, this person who has become Lord Hanuman, and he's standing right in front, wanting to show his face. I'll ask Parminder to show you, now this is the kind of excitement that people have here. And that's the stage, Rahul, that you can see right in front of me. That's from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the crowd that is here. People coming dressed up as Lord Hanuman, Ram Naam written all over them, and this is what's happening at the BJP headquarters. One side people are chanting the name, on the other side we have people who have come dressed up especially to the BJP headquarters like Lord Ram, and you'll see behind me, that's the stage, Rahul. That's where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will come and address the gathering very shortly. Rahul.
Okay, big setup there. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Prime Minister Modi expected to reach the BJP headquarters any second now, and we'll then have that big celebration out on our screens. 267 wins for the BJP, down from the last elections, but in the context of this being a re-election, in the context of the pandemic, in the context of economic distress, this is a huge victory, and it also shows how the opposition, Sheila Bhatt, is running out of ideas. Like, what do they do when your opponent is so formidable? What do you do to try and beat the BJP?
Yes, exactly. In this 2 breaks, I had a chance to talk to senior BJP leaders. And one thing which, with the emphasis he told me is this, and this must be the worry of Congress and other parties. He said that people don't understand that this victory is not just that we are getting the power, but through this election, we have got new leadership in UP. He said that more than 200 new leaders in Panchayat, Tehsil and district level we have created in last 6 months. That we have tried, and with a trial and error method, new people. So he said, and these people who out of them, some of them have got elected, like Shalabh Mani Tripathi from Devariya, 45,000 votes he lead. So he's a first timer. So he said that these people will last for next 10 years. They will, and that is what exactly Priyanka Gandhi wanted to do. Create leadership in district. When I asked him just after the victory that what is the biggest gain of UP, he said this, that future.
No, that's true, because you've set up a leadership, Rahul, and you traveled so much during the campaign, which will last you a generation. So you're really building the future stars of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the Congress and the Samajwadi Party don't have anyone in every district to try and match that star power.
Yes, Rahul. They are denied tickets to the speaker because he was overaged. There were several leaders across Uttar Pradesh who lost this. They were sitting MLAs. Any party which is trying to retain power always has that winnability greed, and it says that, okay, let him contest one more election, he may win. I saw leaders who won the last election in 2017 with 54,000, 60,000 votes axed. They brought in new guys. For example, in Kushinagar, they brought in one gentleman called P.N. Pathak. Young, and Mr. Rajnikant Mani Tripathi, very senior leader, comes from an RSS backdrop. In fact, his grandfather was a founding member of the RSS in Kushinagar, but axed. And the BJP had the confidence that we'll actually create a new leader there. So I think the number of leaders, I think there would have been more. This entire Swami Prasad Maurya and other house exits, they actually toned down the number of people the BJP was planning to.
I want to go across now and spend a moment talking about the big AAP victory in Punjab. And one of the key architects of this massive jharu sweep through the state of Punjab is Raghav Chadha, who's joining us at this time. Raghav, Mubaraka, many Mubaraka. This is a fantastic victory and it must feel like a very special moment given how closely associated you've been in fighting this campaign over the last 2 years.
Absolutely, it's been an overwhelming victory and we are truly humbled. This is something that we did expect, but what the people of Punjab have done today is just outstanding. It's amazing, it's mind-blowing, and a huge responsibility comes our way. A huge responsibility comes on the shoulders of the next Chief Minister of Punjab, Shri Bhagwant Mann.
And many people who are watching at this time would wonder whether Bhagwant Mann, despite his popularity amongst the voters, has the attention to detail, the ability to get into the minutiae of governance, which is required now to run a debt-ridden state like Punjab with the kind of challenges it has on drugs, on alcoholism, on farming, industrialization, unemployment, huge challenges. Can Bhagwant Mann attend to the minutiae of governance?
Of course, absolutely. And I've seen Mann Saab evolve as a person, as a leader, as a politician, as an administrator over the years. And he's the best man to lead Punjab today. I've been very closely associated with him. Apart from having a personal relationship, I've always had a working relationship with him. When I was, attached to him, when he became a member of parliament for the first time in the year 2014, he is the best man and well-equipped to lead Punjab, lead from the front, and people above all. In a democracy, the will of the people is supreme. The people of Punjab have chosen the son of the soil in the form of Mr. Bhagwant Mann, and the jodi of Kejriwal Saab and Bhagwant Mann have been embraced. People have voted to experience the Kejriwal model of governance, which was only seen and felt, and the benefits of which were only seen and received by the people of Delhi. The people of Punjab also have today given a thumbs up to the Kejriwal model of governance. I have been saying that this Punjab election was a dharm yudh for us. A dharm was on one side where slanderous campaigns were running against us. People called us Atankwadi. Kejriwal Saab was called a Kala Angrez. I was called a Gora Angrez. Mann Saab was made fun of. So adharm and slander was on one side, and on the other side you had dharm, that is uprightness, honesty, integrity, and a beautiful jodi of Mann Saab and Arvind Kejriwal ji on the other hand. Dharm won, adharm lost in this dharm yudh.
There is talk that Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and some of it in AAP circles only, could potentially elevate himself to a national role. For example, making himself Rajya Sabha MP, making Manish Sisodia Delhi Chief Minister, so that he can focus on both states and focus on trying to spread AAP in states like Himachal, Gujarat and others. Is that on the horizon?
No, this is mere speculation. These are hypothetical questions. There is no need for Mr. Kejriwal to artificially elevate himself. He is already elevated. He is our leader. He is the leader of every volunteer worker, member of parliament, including now the Chief Minister of Punjab. He is everyone's leader. He is my leader. He is my mentor. And I, as a ordinary worker of the party, would like to say that it is my dream to see Mr. Kejriwal as one day as the Prime Minister of this country, and I feel that day is not far away. Today's results show that Aadmi Party has arrived at the national stage, where today a political force to reckon with at the national level. I have said this again before and I'll say it again. AAP is going to be the national and the natural replacement of the Congress party, and Mr. Kejriwal will be the principal challenger to the BJP.
You know, many who are watching would say, is young Raghav getting a bit carried away? They won in style in Punjab, but there's, where else? For example, in Uttarakhand, you got routed.
Yes. when I started roughly 1.5 years ago, Rahul, as as somebody who was given the responsibility to look after the Punjab affairs by my party, all these politicians of Punjab used to make fun of me, from the Akali Dal to the Congress, from the BJP to all other political outfits, and they used to say कि ये नियाना है, ये बच्चा है, ये जवाक है, ये 25 साल का 30 साल का लड़का क्या करेगा. आज पंजाब के लोगों ने दिखा दिया. People have shown today that ordinary people like myself and several thousands and thousands of Aam Aadmi Party, ordinary people who come from average middle class households, who've left their careers to work for the betterment of this country, to reform the politics in India, can actually create such magic in these elections, and how people of Punjab, along with the Aam Aadmi Party, can dethrone the mightiest of politicians, and Aam Aadmi Party himself, Aam Aadmi, the common man himself or herself, takes over the throne to administer and serve the people of Punjab.
I must reveal to our viewers that Raghav was mighty nervous after the polls got over, because there were all kinds of stories coming in. He also went in for a short detox and all kinds of theories about this possibly being a hung house. Were you sleeping very anxiously? Were you able to get any rest at all, or were you just biting your nails away, Raghav?
No, I was. I mean, I was very sure and confident that we'll come through, and that there'll be a thumping verdict come the result day. And it's been an overwhelming experience. But yes, like, when you write an exam and you wait for the results, in that duration, every student, I as a student of accountants, chartered accountancy, I as a young student always used to feel nervous between the exam and the the result day. So I experienced something similar. But of course, we were very, very confident that, look, our hard work, our honesty, our uprightness, and above all, our positive agenda is going to be rewarded by the people of Punjab. From day one, we were not overconfident, but we were confident that we'll win.
Which state do you think is the most logical state for expansion for the AAP, where the AAP has a real chance of coming to power next, if at all?
Look, I think that in the coming days, we'll certainly talk more about Aam Aadmi Party's expansion plans. But I can certainly say that the Kejriwal model of governance today is being looked at with a lot of hope and aspiration all across, from Kashmir to Kerala, from Guwahati to Gujarat, all across. And people wish to see that governance, that model in their respective states. The best thing about this campaign was, Rahul, that people of Punjab voted on the basis of positive agenda and positive promises made by the Aam Aadmi Party. People rose above caste, religious, socio-economic backgrounds and criterias when they went out to cast their vote. They voted for a prosperous future, and I feel that under the Aam Aadmi Party's tenure, Punjab will no more be called by Udta Punjab, by the phrase Udta Punjab. It will be called as Uttha Punjab, Khushhal Punjab, Rangla Punjab.
Okay, are we talking at this moment potentially to the next Deputy Chief Minister of Punjab? Hindus constitute about 40% of the vote share. The second possibility is that with all these half a dozen Rajya Sabha MP seats now becoming vacant, given the number of seats you won in Punjab, would you prefer the Rajya Sabha route, Raghav?
I was given the responsibility to...
अच्छा, आप diplomatic answer मत दो ना, जो मन की बात है वो बताओ.
नहीं, मन की बात ही बता रहा हूँ, आपको मन की बात ही बता रहा हूँ. मुझे चुनाव लड़ाने की जिम्मेदारी दी थी, चुनाव लड़ने की जिम्मेदारी नहीं दी गई है. I have several responsibilities already given by my leader to me, and I would like to honor those responsibilities and let a new government take shape. Let Mr. Mann, who's the man of the match, who's the chief minister now, lead, the government, and we are always there to assist him in any which way that he wants us to assist.
It's interesting, Rahul Srivastava, there is virtually nobody else who's as young as Raghav is in national politics across. So there's Aditya Thackeray, but Aditya Thackeray is Uddhav Thackeray's son. There's no one who comes
from a middle class family who enjoys a significant position in any political party. You can't really include Abhishek Banerjee because again he's Mamata Banerjee's nephew, or Anand, who's the nephew of Mayawati. Raghav in that sense is unique, and many people who are watching India Today TV at this time would wonder whether that's a possible space in politics for their likes.
See, I think if you look at Aam Aadmi Party, that's what the Arvind Kejriwal is, that's what a Manish Sisodia is. You see, most of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders do not have the kind of baggage or problems, issues that say in Punjab, you had Amrinder Singh Raja, Maharaja,
no, but I have
lack of access.
But I have a question, Raghav. What is it that makes, say, a Raghav Chadha or a Atishi Marlena last it out in comparison to, say, a Prashant Bhushan, Yogendra Yadav, Shazia Ilmi? They're also middle class, not necessarily belonging to any political party. They came in, they burnt out, the equations with Mr. Kejriwal got frayed. How is it that you and Atishi and have lasted and the others kind of didn't? What's the secret?
No, I would not want to compare myself or my colleague Atishi with any of our former colleagues. We respect all of them. We've parted ways, that's fine, but they have our best wishes. I personally, I can speak for myself. I think the one thing that Mr. Kejriwal sees in a person, which is over and above one's skill set and competence, is loyalty and dedication. Loyalty and dedication not merely towards the party, but towards the country. And that is what is of significant importance. You said something very, very important, Rahul. Today's politics is dominated by families, from Mehbooba Mufti and Omar Abdullah to the Thakres in Maharashtra, to the Yadavs in Bihar and UP, to the Patnayaks in Odisha, and to DMK Stalin. Every state literally has a political family and young people from that political family that have captured power, and they have kind of enjoyed a hegemony over the entire electoral politics and the system. Aam Aadmi Party is a ray of hope that shows that ordinary people can come at the forefront of national politics, and that's the beauty of Aam Aadmi Party. That's the beauty of Arvind Kejriwal. You need not be a Scindia or a pilot or a Mufti or a Thakre or a Yadav or a Gandhi, for that matter, to come at the forefront of national politics.
Rahul, is a quick question for you.
I think, I wanted to add what you asked him. You see, why a Raghav Chadha or an Atishi can survive longer, find it easier than somebody like Mr. Bhushan. There can be only one strong-headed man in the family. And have no doubts, Arvind Kejriwal's demeanor hides a lot of toughness. He's a very, very strong-headed man. And I think that's where being young really helps, like somebody like Raghav Chadha.
And he's speaking of Kejriwal as a mentor, as a guru, showing the way. So the equation works well.
Works much better.
How are you celebrating? Where's the party tonight, Mr. Chadha?
No Patiala pegs.
I am currently in Chandigarh at the party headquarters. I've been celebrating, dancing, eating laddu, singing songs all day with my party volunteers. Several of the candidates who won came back to Chandigarh now to meet us. And now I'll be heading to Sangrur to meet my elder brother and the CM designate, Mr. Bhagwant Mann. So I'll probably celebrate with him in the evening.
Okay, we'll leave it over there. It's a big day for celebration, and with good reason. You worked hard, so you deserve to party. Rahul Srivastava spoke about party pegs, Mr. of Patiala pegs. Bhagwant Mann has promised to be off all Patiala pegs, so there's no Patiala peg happening.
I just want to say that the real credit, Rahul, for this victory goes to the people of Punjab. I had said this before, I'll say it again. Some of us, we are political novices. We come from, very humble, ordinary background. And somehow we have won. It is, as they say in Punjabi, and you understand Punjabi, ki lallu kare kavaliyan, rab siddhiyan paave. God wants us to do something magical. God wants us to, reform Punjab, make Punjab prosperous again. And it's His own ways, His own mysterious ways of showing us the path.
Well, many Mubaraks, and thank you for joining us. We wish you all the best. Raghav Chadha there, one of the heroes of this AAP victory. We're slipping into a quick break. When we come back, we'll cut across live to the BJP headquarters where Prime Minister Modi is about to arrive, and there will be a big victory speech at the BJP headquarters live in India Today on the other side of these messages. Stay with us.
BJP's bulldozer flattens Samajwadi cycle. driver's seat, rivals all crushed. India's new #1 political metaphor. Bulldozer clears Yogi's victory path. Double engine plus single bulldozer is equal to history.
Crypto Watch brought to you by BitBNS.
You can hear more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We are being told to leave this area because it's not safe to be here. Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pawan Kumar reporting from Ground Zero, Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Putin's motive to acquire Ukraine is growing stronger by the day. As per US officials, Russia has recruited Syrian combat fighters to fight in Ukraine. Yes, you heard us right. Moscow is recruiting combat fighters from Syria to invade Ukraine. Russian forces are on a mission to capture Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Russia is operating in Syria since 2015. In 2015, Russians helped the Syrian government to launch a military intervention to fight rebels in the country's civil war. A Syrian media outlet said Russia is offering $200 to $300 to Syrian mercenaries who are willing to operate as guards in Ukraine. Back in 2020, Russia hired hundreds of Syrian mercenaries to fight in Libya. But what about Ukraine? Foreign fighters from many countries have joined hands to fight this war. Well, Russia clearly outnumbers Ukraine in terms of its military capabilities across all categories. But Zelensky has called on reservists and Ukrainian civilians who have military experience to fight against Russia.
Many volunteers hailing from United States, Britain, Lithuania, Latvia and Norway have enlisted to join Ukraine in the fight against Russia.
Russia is accused of hiring private military contractors in Ukraine and Syria. But PMCs are not new in Russia, and many nations, including the United States, United Kingdom and China, have used PMCs in their previous invasions. The official statistics do not include deaths and injuries of mercenaries who participate in the war. This helps the government to hide the true human cost of war. Pentagon says recruiting mercenaries and PMCs will escalate the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. The United Nations has recorded 406 civilian deaths and 801 injuries on day 12 of Russia's invasion.
You are watching. Number one in war coverage. Number one in election coverage. Be it war or the state of war. Any big topic, India Today TV is the leader.
This is Ukraine's true danger zone. This is where gun firing and artillery firing has begun. After a perilous 14-hour train journey from Kiev, India Today reports from the real war zone. Only channel in the rebel combat zone.
Barricades that have been set up, and beyond those barricades is the deployment of the Russian army.
Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Turkey on Monday invoked the Montreux Convention of 1936 to stop escalation in Ukraine. Stating that the situation in Ukraine has turned into a war, Turkey's foreign minister activated the Montreux Convention and banned Russian war vessels from entering the Black Sea. So what is the Montreux Convention and how will it affect the war? According to the 1936 Montreux Convention, regarding the regime of the Straits, often referred to simply as the Montreux Convention, Turkey has control over both the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles Straits. The international agreement was signed by Australia, Bulgaria, France, Greece, Japan, Romania, Yugoslavia, the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union and Turkey, and has been in effect since November 1936. According to the Montreux Convention, only 9 warships are allowed to pass through the straits at any one time, and there are limits on how big the ships can be, both individually and as a group. No group of ships may exceed 15,000 metric tons. Modern warships are heavy, with frigates around 3,000 metric tons and destroyers and cruisers around 10,000 metric tons. And modern aircraft carriers are too big to go through. The foreign minister of Turkey wrote on Twitter, before Russia was able to flexibly use its Black Sea Fleet naval assets, including submarines. He added, now, not anymore. It has to choose which asset will be in the Black Sea and which one will remain in the Mediterranean. What Turkey is doing is more like what countries closing their airspace to Russia flights are doing. Closing the straits might never have a military impact in the Russo-Ukrainian war, but it is Turkey's unique way of punishing Russia for its crime of aggression and showing commitment to international law. Turkey has used the convention's powers before. During World War II, Turkey closed the straits to warships belonging to combatant nations. That prevented the Axis powers from sending their warships to attack the Soviet Union and blocked the Soviet Navy from participating. Today, Turkey has invoked the same Montreux Convention to send out a strong signal and message to Russia that it stands one with the international community and with Ukraine.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. Badlaav humse hai.
BJP's bulldozer flattens Samajwadi cycle. Yogi in driver's seat, rivals all crushed. India's new #1 political metaphor. Bulldozer clears Yogi's victory path. Double engine plus single bulldozer is equal to history.
Welcome back. You're watching our live and continuing coverage of the state of war. I'm Rahul Kanwal, and what we'll do over the next 1 hour is we'll go across to the BJP headquarters where Prime Minister Modi is expected any moment from now to celebrate a famous, significant victory. We'll also look at what happened in Uttar Pradesh where the BJP, exactly like the India Today Access My India exit poll had predicted, swept to power and won in style as Bulldozer Baba returned for a historic second term. The Yogi Modi double engine proved that Akhilesh's cycle was too slow to reach the Lucknow fast lane. From the end of Mafia Raj to the consolidation of women votes, we break down the factors that help BJP capture the popular mind in Uttar Pradesh.
इस बार उत्तर प्रदेश में रंगों वाली होली 10 दिन पहले ही मनाई जाएगी.
They called it the Modi-Yogi double engine, not without reason. The BJP has bulldozed its way to power in Uttar Pradesh once again. Holi has come a week early for the party as it wins a handsome majority with over 250 seats. It is the first time a party is retaining power in the state in 37 years. A big feat by itself. And CM Yogi Adityanath has become the first BJP chief minister to complete a 5-year tenure in Uttar Pradesh.
माताओं ने, बहनों ने, बेटियों ने आगे आकर के भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जो प्रचंड बहुमत दिया है अपने सहयोगियों के साथ में, आज इसका परिणाम है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतिहास बनाने जा रही है. उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर इतिहास बनाने की ओर अग्रसर है.
The BJP's victory was made possible by a combination of factors. Better law and order, end of Mafia Raj, free ration in villages, consolidation of women votes, and its tried and tested formula of Hindutva. While the BJP's tally came down from 322 seats, the target was daunting for principal challenger Akhilesh Yadav. While the cycle did move fast, it still proved to be too slow for the BJP's bullet train. The SP gained over 70 seats from its previous performance, but that was it. The casualties of the war are Mayawati and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. The BSP's vote share and seat share have shrunk considerably, and all the efforts by Priyanka could only fetch them less than 3% votes for the Congress. The elections in UP were billed as the big semi-final before 2024. The grand victory in India's most populous state, with 80 Lok Sabha seats, places the BJP in pole position for the general elections 2 years later. Bureau Report, India Today.
Bulldozer Baba is back. That's the slogan that's trending across Uttar Pradesh and online. Yogi Adityanath has scripted history by returning to power for a record second term. This is the first time in 3.5 decades that any chief minister has been re-elected to power in Uttar Pradesh. Here's a look at the man who's now clearly first among equals amongst the BJP chief ministers.
The monk who stormed back to power, bucking a 35-year trend in UP that has never permitted a successive victory. Saffron-clad and super confident through his campaign, Yogi Adityanath today has rung the biggest political bell of 2022. Branded a Hindutva icon, an image he invoked frequently through the campaign.
जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से डबल इंजन की सरकार फिर से आएगी. 80 बनाम 20 की तरफ चुनाव जा चुका है.
Even that comment, which had inflamed, appears to have come somewhat true, with votes pouring in from across barriers. The victory today is testament to the far more solid work he was actually standing on. By recasting himself as the law and order headmaster of Uttar Pradesh with visible results on the ground, Yogi made deep inroads into the minds and hearts of a vote bank that so many have ignored: women. He gamely broke the famous Noida jinx, which dictates defeat for anyone who campaigns in this Delhi suburb, and carefully crafted a campaign that rode on a pro-incumbency wave. Fighting the very real issue of unemployment, the bottom line is, Brand Yogi was able to persuade UP's electorate that not only was he worth voting back to power, but that nobody else deserved that chance.
The double-engine metaphor that projected Yogi as an extension of the enormously popular Prime Minister helped amplify welfare work done to fever pitch.
जिस यूपी की छवि इन लोगों ने ऐसी बना दी थी कि हाँ कुछ बदल नहीं सकता, उस यूपी में योगी जी की सरकार ने कानून व्यवस्था को सुधार कर दिखाया है.
With money in accounts, toilets in houses and safer towns and villages to live in, the unstoppable power of Ration Shasan was too much for the BJP's rivals to surmount. Let's make no mistake, Yogi's victory immediately makes him a first among equals in the BJP's pantheon of chief ministers and solidifies the wishful thinking among millions of BJP supporters that he now stands as next in line to the main engine Modi. Handpicked as a surprise choice to be CM 5 years ago, the phenomena of Yogi Adityanath is fully visible today. Bureau Report, India Today.
We want to show you live images from the BJP headquarters where the Prime Minister is expected to arrive in a short while from now. Rahul Verma joins us. Rahul, your sense of how this big victory of the BJP in Uttar Pradesh and in 4 states where they've been re-elected to power impacts the national big picture?
So first, it basically boosts their morale, right? BJP has not been winning state assembly elections since 2019. They were having difficult time in Jharkhand, in Maharashtra, in Haryana. The only victory was Assam in that sense. So retaining all 4 states and especially winning UP and Uttarakhand in big way is going to boost their morale. Second, presidential elections are going to be in May 2017, so it makes things easier for them to get their own nominee elected. And third, as we have been discussing throughout the day, it basically puts BJP on a much comfortable road to 2024. It doesn't make things super easy, but then it of course gives them the agenda setting power and other things.
Is there anything that could happen between 2022 and 2024 which makes it very difficult for the BJP, not in terms of a black swan event, but essentially in terms of opposition realignment and the way they configure to take on Modi?
See, yes, if all opposition parties get united, then in many of the states, BJP will have difficulty where they want to make inroad. But we also need to remember that opposition alliance is not going to solve the problem. We saw that happening in 2019, UP, SP, BSP, RLD coming together, yet BJP managed to trounce. And especially in the northwest India, where Congress is the main challenger, I don't know what TMC will add in Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan and other places. So while opposition unity can bring resources together, it doesn't basically necessarily put BJP in a very difficult
Does it
spot.
make, Rajat, the task of the BJP fighting for re-election in 2024 easier, this big victory in Uttar Pradesh especially?
I think BJP at this stage would not be too worried about 2024. I think for Prime Minister Modi, who is on a life's mission, I think this will give him some window for reforms to reinitiate something that he left off at the farm law with the withdrawal of that. This is going to give more confidence to Prime Minister Modi to unfold his agenda before the nation and seek the popular votes in support of the public. And
Do you see, Sheila, you understand the Prime Minister's mind well? Will he take up the farm issue again, or it's just too messy to touch?
First and foremost, have your BJP conducive, NDA president. Very important, very, very important. New president, which will be very soon, in 3-4 months. Very first. Then Karnataka, Maharashtra and Gujarat. Total political attention. Total. And Maharashtra will see much more fast-forwarded events now. And in Gujarat, because of faceless chief minister, Modi will keep repeating.
He's going to Gujarat tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow, and that will be a very big show, I think. So, so 2 issues are there. Very, very important is Parliament issue. And second issue, we forget that as soon as this election gets over, he has to take up this fallout of Ukraine war on economy. That is a most important issue because gas management, and since we have gone openly, abstained from this vote, I hope and I'm sure that our government will get some discounted price gas from Russia, because otherwise our economy will go upside down.
But if countries like US impose sanctions on the import of Russian oil, but that's a matter for another debate. There would be questions of how much trade India can do with a country like Russia. I want to go across to Aishwarya Paliwal, who's at the BJP headquarters in the capital. Aishwarya, I saw Holi came early, and that's what the Prime Minister had said, that Holi will be played about 10 days early, and that's what seems to be happening on the ground at the BJP headquarters.
Yes, Rahul, if you can hear the chants, these are the chants which are taking place at the BJP headquarters. All eyes on. Rahul, there are huge cutouts, everywhere you see people are just taking Prime Minister Narendra Modi's names, his cutouts. In fact, are there large cutouts of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the lotus there, Rahul. This is the kind of excitement which is very palpable here at the BJP headquarters. In fact, Rahul, on the other side is a large flag of Jai Shri Ram, of Lord Ram. So, I think you can gauge sitting in the studio. What's the atmosphere here?
These images now, that's the cavalcade of Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, driving in to the BJP headquarters from a little while earlier. Aishwarya was describing what's happening at the BJP headquarters. You see Nitin Gadkari, the former BJP president. We've already seen Home Minister Amit Shah. We've seen Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. This is Jai Prakash Nadda, the BJP president, now coming to the dais. Right at the front of the pack is former Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, former party president, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. Amit Shah on one side of the dais played a huge and very critical role in strategizing the BJP's elections there. And the Prime Minister is expected any time now, which is why the others have gone and taken their seats on the dais. This is a big celebration. Is it ordinary? Is it just the case, Rahul, always that the Chief Minister doesn't come, or could there have been a case for Yogi Adityanath to be in Delhi for the celebration?
See, I think Yogi Adityanath is celebrating the moment, and I think the BJP wants him there. I think if the BJP wanted him here, they would have got him here. But I think that event which we saw a little while back with Yogi Adityanath playing Holi, and it was that display. I think the BJP wanted to create these memories, these pixel moments in Lucknow, and they wanted them to stay with the public. I think that's why Yogi Adityanath is not here.
Okay, Amit Shah is smiling. He's worked very hard on this campaign and a sense of rest. But the problem, Sheila, is that these leaders don't rest. When everybody else is thinking, oh, we woke up really early in the morning, let's wake up a little late tomorrow, they're already planning for Gujarat, they're planning for Karnataka, you mentioned Maharashtra. They're constantly on the treadmill of politics and they don't get off.
Satta ki bhook. That's the reason. They don't get tired. The hunger for more and more power, for their bigger and bigger picture of India and the things to do for India is such. Thakan kyun lagegi?
It's ideology driven, Rahul.
And don't you remember that PV Narasimha Rao had packed up the bag, but he survived 5 years, and after 5 years, what
That's the Prime Minister's cavalcade, the big man himself. There was a lot of stress and pressure on his own shoulders, particularly in states like Uttarakhand and Goa, where the Prime Minister's individual credibility and goodwill had a lot to do with the end outcome. Here is Prime Minister Modi at the BJP headquarters being welcomed by BJP President Jai Prakash Nadda, and a big day this for JP Nadda as well, to register this big victory on his watch in the state of Uttar Pradesh. 270 seats at this time for the BJP. JP Nadda there welcoming Prime Minister with a stole. The Prime Minister very clearly, Rahul, very delighted with the way these results have gone. 4-0 from the BJP. In Punjab, no matter who says what, they knew they never had a chance. But 4-0 where they were in contention, 20 seats in Goa, 32 in Manipur. In Uttarakhand, they have a majority of 48. This is as good gets for the BJP.
Rahul, especially with the pandemic lasting 2 years, Rahul, I think any political party worth its salt would have faced a huge challenge. I think the BJP's success, and I think the Prime Minister's monitoring at the top to ensure that there is really, Rahul, I'll tell you a very interesting thing, that at the start of April 2020, when the pandemic really started arriving big way in India, in the Sarkari medical healthcare system, there were 17,000 ventilators only, 17,000 all over the country. The Prime Minister took charge, and by the time it was April 2021, there were 78,000. And that's the kind of supervision which went into it. Companies were brought in, people were asked to manufacture them. I think that delivery is actually has helped the BJP in the face of the pandemic. Also, I think, Rahul, look at the diversity of the mandate. You have a Goa where you have a large dominant Catholic vote. You have a complex caste cauldron like Uttar Pradesh. You have got Uttarakhand, which has got its own dynamic. To actually manage to hold on to these in a pandemic period, I think definitely means that the BJP as an electoral functioning machinery is now far superior to any political outfit in the country.
Rahul, I hope it's not too much to say and read between the lines, but I think what I understand of BJP, Modi, Amit Shah and other cabinet ministers, I think BJP's they have taken off in India in the 7th, 8th year of their power. They have
taken off now?
Just taken off.
So what happened in 2014?
No, I'm saying they have so many dreams and so much to do. They've just started. Believe me, what I understand, what they want. And
what do they want in your view?
Okay, so let me tell you that not in their language, but what I understand, and after talking to them for hours and hours since 2001, I think they want that one day will come when Western press will write the biggest economy, #1 India, then China, America and rest.
You know, I must tell you why Sheila Ben is special. She understands the minds of the powers that be.
Believe me, this is what they want. We are skeptical, and I understand in the current status of India, and we know that elections are won on perception and not reality. It's not that actually succession happened and they got votes. All that we understand, but I am telling you, they've just started.
See, Rahul, I'll tell you a very interesting episode I picked up in
according to them, even if they lose government, it's okay. They will again work hard and again they will strive for the power. But they mean business, and business is this, that they want to be the biggest economy in the world, and I know they are making many mistakes according to us. I am skeptical, but this is what they are saying.
Let's listen to what's
and there is no tax on
BJP
dreaming big, na?
Yeah, of course.
Modi, Modi, Narendra Modi, Narendra Modi, Narendra Modi, Narendra Modi. भारत माता की माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत कर रहे हैं। तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के दौरान मोदी, 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 नरेंद्र मोदी, नरेंद्र मोदी। तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट के साथ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत, अभिनंदन, ढेर सारे स्वागत अभिनंदन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का करें। गरीब, किसान, महिला, इन सभी वर्गों का उत्थान करने वाले जो आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को मसीहा के रूप में देखते हैं, अजय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत अभिनंदन।
Celebration, no fist pumps, very cool and calm about it. Just another day in the office. We just went and creamed our opposition. What's the big deal, Rajat? Look at that. He's, of course, delighted, but very nonchalant.
You know, the amount of hard work he's put in, he has lost his voice also. His throat was cranking up towards the end of the campaign. He wasn't able to speak clearly. That's the level of commitment. You are harming yourself in the process, but you're committed to a larger cause. Where else do you see this level of commitment?
There's a big
This is what inspires the
coming out
Karyakartas to go beyond this.
JP Nadda there garlanding the Prime Minister. Rajnath Singh flanking him. Amit Shah and everyone else holding that big garland. You know, it's this man's chemistry with the voters, the faith and belief that voters have in Prime Minister Modi, which remains undiminished despite the challenges of the last 2 years, Rajat. The fact that they still think that he's the best guy for solving their problems, that's a huge bond he has with the people of this country.
And I think, you know, and somewhere he also believes that there is some level of divine intervention. He's been, you know, tasked to do some things. He feels so, and I think it is. It appears from his actions, actually.
MP voter there, and BJP cadre says this 2 words that Bhagwan ka Ashirwad.
There is something special wherein public just blindly follows him everywhere, wherever he's going.
Everything is created, okay? It's not happening.
Of course, there are hiccups in the process, like Rahul was mentioning, that there have been lots of ups and downs. There have been a lot of state elections they have lost. Some places they've been, you know, outsmarted by the opposition parties.
Oh, it's crossing now 270. Yeah?
JP Nadda will speak first.
बोले भारत माता की, भारत माता की। स्वागत है, 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 स्वागत है। आज के इस विजय सभा में यहां उपस्थित भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री, हम सबके आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे भारत के रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, भारत के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी और भारत सरकार में मंत्री पूर्व अध्यक्ष सम्माननीय नितिन गडकरी जी और यहां उपस्थित इस विजय मनाने के लिए एकत्र आए इतनी बड़ी संख्या में हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता बंधु और मीडिया और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया और प्रिंट मीडिया के मेरे साथी, ये हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि आज चुनाव के नतीजे जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में एक तरफा आए हैं, उसके विजय यात्रा के क्रम में आज इस सभा में इतनी बड़ी संख्या में सब आकर अपने यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत करने, अभिनंदन करने आए हैं। आप सबकी ओर से और करोड़ों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से मैं भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। आज जो नतीजे आए हैं, जिसमें हमें एक तरफा भारत की जनता का, 4 राज्यों का जो आशीर्वाद मिला है, ये इस आशीर्वाद में जो योगदान भारत की जनता ने किया है, वो इस बात को बताता है कि आदरणीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के द्वारा चलाए गए कार्यक्रम, उनके द्वारा प्रतिपादित किए गए नीतियां, इस नीति को, इन नीतियों को फिर से देश की जनता ने चुनाव में जीत हासिल करा करके मुहर लगाई है। इस बात के लिए मैं मतदाताओं का अपनी ओर से हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं और साथ ही साथ प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उनके नेतृत्व में एक बार फिर से एनडीए, एक बार फिर से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड जीत हासिल हुई है और लोगों ने उनकी नीतियां और उनके कार्यक्रम को मुहर लगाई है। इसके लिए मैं पुनः उनको बधाई भी देता हूं, धन्यवाद भी देता हूं और आप सबकी ओर से, करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से और मतदाताओं की ओर से उनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, जो नतीजे आज आए हैं वो इस बात को बताते हैं कि ये नतीजे बहुत तरीके से पहली बार राजनीति के दृष्टि से कुछ इंगित करते हैं, कुछ दिशा देते हैं, कुछ जिसे हम कहते हैं कि रास्ता बताते हैं कि भारत की राजनीति मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ रही है। अगर हम उत्तर प्रदेश की बात करें तो यह पहला मौका है कि 4 बार लगातार मोदी जी को उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने लगातार आशीर्वाद दिया है। – 2014 में प्रचंड जीत हासिल हुई थी उत्तर प्रदेश में लोकसभा में, 2017 में प्रचंड आशीर्वाद उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया था और हमारी सरकार बनाई थी, और 2019 में फिर से लोकसभा में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आशीर्वाद मिला था और इस बार फिर से 2022 में चौथी बार लगातार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है। ये पहली बार 37 साल बाद हो रहा है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में लगातार कोई पार्टी की सरकार दोबारा आई है। ये 37 साल बाद उत्तर प्रदेश की धरती पर हो रहा है और हमारा वोट शेयर भी 42% से ज्यादा बढ़कर के आया है। इसी प्रकार अगर हम देखें तो उत्तराखंड जब से राज्य बना तब से हमेशा वहां सरकार बदलती रही, हर चुनाव में सरकार बदलती रही, लेकिन मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड का चुनाव लड़ा गया और उत्तराखंड की जनता ने भी फिर से दोबारा और पहली बार दोबारा सरकार बनाई है और उत्तराखंड में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बहुमत दिया गया है। अगर हम बात करें मणिपुर की तो मणिपुर में भी पहली बार विशुद्ध भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बहुमत से अब हमारी सरकार बन रही है। यह परिस्थिति आई है, इसको भी हमको याद रखना चाहिए। और अगर हम गोवा की बात करें तो वहां हम इस बार हैट्रिक बनाने जा रहे हैं, तीसरी बार हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं और वहां भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नीतियों का, कार्यक्रम का आशीर्वाद हम सबको मिला है और उसके कारण ये जीत हासिल हुई है। मित्रों, जहां हम आज 4 राज्यों में सरकार बनाने के लिए अपने बहुमत के साथ खड़े हैं, वहीं कल के नतीजे जो असम के म्युनिसिपल बोर्ड के आए, कॉरपोरेशन के, आपको जानकर खुशी होगी कि 80 म्युनिसिपल बोर्ड, म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन में 77 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीत हासिल की और आज वहां भी एक बाई इलेक्शन था मंझोली का, वह भी सीट
प्रचंड मार्जिन के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जीती है। इसलिए जिसे हम कहते हैं कि हमारी जनता ने मोदी जी को भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया, एक तरफा आशीर्वाद दिया है और उनकी नीतियों के, उनके कार्यक्रमों को फिर से एक बार मुहर लगाई है। इस बात के लिए हम सबको बहुत बहुत मोदी जी का धन्यवाद देते हैं। मित्रों, चुनाव में एक बात कही गई कि कुछ पार्टियां हमारे खिलाफ जुट गई हैं और इसलिए वोट की मात्रा उनकी बढ़ जाएगी और वो जीत हासिल करेंगे। कई पत्रकार ये पूछा करते थे कि इतनी पार्टियों का जमावड़ा हो गया है, आप किस तरीके से इसको देखते हैं? मैं उस समय भी कहता था कि यदि नेता मिल जाएं और पार्टियां मिल जाएं तो वोटर नहीं मिलता है, वोटर अपनी रक्षा करना खुद जानता है। इस बात को हमको याद रखना। और मैंने ये भी कहा था कि चुनाव सिर्फ मैथमेटिक्स नहीं है, चुनाव सिर्फ अरिथमेटिक नहीं है, चुनाव केमिस्ट्री है। और जब मैं केमिस्ट्री बोलता हूं तो हम सबको ये याद रखना चाहिए कि भारत की जनता, गरीब जनता, वंचित जनता, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, हमारी महिलाएं, हमारी बहनें, हमारा युवा साथी, हमारा किसान आज अगर अपनी केमिस्ट्री जोड़ता है तो वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ जोड़ता है। इस बात को हमको याद रखना चाहिए। ये रसायन शास्त्र का मोदी जी की गरीबों के प्रति, जो वंचित थे, पीड़ित थे, शोषित थे, समाज के अंतिम पायदान पर खड़े थे, उनको सशक्तिकरण देने का काम मोदी जी ने किया, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया। और इसलिए रसायन शास्त्र का गरीब व्यक्ति को, जो वंचित था, उसको रस मिलता है तो वो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीतियों से मिलता है, कार्यक्रमों से मिलता है। इसको हमको याद रखना चाहिए। मित्रों, जब हम गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित इनकी बात करते हैं तो हम साथ में यह भी कहते हैं कि चाहे उजाला हो, उज्ज्वला हो, सौभाग्य हो, आयुष्मान हो, प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना हो, प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि हो, ये सारे के सारे कार्यक्रम साधारण व्यक्ति का सशक्तिकरण करते हैं। और वो साधारण व्यक्ति जब चुनाव आता है तो अपना कीमती मत को संभाल कर रखता है और मोदी जी के नाम पर वो कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाता है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत की राजनीति की संस्कृति बदली है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत की राजनीति की संस्कृति बदली है। लंबे समय तक एक राजनीति चल रही थी, वह राजनीति थी भाई भतीजावाद, भ्रष्टाचार, सांप्रदायिकता, जातिवाद, परिवारवाद, क्षेत्रवाद। इनकी राजनीति लंबे समय से चल रही थी। लेकिन आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत की राजनीति बदल दी, उसकी संस्कृति बदल दी। अब रिपोर्ट कार्ड की राजनीति है। काम करोगे, जनता के बीच में जाओगे और जनता का आशीर्वाद लोगे। आज विकास की राजनीति है, आज सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है, आज महिला सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है, आज युवा सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है, आज किसानों के सशक्तिकरण की राजनीति है। आज जो व्यक्ति समाज के अंतिम पायदान पर खड़ा था, जिसको कोई पूछता नहीं था, वोट का आधार मानता था, वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स करता था, उसको मुख्य धारा में लाने का काम और सशक्तिकरण का काम किया है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया है, उनकी नीतियों ने किया है। मित्रों, जब मैं उत्तर प्रदेश की बात करता हूं तो हम जानते हैं 5 साल पहले वहां भय का वातावरण था, भ्रष्टाचार था, माफिया राज था, गुंडागर्दी थी, आतंकवादी दंडनाते थे, उनको नेताओं का संरक्षण मिलता था। लेकिन योगी जी ने लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को कंट्रोल करके वहां पर भय मुक्त समाज और भय मुक्त प्रदेश बनाने का काम किया तो आदरणीय योगी जी ने किया। और उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया। अभी मैं नतीजे देख रहा था, हम 2/3 बहुमत की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। यह परिस्थिति आकर के खड़ी हुई है। जो माफिया राज दंडनाते थे वो आज जेलों में बंद है। जो लोग भय का वातावरण बनाते थे वो आज खुद भयभीत हैं। यह परिस्थिति आज योगी जी ने की है, इसका भी हम सबको ध्यान रखना चाहिए और उनका भी हम धन्यवाद दें। अगर हम मणिपुर की बात करें, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नॉर्थ ईस्ट का ये पहले प्रधानमंत्री हैं जिन्होंने एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी, पूर्व की ओर देखो और काम करो, पूर्व को संभालो और मुख्य धारा में शामिल करो। 50 बार आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आपका प्रवास हुआ है और आपने उनके दर्द को समझा है और उनको राहत दिलाई है और मुख्य धारा में उनको लाए। यही नॉर्थ ईस्ट बंद, ब्लॉकेड के लिए जाना जाता था, आज शांति और विकास के लिए जाना जाता है। और मणिपुर में भी पहली बार विशुद्ध भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनी है। अगर हम बात करें उत्तराखंड की तो यह भी हम दोबारा जीत करके आ रहे हैं, पहली बार मौका मिला और यहां भी विकास हर दृष्टि से हो रहा है। और जो मोदी जी ने कहा कि उत्तराखंड अगले दशक उत्तराखंड का होगा, इसको उत्तराखंड की जनता ने अपनाया है, समझा है, जाना है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मुहर लगाई। मित्रों, अगर ये हम सब लोग यहां बैठे हैं बिना मास्क के और नजदीक बैठे हैं, ये संभव अगर हुआ है तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के अथक प्रयास से हुआ है। जो 180 करोड़ लोगों को वैक्सीनेशन देकर डबल डोज उनको तैयार किया है। जब पाश्चात्य देश मुसीबत में अपने आप को पाते हैं तो 130 करोड़ का देश मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सुरक्षित दिखता है। इस बात को भी हमको याद रखना है। आर्थिक स्थिति में जो विकास हुआ है कोरोना के पश्चात, आज भारत की आर्थिक स्थिति जिसको दुनिया के मान रही है कि एक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी के तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहा है, यह भी दूरदृष्टि बताती है हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री। आज हम सब लोग नहीं रहूंगा, मैं इस मंच से जहां आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं, सभी केंद्रीय नेताओं को धन्यवाद देता हूं, सभी हमारे प्रदेश के नेताओं को धन्यवाद देता हूं, वहीं मैं अपने करोड़ों करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई और धन्यवाद देता हूं। कार्यकर्ताओं ने जमीन पर जाकर अथक प्रयास किया। क्या नेता, क्या कार्यकर्ता, क्या विस्तारक, क्या हमारे प्रवासी कार्यकर्ता, सबने अपना पूरी ताकत लगाई और आपकी जमीन पर मेहनत रंग लाई और मोदी जी की नीतियों को वोट में परिवर्तित करने में आपने अपना योगदान दिया। मैं आप सबको भी इसके लिए बधाई देता हूं और धन्यवाद देता हूं। इसी तरीके से हम लोगों ने आगे बढ़ना है और 2024 में भी इससे और आगे बढ़ करके जाना है और आप सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने अथक प्रयास अपना जारी रखना है, ऐसा मैं आपसे निवेदन करना चाहता हूं। आपके राष्ट्रभक्ति को मैं सलाम करता हूं। आपके राष्ट्रभक्ति के साथ, पार्टी के साथ खड़े होकर के कार्य को करने की मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और इसी प्रकार से हम सब लोगों ने आगे बढ़ना है और भारत को मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में यशस्वी बनाना है। इस काम को, इस लक्ष्य को लेकर हम चलेंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सब लोगों ने मिला।
शोषित वंचित के लगातार उत्थान करने वाले उनके मसीहा के रूप में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी विश्व के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता हैं। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से निवेदन करता हूं कि यहाँ पे बैठे हुए कार्यकर्ताओं, करोड़ों कार्यकर्ताओं को संबोधित करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। आज उत्साह का दिन है, उत्सव का दिन है। ये उत्सव भारत के लोकतंत्र के लिए है। मैं इन चुनावों में हिस्सा लेने वाले सभी मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। उनके निर्णय के लिए मतदाताओं का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। विशेष रूप से हमारी माताओं बहनों ने, हमारे युवाओं ने जिस प्रकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को भरपूर समर्थन दिया है, वो अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा संदेश है। मुझे इस बात का भी संतोष है कि फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स ने बढ़ चढ़कर मतदान में हिस्सा लिया और भाजपा की जीत पक्की की। चुनाव के दौरान भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मुझसे वादा किया था कि इस बार होली 10 मार्च से ही शुरू हो जाएगी। हमारे कर्मठ कार्यकर्ताओं ने ये विजय ध्वज फहरा करके इस वायदे को पूरा करके दिखाया है। मैं भाजपा के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं की भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करूंगा, जिन्होंने दिन रात देखे बिना इन चुनावों में कड़ी मेहनत की। हमारे कार्यकर्ता जनता जनार्दन का दिल जीतने में, जनता जनार्दन का विश्वास जीतने में सफल रहे और पूरे पार्टी का नेतृत्व जिन्होंने किया, कार्यकर्ताओं ने को जिन्होंने लगातार मार्गदर्शन किया, ऐसे हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी को भी मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। पार्टी के हर छोटे मोटे सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने उनके अथक परिश्रम से आज एनडीए के लिए जीत का चौका लगाया है। साथियों, उत्तर प्रदेश ने देश को अनेक प्रधानमंत्री दिए, लेकिन 5 साल का कार्यकाल पूरा करने वाले किसी मुख्यमंत्री के दोबारा चुने जाने का यह पहला उदाहरण है। नड्डा जी ने विस्तार से बताया, उत्तर प्रदेश में 37 साल बाद कोई सरकार लगातार दूसरी बार सत्ता में आई है। 3 राज्य यूपी, गोवा और मणिपुर में सरकार में होने के बावजूद बीजेपी के वोट शेयर में वृद्धि हुई है। गोवा में सारे एग्जिट पोल गलत निकल गए और वहां की जनता ने तीसरी बार सेवा करने का मौका दिया है। 10 साल तक सत्ता में रहने के बाद भी राज्य में बीजेपी की सीटों की संख्या बढ़ी है। उत्तराखंड में भी भाजपा ने नया इतिहास रचा है। राज्य में पहली बार कोई पार्टी लगातार दूसरी बार सत्ता में आई है। यानी सीमा से सटा एक पहाड़ी राज्य, एक समुद्र तटीय राज्य और एक मां गंगा का विशेष आशीर्वाद प्राप्त एक राज्य और पूर्वोत्तर सीमा पर एक राज्य, भाजपा को चारों दिशाओं से आशीर्वाद मिला है। इन राज्यों की चुनौतियां भिन्न है, सबकी विकास की यात्रा का मार्ग भिन्न है, लेकिन सबको जो बात एक सूत्र में पिरो रही है वो है भाजपा पर विश्वास। भाजपा की नीति, भाजपा की नीयत और भाजपा के निर्णयों पर अपार विश्वास। साथियों, ये चुनाव नतीजे भाजपा की प्रो पुअर, प्रो एक्टिव गवर्नेंस पर एक प्रकार से बड़ी मजबूत मोहर लगाते हैं। पहले जनता अपने ही हक के लिए सरकार के दरवाजे खटखटाकर थक जाती थी। बिजली, पानी, गैस, टेलीफोन, बहुत बुनियादी सुविधाओं के लिए, सामान्य जरूरतों के लिए सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने पड़ते थे, पैसे देने पड़ते थे। कुछ साधन संपन्न लोगों तक सुविधा पहुंचने के रास्ते अलग थे, पहुंच जाती थी। देश में गरीबों के नाम पर घोषणाएं बहुत हुई, योजनाएं भी बहुत बनी, लेकिन उस योजनाओं का जो हकदार था, जिस गरीब का उस पर हक था, उसके लिए ये हक उसको मिले बिना परेशानी को मिले, उसके लिए गुड गवर्नेंस, डिलीवरी, इसका बड़ा महत्व होता है। लेकिन भाजपा इस बात को समझती है और मैं लंबे अरसे तक मुख्यमंत्री के नाते काम करके आया हूं, इसलिए मुझे पता है कि आखिरी इंसान की सुविधा के लिए कितनी मेहनत करनी चाहिए। बीते वर्षों में हमने गवर्नेंस डिलीवरी सिस्टम तो बेहतर किया ही, साथ साथ पूरी प्रक्रिया में पारदर्शिता भी लाए हैं। भाजपा गरीब को भरोसा देती है कि प्रत्येक गरीब तक सरकार ने निर्णय की हुई सुविधाएं जरूर पहुंचेगी। और मैं गरीब के घर तक उसका हक पहुंचाए बिना चैन से बैठने वाला इंसान नहीं। दशक से भी ज्यादा समय तक हेड ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट के रूप में सेवा करने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला है। सरकार में कितनी दिक्कतें होती हैं, गवर्नेंस में कितनी दिक्कतें होती हैं, इसको भली भांति जानता हूं। उसके बावजूद भी मैंने एक ऐसी हिम्मत की है, शायद कोई न कर पाए। और वो हिम्मत मैंने लाल किले से 15 अगस्त को मेरे भाषण में उसको व्यक्त किया था। मैंने कहा था कि अब भाजपा को जहां जहां सेवा करने का मौका मिलेगा, हम हर योजना के जो हकदार हैं उनके लिए 100% सैचुरेशन, यानी काम को 100% पूरा करना, हर गरीब तक हर सरकारी योजना का लाभ पहुंचाना, ये 100% की कल्पना करना 2 दशक से ज्यादा समय सरकार का काम करने के बाद मैं कहता हूं, ये बहुत बड़ी हिम्मत की है मैंने। और ये हिम्मत मैंने इसलिए की है कि जब ईमानदारी होती है, नीयत साफ होती है, गरीबों के प्रति करुणा होती है, देश का कल्याण यही जीवन का मंत्र होता है, तो फिर ऐसे निर्णय करने की ताकत पैदा होती है। हम हर गरीब तक पहुंचेंगे, हम हर गरीब तक पहुंचेंगे, 100% लाभार्थियों तक पहुंचेंगे। भाई और बहनों, आज मैं देश की महिलाओं, हमारी बहन बेटियों को विशेष रूप से नमन करता हूं। चुनाव के नतीजों में मेरी इन माताओं, बहनों का, बेटियों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि भाजपा को बहनों, बेटियों, माताओं ने इतना स्नेह दिया है, इतना आशीर्वाद मिला है। जहां जहां महिला मतदाताओं ने पुरुषों के मुकाबले ज्यादा वोट किया है, वहां बीजेपी को बम्पर जीत मिली है। एक प्रकार से हमारी माताएं, बहनें, हमारी बेटियां, हमारी ये स्त्री शक्ति भाजपा की जीत की सारथी बनी है। मैं जब गुजरात में था तो कभी कभी कुछ ऐसी घटनाएं हो जाती थी कि लोग चिंता करते थे, मोदी जी आपकी सुरक्षा का क्या, आप चिंता क्यों नहीं करते, अपने आप को क्यों संभालते नहीं हैं, तो मैं एक ही जवाब देता था कि कोटि कोटि माताओं का, स्त्री शक्ति का मुझे सुरक्षा कवच मिला हुआ है। साथियों, भारत की माताएं, बहन, बेटियां निरंतर भाजपा पर विश्वास कर रही हैं। उनको पहली बार विश्वास मिला है कि सरकार उनकी छोटी से छोटी जरूरतों को भी ध्यान में रखती है। साथियों, इन चुनावों के नतीजों ने एक बात और साफ कर दी है कि यूपी की जनता को, और मैं सभी ज्ञानियों को कहता हूं कि देश की भलाई के लिए अब पुरानी घिसी पिटी रिकॉर्ड छोड़ के जरा नए सिरे से सोचना शुरू कीजिए। इस देश के लिए बड़ी दुख की बात है। मैं स्वयं बहुत दुख अनुभव करता था जब ये ज्ञानी लोग यूपी की जनता को सिर्फ और सिर्फ जातिवाद के तराजू से तोलते थे, जातिवाद की दृष्टि से देखते थे। मैं समझता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश के नागरिकों को जातिवाद की बाड़ाबंदी में बांध करके वे उन जातियों का अपमान करते थे, उन नागरिकों का अपमान करते थे, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश का अपमान करते थे। कुछ लोग ये कहकर यूपी को बदनाम करते हैं कि यहां के चुनाव में तो जाति ही चलती है। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों ने दिखा दिया है। 2014 के चुनाव नतीजे देखें, 2017, 2019 के नतीजे देखें, और अब फिर 22 में भी देख रहे हैं। हर बार यूपी के लोगों ने सिर्फ और सिर्फ विकासवाद की राजनीति को ही चुना है। यूपी के लोगों ने इन लोगों को यह सबक दिया है और यह सबक उनको सीखना होगा। यूपी के गरीब से गरीब व्यक्ति ने, यूपी में गांव में रहने वाला व्यक्ति हो, पढ़ा लिखा हो या अनपढ़ हो, यूपी के हर मतदाता ने, हर नागरिक ने एक सबक दिया है कि जाति की गरिमा, जाति का मान देश को जोड़ने के लिए होना चाहिए, देश को तोड़ने के लिए नहीं होना चाहिए, और ये करके दिखाया है। 4 चुनावों में करके दिखाया है। वैसे आज मैं ये भी कहूंगा कि 2019 के चुनाव नतीजों के बाद कुछ पॉलिटिकल ज्ञानियों ने कहा था 2019 में जब लोकसभा में हम दोबारा जीत करके आए तो उस ज्ञानियों ने कहा था कि भाई इस 2019 के जीत में क्या है, ये तो 2017 में ही तय हो गई थी, क्योंकि 2017 में यूपी का रिजल्ट आया था। मैं मानता हूं इस बार भी ये ज्ञानी जरूर कहने की हिम्मत करेंगे कि 2022 के नतीजों ने 2024 के नतीजे तय कर दिए हैं। पंजाब के भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं की भी विशेष प्रशंसा करूंगा। उन्होंने विपरीत परिस्थितियों में जिस प्रकार पार्टी का झंडा बुलंद किया है, वो आने वाले समय में पंजाब में भाजपा की मजबूती को, देश की मजबूती को एक अहम स्थान के रूप में विकसित करेंगे, ये मेरा पूरा विश्वास है। पंजाब में भाजपा एक शक्ति के रूप में उभरनी है, ये मैं अपनी आंखों के सामने देख रहा हूं दोस्तों। सीमावर्ती राज्य होने के नाते पंजाब को अलगाववादी राजनीति से सतर्क रखना भाजपा का कार्यकर्ता जान की बाजी लगा करके भी इस काम को करता रहेगा। आने वाले 5 सालों में भाजपा का हर कार्यकर्ता वहां इस दायित्व को जोर शोर से निभाने वाला है। ये विश्वास मैं पंजाब की जनता को आज देना चाहता हूं। साथियों, ये चुनाव ऐसे समय में हुए हैं जब दुनिया 100 साल के सबसे बड़े कोरोना जैसी महामारी के संकट से लड़ रही है। पूरी मानव जात, पूरा विश्व 100 साल में ऐसी बीमारी नहीं देखी, ऐसी मुसीबत से लड़ना नहीं पड़ा है। ये जैसे कुछ कम था तो युद्ध ने भी विश्व की चिंताएं बढ़ाई हैं। इन परिस्थितियों में दुनिया भर की सप्लाई चेन छिन्न भिन्न हो गई है। 2 साल से सप्लाई चेन पर बहुत ही विपरीत प्रभाव हुआ और युद्ध ने उसमें और जोड़ दिया। इन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए भारत ने जो कदम उठाए, आर्थिक स्तर पर जो फैसले लिए, गरीब कल्याण के जो फैसले लिए, उन सभी ने भारत को संभल कर आगे बढ़ने में बहुत मदद की। भारत बच पाया है क्योंकि हमारी नीतियां जमीन से जुड़ी रही। हमारी नीतियां जमीन से जुड़ी रही और हमारे प्रयास निष्ठा और नियत की पटरी पर अविरत आगे बढ़ते रहे। जहां जहां डबल इंजन की सरकार रही, वहां पर जनता के हितों की डबल सुरक्षा हुई और विकास के कार्यों की गति भी तेज हुई। इस समय जो युद्ध चल रहा है, उसका प्रभाव प्रत्यक्ष और परोक्ष रूप से दुनिया के हर देश पर पड़ रहा है। भारत शांति के पक्ष में है, बातचीत से हर समस्या को सुलझाने के पक्ष में है। लेकिन जो देश सीधे जंग लड़ रहे हैं, भारत का उनसे आर्थिक दृष्टि से, सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से, शिक्षा की दृष्टि से, राजनीतिक दृष्टि से नाता है। भारत की बहुत सारी जरूरतें इन देशों से जुड़ी हुई हैं। भारत बाहर से जो कच्चा तेल मंगाता है, पाम ऑयल मंगाता है, सनफ्लावर ऑयल मंगाता है, उसकी कीमत भी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रही है। कोयला हो, गैस हो, फर्टिलाइजर हो, सभी की कीमतों में पूरी दुनिया में कल्पना बाहर का उछाल आ रहा है। युद्ध के कारण पूरी दुनिया में महंगाई बढ़ रही है। विकासशील देशों को विशेष रूप से कठिनाई का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। साथियों, इस वैश्विक संदर्भ में इन कठिनाइयों के बीच इस बार के बजट पर नजर डालें तो एक विश्वास पैदा होता है। देश आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान के मार्ग पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। इस भावना को इस बार के बजट से और ऊर्जा मिली है और मैं मानता हूं कि दुनिया भर में बने निर्माण हुए इस विपरीत वातावरण में, उथल पुथल से भरे माहौल में, अनिश्चितता से भरे माहौल में भारत की जनता ने विशेष करके उत्तर प्रदेश जैसे राज्यों ने अपनी दूरदृष्टि का परिचय दिया है। भारत के मतदाताओं ने जिस तरह इन चुनावों में स्थिर सरकारों के लिए वोट दिया, वो इस बात का प्रतिबिंब है कि लोकतंत्र भारतीयों की रगों में है। लेकिन भाई और बहनों, आज इस अवसर पर मैं देश के सामने अपनी कुछ चिंताएं भी रखना चाहता हूं। देश का नागरिक तो बहुत जिम्मेदारी के साथ देश के हित में अपना काम कर रहा है। जब भी उसको अवसर मिलता है वो जिम्मेदारी के साथ पेश आता है। देश का सामान्य नागरिक राष्ट्र निर्माण में जुटा है, लेकिन हमारे यहां कुछ लोग लगातार राजनीति का स्तर गिराते जा रहे हैं। कोरोना के इस समय में भी हमने देखा है कि इन लोगों ने देशवासियों को गुमराह करने की लगातार कोशिश की। वैक्सीनेशन के हमारे प्रयासों की दुनिया प्रशंसा कर रही है, लेकिन इस पवित्र कार्य पर, मानवता के कार्य पर, सेवा के कार्य पर, भारत की वैक्सीन पर भी सवाल उठाए गए। दुर्भाग्य की बात है, जब यूक्रेन में हजारों भारतीय विद्यार्थी, हमारे छात्र, हमारे नागरिक फंसे हुए थे, तब भी देश का मनोबल तोड़ने की बातें हो रही थी। जो वहां फंसे थे उनके परिवारों की चिंता बढ़ाने का काम हो रहा था। ये लोग उन बच्चों में असुरक्षा की भावना बढ़ा रहे थे, यहां उनके परिवार वालों की चिंता बढ़ा रहे थे। इतना ही नहीं, इन लोगों ने ऑपरेशन गंगा को भी प्रदेशवाद की बेड़ियों में बांधने की कोशिश की। हर योजना को, हर कार्य को क्षेत्रवाद, प्रदेशवाद, जातिवाद, संप्रदायवाद का रंग देने का प्रयास भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए बहुत बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। साथियों, इन चुनावों में मैंने लगातार विकास की बात की। गरीबों को घर, गरीबों को राशन, वैक्सीन, आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, हर विषय पर भाजपा का विजन लोगों के सामने रखा। इसके साथ ही जिस एक बात पर मैंने सबसे ज्यादा चिंता जताई थी वो थी गौर परिवारवाद। मैंने राज्यों के लोगों को बताया कि कैसे मैं किसी परिवार के खिलाफ नहीं हूं, न ही मेरी किसी की व्यक्तिगत दुश्मनी है। मैं लोकतंत्र की चिंता करता हूं और मैं सभी ज्ञानियों को कहता हूं, जरा लोकतंत्र के तराजू पर इन चीजों को तोल के देखो। और मैंने लोगों को बताया कैसे परिवारवादी राजनीति ने उनके राज्य का कितना नुकसान किया है, राज्य को पीछे ले जा रहा है। और मुझे खुशी है कि मतदाताओं ने इस बात को समझते हुए भी इस चुनाव में अपना वोट दिया है, लोकतंत्र की ताकत को मजबूत किया है। साथियों, ये लगातार बहस बहुत जरूरी है। भारत जैसे लोकतंत्र में और देश को जिस ऊंचाई पर ले जाना है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए जिन मुद्दों को मैं उठा रहा हूं उसको निरपेक्ष भाव से बहस होना जरूरी है। भारत में परिवारवादी राजनीति का, ये मेरे शब्द लिख करके रखिए दोस्तों, एक न एक दिन ऐसा आएगा जब भारत में परिवारवादी राजनीति का सूर्यास्त ये देश के नागरिक करके रहेंगे। इस चुनाव में देश के मतदाताओं ने अपनी सूझबूझ का परिचय दिखाते हुए ये क्या होने वाला है इसका इशारा कर दिया है। साथियों, आज एक और विषय में देश के लोगों के सामने रखना चाहता हूं। ये विषय है भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई को रोकने की साजिश। आप मुझे बताइए साथियों, क्या भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? भ्रष्टाचार करने वालों पर कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? ये भ्रष्टाचार रूपी दिमाग देश में से नष्ट होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? साथियों, हमारे देश में भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लोगों में, भ्रष्टाचारियों के खिलाफ, ऐसे लोगों के प्रति एक भयंकर नफरत का भाव रहता है। देश की गाढ़ी कमाई को लूटकर अपनी तिजोरी भरने की ये प्रवृत्ति कुछ लोगों की पहचान के साथ जुड़ गई है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2014 में एक ईमानदार सरकार का वायदा करके चुनाव जीती थी और हमारी ईमानदारी को देखकर 2019 में जनता ने हमें और ज्यादा आशीर्वाद दिया। और देश हमसे अपेक्षा करता है कि मोदी जी आपकी सरकार सिर्फ प्रामाणिक रहे इतना इनफ नहीं है। आप ही हैं, आप ही की सरकार है जो भ्रष्टाचारियों को सजा कर सकती है, उन पर कठोर से कठोर कार्रवाई कर सकती है। मुझे बताइए, जनता की इस अपेक्षा को मुझे पूरा करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? जनता की आशा आकांक्षा के लिए सरकार ने जिम्मेवार व्यवहार करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? लेकिन आज हम देख रहे हैं जो निष्पक्ष संस्थाएं हैं, जो पूरी तरह इंडिपेंडेंट है, वे अगर भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करते हैं तो ये लोग और उनका पूरा इकोसिस्टम अब भ्रष्टाचारियों की रक्षा करने के लिए उन संस्थाओं को बदनाम करने के लिए मैदान में आ गए हैं। ये देश का कितना बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है कि घोटालों से घिरे लोग एकजुट होकर अब अपनी इकोसिस्टम की मदद से इन संस्थाओं पर ही दबाव बनाने लगे हैं। जांच एजेंसियों को रोकने के लिए ये लोग अपने इकोसिस्टम के साथ मिलकर नए नए तरीके खोजते हैं। इन लोगों को देश की न्यायपालिका पर भी भरोसा नहीं है। पहले हजारों करोड़ रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार करो, फिर जांच भी नहीं होने दो, और जांच करे तो उस पर दबाव बनाओ। ये इन लोगों की प्रवृत्ति है। और देश के लोगों को एक और बात पर मैं ध्यान देना के लिए आकर्षित करना चाहता हूं। ये लोग किसी भ्रष्टाचारी पर कार्रवाई होते ही उसे धर्म का रंग देते हैं, प्रदेश का रंग दे देते हैं, जाति का रंग देने लगते हैं। ये नए तौर तरीके शुरू हुए हैं। किसी माफिया के खिलाफ अदालत कोई फैसला सुना देती है तो भी उसे ये लोग धर्म और जाति से जोड़ देते हैं। ऐसे में भारत के मैं सभी संप्रदायों से आग्रह करता हूं, मैं सभी जाति पे गर्व करने वाले ईमानदार लोगों से आग्रह करना चाहता हूं, उन सबको सोचना होगा कि ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारियों, ऐसे माफियाओं को अपने समाज से, अपने संप्रदाय से, अपनी जाति से दूर करने की हिम्मत करें। इससे समाज भी मजबूत होगा, संप्रदाय भी मजबूत होगा और हर व्यक्ति का भला होगा। और यूपी में हमारी विजय का एक कारण यह भी है कि वहां के लोगों ने कई दशकों से ऐसी राजनीति का बहुत नुकसान सहा है। मैं बनारस का सांसद होने के नाते यूपी के लोगों के प्यार और आशीर्वाद ने मुझे भी यूपी वाला बना दिया। मैं बनारस का सांसद होने के नाते मेरे अनुभव से कह सकता हूं, यूपी के लोग ये बात समझ चुके हैं कि जाति को बदनाम करने वालों से, संप्रदाय को बदनाम करने वालों से अब दूर रहना है और राज्य के विकास को ही सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता देनी है। साथियों, आजादी के 75वें वर्ष को देखते हुए भी इन चुनाव परिणामों का बहुत महत्व है। भारत आजादी के अमृत काल में प्रवेश कर रहा है। ये चुनाव परिणाम आने वाले 25 वर्षों के हमारे राष्ट्रीय संकल्पों के प्रति देश के मिजाज को, देश के मूड को प्रतिबिंबित करते हैं। यहां से हम दो पटरियों पर एक साथ तेजी से काम करने वाले हैं। एक तरफ गांव, गरीब, छोटे किसान, लघु उद्यमी, उनके कल्याण पर हमारा जोर है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ देश के संसाधनों, देश की युवा शक्ति को नए अवसर देकर हम आत्मनिर्भरता के मिशन को तेज करना चाहते हैं। भारत का युवा आज अपने हुनर से, अपनी बुद्धि के बल से और अपनी क्षमता के उपयोग से दुनिया को समाधान दे रहा है। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा और सबसे तेज टीकाकरण अभियान आज के भारत के सामर्थ्य का बड़ा उदाहरण है। आज भारत डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम में आत्मनिर्भर हो रहा है। स्टार्टअप के क्षेत्र में अपना सामर्थ्य बढ़ा रहा है और तकनीक के क्षेत्र में नई नई उपलब्धियां प्राप्त कर रहा है। और यह सब हो रहा है उसकी युवा शक्ति के कारण। भारत में शिक्षा का स्तर उच्च कोटि का हो, जो देश और दुनिया की जरूरतों को पूरा करने वाली वर्कफोर्स तैयार कर सके, यह हमारा संकल्प है। आज एक ऐसे नए भारत का निर्माण हो रहा है जहां आपकी पहचान आप से होती है। मुझे विश्वास है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के मंत्र पर चलते हुए हम अपने अपने राज्यों को नई ऊंचाई पर लेके जाएंगे। जब देश के हर राज्य का विकास होगा तो देश का भी विकास होगा। और मुझे तो मैं गुजरात में इतने साल काम किया, दिल्ली में सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अच्छा मानने वाली सरकार नहीं थी। हमारी सरकार में रोड़े अटकाने के सोच वाली सरकार थी। फिर भी गुजरात में हमारा मंत्र यही था, भारत के विकास के लिए गुजरात का विकास। साथियों, हमें जुट जाना है, एक पल भी गंवाना नहीं है। चुनौतियां कितनी ही कठिन क्यों न हो, लेकिन जीतने का संकल्प उससे भी बड़ा होता है। बड़े संकल्पों के साथ, बड़े सपनों के साथ ऊंची सी ऊंची ऊंचाइयों को पार करने के इरादे के साथ देश को आगे बढ़ाना है। साथियों, इतना बड़ा भव्य विजय भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए ये जो निर्णायक मतदान किया है, इसलिए हमारे मतदाता अभिनंदन के बहुत अधिकारी है। आइए दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट के साथ सभी मतदाताओं का अभिनंदन करें, मतदाताओं का आभार व्यक्त करें, मतदाताओं का गौरवगान करें। माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं, तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट।
So there you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the celebratory speech that he's given on a day when the BJP has won 4 out of 5 states, where Yogi, as you can see, Yogi Adityanath, the other big winner, is dancing his way to history. Prime Minister Modi launching a trenchant attack on his critics, raising issues from Operation Ganga to corruption and claiming that the BJP is now in pole position for 2024. That was perhaps the most significant statement he made, that 2024 is still very much now on the BJP's radar. Similar scenes to 2019, if you can recall. Then it was Mr. Modi with Amit Shah next to him. Now it's JP Nadda next to him. Rose petals being thrown. Prime Minister Modi being cheered by his flock at the BJP headquarters on a day when the BJP has scored a big win in UP, Uttarakhand, Manipur and in Goa. Joining me now at this moment is Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress, because while the BJP is the big winner today, the Congress is the big loser. Dr. Singhvi, not an easy day, but you are a lawyer who knows how to defend bad cases as well. So you've got to tell us today, what's your best case scenario for the Congress? You've been wiped out in 4 states out of the 5. Or really wiped out in all 5. What am I saying? Wiped out in all 5. What's your best defense? Do you acknowledge a bad day in the office?
Rajdeep, first of all, I hope you give me some brownie points for being here. But I never back out of commitments, even though they are made prior to the results. And I must remember a day for India Today itself, when Pramod Mahajan in 2004 was the only person who came out in the evening at National Stadium. And I always appreciate that point. So therefore, I kept my promise to you. Number 2, to be very honest, had publicly before the exit polls commented that we are sliding in Punjab. As I've told you in other channels, that it is because of 2 factors, which is more, I don't know, but I think the main factor was the lack of baggage, the novelty value, which was well leveraged by the AAP. But to its contribution was our, what I call, simply put, element of static chick, which the voter doesn't like. Now that chick was just some unnecessary speaking in the media. But my real sadness and disappointment is not so much Punjab, which I saw sliding even prior to the exit polls, and I said so on public TV. My real astonishment today is on 2 things which I still till morning, till 9:30 today had put in the Congress bag. And that was Uttarakhand and Goa as the single largest, but Uttarakhand as a majority. I am quite astonished and surprised at the margin in Uttarakhand. And I think it's very, very deeply disappointing, more so than anything else. Goa, I was confident of a single largest situation and requiring some collaboration. But there again, in a small state, the margin has surprised me. So all I can say is we have to learn. We have to, I won't use the word introspect. We have to do much more than that. We have to rewire, reconfigure, rework.
Dr. Singhvi, nice words. Rewire, reconfigure. You're a good lawyer. You're going to spin me around with nice words. Direct question to you. When will the day come when a Congress person will come on a show and say our leadership messed up? That we perhaps now, the accountability must start, buck stops at the top. Maybe the Congress party should experiment with a new leadership. After all, the decisions in Punjab, decisions in Uttarakhand, decisions in Goa, even in UP, were taken by our top leadership. Why blame this? Don't use words like rewired, reconfigured. They sound nice, they mean nothing.
Let me tell you, let me answer. First of all, the leadership has never hesitated to come out and take the bullet in the chest and accept with humility. It has happened with Sonia Gandhi, it has happened with Rahul Gandhi, it has happened with the entire leadership time and again, it's happened today again. So there is no question of escaping or avoiding. Number 2, the elections will be on schedule, and I think they are the ones you must leave to decide, not you and me on television, as to what the leadership should be. Now, I think in that election, it is entirely possible for anybody to choose anyone. But then to suggest that no, we must impose a leadership notwithstanding that electoral result, this way or that way, is a negation of the very concept of party democracy which you are all propagating.
Okay, so you're saying there should be elections within the party, whoever the party chooses becomes president. For a moment, I want you to also quickly comment before I move on what the Prime Minister said just now. The Prime Minister said just now, virtually said, Rahul Srivastava is here with me, he'll correct me if I'm wrong, that 2024 is almost a done deal. That chaliye badhiye, 2024, we've got the momentum. Do you agree that basically now the BJP is in pole position to win 2024? The Congress will take a long time to regroup as a principal opposition party.
I will not hesitate to heartily congratulate the BJP and the Prime Minister for a wonderful 4-state victory. I will not hesitate to congratulate the AAP for a spectacular victory, but don't make a common mistake which people have made and have suffered. Remember Atal Bihari Vajpayee, 2003, and the result in 2004. Remember many such examples. So while this is a time to celebrate for the winner for that party, no doubt, it's a spectacular win with so many incumbencies. But to draw that facile conclusion that 2 years down the line, we are winning, to make that statement, I think he knows better than all of us that that's a statement for the masses on the rally basis, but not based on logic, past precedent, experience.
My final question to you, Dr. Singhvi, is today we saw the rise of AAP in another state, again at the expense of the Congress. First Delhi, now Punjab, even in Goa, they won 2 seats. I'm checking this, they are probably second in 4. They could have made all the difference to the final numbers. Do you see AAP now as a challenger for the opposition space, coming without the baggage? The Congress has too much of baggage. The AAP is relatively new, doesn't carry the baggage. A quick answer.
At the national level, I don't see it as jostling for space. At the national level, the only way to beat the BJP and Modi is for synergy within the opposition space, non-BJP space, jostling for space there. I believe that the TMCs, the AAP, the Congress, and several regional formations, and nobody can or should be a pariah in that, have to come together. And I believe very clearly that it has to be a state-wise analysis. In each state, pick up the one person who's in pole position, gather around and rally around that person, and then fight the parliamentary elections state-wise on that pole position basis. So we have to submerge our egos, get around that pole position, and defeat the BJP in each state at the parliamentary level.
So you're calling for a grand national coalition, is it, of all the opposition parties? Is that what you're calling for today on the program?
I mean, words are not relevant, as you know. I mean, you can call it any number of names, but I am certainly saying that at its highest and best, the BJP does not get more than a 39-40% vote. I think it's entirely possible, provided you submerge your egos and rally around the single pole position in each state for the parliamentary seat, to be able to either defeat the BJP clearly or to give it a very, very close shot.
Okay. Let me leave it there, Dr. Singhvi. You're obviously in a pensive mood, and I know now why you're such a good lawyer, because you know how to defend a bad case, and today the Congress, unfortunately, doesn't have much to crow about it. But I appreciate that you've taken the time off, even on a day when your party's been defeated, and spoken to us. Thank you very much for joining me, Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Let's get quick reactions. You know, the last 1 hour has been dominated by the Prime Minister. What did you make out, Rahul Srivastava, of this speech? Was this Narendra Modi, in a sense, addressing his adoring flock on a day when it's a huge victory for the BJP? 5 years ago on this day, he spoke about New India. You might recall that on the day they won UP. Today he spoke, in a sense, about 2024 and beyond.
Raj, there is only one word: unrelenting.
Relentless.
Can you imagine? Today, we had Yogi Adityanath celebrate his win like no other chief minister I have seen in recent past. So a template is being created for Yogi Adityanath celebrations. Prime Minister Narendra Modi comes here and talks about that last time around when we won UP, it was being said, when we won Lok Sabha, it was said that it was already done deal in 2017. So are you saying that in 22, the deal is done for 24? He has attacked opponents like Akhilesh Yadav for his opposition to the vaccine. He has talked about Parivarwad. He has talked about Jati and Dharm. What he has said, that all these people who use caste and community are basically insulting those castes and communities. He has virtually thanked those castes which have come around with the BJP and stayed with the BJP. He has talked about agencies which are being targeted because
when
those
who investigate corruption
can you make out, if you take few sentences away, can you make out, is this a victory speech or is it an election speech?
But that's Mr. Modi, you're absolutely right, relentless. Sheila Bhatt, ये गुजरात का किस पानी पिया है नरेंद्र मोदी कि वो politics 24/7 करता है. This was not just, as Rahul is right, not just a celebration speech. This was, he could have been on an election campaign in eastern UP, which he was last week.
So two things I
Is this the way he always has been?
Of course, since 1981.
Always in campaign mode.
Yeah, always. Since 82, I would say.
Always an agenda.
1982 and more like this since 87. So there is a joke in BJP Gujarat Kanpur office. You remember?
Yes, I remember.
You met him there.
Yes,
once,
my grandmother used to live next to it. Yes.
So there's a joke that on the old Ahmedabad Gandhi Road, Chandravilas Hotel, Amit Shah and Modi would sit, ask for a chai and a bhajia, and talk about country's politics.
Even in the 90s, you're talking
87,
about
88, 89. But okay, now let us talk about this speech. I think it's a very interesting speech. Two things. He was very little stern and little giving away BJP's coming attitude to Kejriwal's victory in Punjab. He spoke very interesting things. He said that my people, BJP's cadre, they have stood well. They will be fighting anything like.
You think there was a message for Kejriwal?
Very big one, big one, not a small message. It was a big message. One news.
I just have Raghav Chadha.
And second thing I found very interesting, which he did not speak it in my way. We can speak. We are free birds. That he wanted to as if tell BJP people. ये आपकी भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं है, अब हम गरीब जनता पार्टी है.
Very interesting. He kept emphasizing that the poor have voted for the BJP in large numbers. So
he is really changing the tenure, texture, everything.
What I took away,
on Punjab being a border state, and he would take special care of that. He talked about Punjab border state. He emphasized a lot.
Okay.
अलगाववादी ताकतों के खिलाफ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता झंडा लिए काम करता रहेगा.
Okay, I have to go to Raghav Chadha, who's joining me, because Raghav is one of the big winners today. Raghav, there you are, nicely clean shaven, looking fresh after 6 months of a very tough campaign. Full marks to you and the campaign that you've run. Tell me, did this victory, I want an honest answer, 92 out of 117, exceed your wildest expectations? It's not just a jhadu, it's a vacuum cleaner you put in Punjab. Kya kar diya?
पंजाब के लोगों ने झाड़ू पोछा वैक्यूम क्लीनर सब चला दिया. We asked Punjabis only to use the broom. They've used everything and swept. Mr. Sardesai, this is very much on expected lines, and from day one we've been saying that this election is for change. In fact, in many of our interactions, we've said that something similar to Delhi 2015 is likely to happen in Punjab. It was palpable, one could feel it. And today, the mightiest of politicians, those who have ruled and perhaps even ruined the state of Punjab, have been dislodged. Unke singhasan dol gaye. Or, the common man, the Aam Aadmi, has won today. Ordinary people coming from extremely humble backgrounds with no political experience, with no experience of fighting elections, have today risen and taken the reins of administration in their hands. This is the beauty of democracy.
But that's precisely the concern, Raghav, that people with no experience have taken the reins of power. Starting with Bhagwant Mann, right down your party, do you all have the experience to handle a complex state like Punjab? You might have heard the Prime Minister also warning of terrorism from across the border, that he will be out there with his Karyakartas. The Karyakartas need to take on these forces. How do you see handling a state which is badly in debt, where you promise free electricity, various promises that you made, 1,000 rupees to women every month? Are you going to be able to do in a state like Punjab, which is far more complex than Delhi?
So 3-4 things. One is, as far as experience is concerned, many of our legislators may be first-time legislators. They do not have administrative experience. But that doesn't mean that they don't have the commitment or the willpower to serve the people of Punjab with honesty and uprightness. In fact, when we got into politics, people said they have no experience of fighting elections, but we won elections. They said they don't have administration to run the government in Delhi. Mr. Kejriwal is perhaps the most successful chief minister in the country today. So therefore, while we may be short on experience, we are not short on good intentions, integrity and willpower. Point number one. Point number two, as far as challenges in Punjab are concerned, I agree with you. There are huge challenges. You said you talked about the economic health of Punjab. The economic health of Punjab is in doldrums. We are given to understand a debt of 3 lakh crore, which roughly comes to a per capita debt of 1 lakh rupees. That is, every Punjabi has a debt of roughly 1 lakh rupee on its head. This is the worst possible balance sheet to start from. But we are cognizant of that. Kejriwal Saab and Bhagwant Mann Saab have drawn a blueprint which we are going to implement in the state of Punjab, and Mann Saab will lead the charge.
I have to leave you to go to Aaj Tak. But I must ask you, are you going to be... Okay, we'll go to Raghav later. He has to go to our sister network, Aaj Tak. Let me take a break. We hope to be joined on the other side by several more guests. Yogi Adityanath, among others, is scheduled to join us. We're going to raise the big question with all my panelists, including one of our men of the match, Pradeep Gupta, our My India Axis pollster. Simple question we are going to ask all of them. Is 2024 now a done deal? That's going to be the big talking point. The Prime Minister has indicated in his speech he is looking at 2024 and beyond as almost a done deal. Is it really done as a result of this big victory for the BJP? And kaun banega challenger? All those questions will be asked on India's election destination. You're watching our special coverage. Back in a moment.
You can hear more blasts that are taking place. We are moving away from this area. We are being told to leave this area because it's not safe to be here. Kyiv braces for an imminent attack over the next 24 to 48 hours. With cameraman Pawan Kumar reporting from Ground Zero, Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Putin's motive to acquire Ukraine is growing stronger by the day. As per US officials, Russia has recruited Syrian combat fighters to fight in Ukraine. Yes, you heard us right. Moscow is recruiting combat fighters from Syria to invade Ukraine. Russian forces are on a mission to capture Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Russia is operating in Syria since 2015. In 2015, Russians helped the Syrian government to launch a military intervention to fight rebels in the country's civil war. A Syrian media outlet said Russia is offering $200 to $300 to Syrian mercenaries who are willing to operate as guards in Ukraine. Back in 2020, Russia hired hundreds of Syrian mercenaries to fight in Libya. But what about Ukraine? Foreign fighters from many countries have joined hands to fight this war. Well, Russia clearly outnumbers Ukraine in terms of its military capabilities across all categories. But Zelensky has called on reservists and Ukrainian civilians who have military experience to fight against Russia.
Many volunteers hailing from United States, Britain, Lithuania, Latvia and Norway have enlisted to join Ukraine in the fight against Russia. Russia is accused of hiring private military contractors in Ukraine and Syria. But PMCs are not new in Russia, and many nations, including the United States, United Kingdom and China, have used PMCs in their previous invasions. The official statistics do not include deaths and injuries of mercenaries who participate in the war. This helps the government to hide the true human cost of war. Pentagon says recruiting mercenaries and PMCs will escalate the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. The United Nations has recorded 406 civilian deaths and 801 injuries on day 12 of Russia's invasion.
You are
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
you are watching India.
Co-presented by Berger Paints. Paint your imagination. Powered by Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Education for life, education for living. Co-powered by AU Bank. Badlaav humse hai.
मोदी देखो देखो कौन आया मोदी
बैल जैसे धूल उड़ा के सींग उठा के तुम भी नाचो बाज जम के ताल ढोल बेटा राजू उड़ के नाचो हीरो से भी तेज कोई कर सके जो बेद नाचो अस्तबल में घोड़े जैसे भाग डोर छोड़ नाचो मिट्टी जो रोट मोटा मिर्च खा के ऐसे नाचो 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 यार नाचो
2022 के नतीजों ने 2024 के नतीजे तय कर दिए हैं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi saying that 2022 elections have paved the way for a potential path to 2024 general elections. That's the Prime Minister on a day when the BJP has scored a big victory, winning 4 of the 5 state elections, including the key battleground state of Uttar Pradesh. Let's tell you first the big takeaways that we have for you on this Results Day. Prime Minister Modi's popularity clearly seemingly at an all-time high in the Hindi heartland. The BJP winning Uttar Pradesh. For the first time, a party has won after a chief minister has served 5 years. They win again. That means the second takeaway. Yogi Adityanath's stature within the BJP grows. He emerges as a potential successor, some are already calling him, to Prime Minister Modi. Arvind Kejriwal is the other big winner today. The Aadmi Party leader's national ambitions have taken wing because 8 years after he formed the party, or 9 years after he formed the party, he's now spread beyond Delhi and captured Punjab. Only 4 other parties have done 2 states before this. The big losers today, the Congress party. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra have both flopped. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra only pulling 2 seats for the Congress in Uttar Pradesh. Rahul Gandhi's Punjab gambit, changing a chief minister not working, putting a question mark over the Congress's future. And the fifth big takeaway, in states like Goa, opposition deeply divided, meaning advantage BJP as we head into 2024. Clearly, we have a fragmented opposition in this country. It appears at the moment the momentum is with the BJP and the opposition is struggling to keep pace with the relentlessness of the Modi juggernaut. A good time on which to first look at what exactly Prime Minister Modi said and then set the stage for our talking point tonight. Listen in to what the Prime Minister said at a speech this evening to celebrate the BJP's victory.
2019 में जब लोकसभा में हम दोबारा जीत करके आए तो उस ज्ञानियों ने कहा था कि भाई 2019 के जीत में क्या है, ये तो 2017 में ही तय हो गई थी, क्योंकि 2017 में यूपी का रिजल्ट आया था। मैं मानता हूं इस बार भी ये ज्ञानी जरूर कहने की हिम्मत करेंगे कि 2022 के नतीजों ने 2024 के नतीजे तय कर दिए हैं।
So the big question we are asking today, is 2024 a done deal for the BJP? Is Arvind Kejriwal now poised for a major national innings? Is change of guard key to the Congress's revival? Does a divided opposition really mean a walkover for the BJP in 2024? Joining us now are our guests who've stood with us right through this coverage. Rahul Verma of the Center for Policy Research. Pradeep Gupta of My India, Axis My India. Axis My India. Our pollster who's had a terrific day out got 4.5 states out of 5 right, got all the trends right. So 5 out of 5, I'm going to give him 10 on 10 today. Sheila Bhatt is joining us, senior journalist who's tracked the BJP for years. Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor, has tracked every corner of that key state of Uttar Pradesh. Sharad Pradhan, senior journalist, also based in Lucknow. So they both know a thing or two about UP politics. So as I said, our big question that I'm going to raise today is 2024 a done deal? Before I go to our netas, I want quick comments from all of you, starting with you, Pradeep. You, in 2018, I remember when the Congress won 3 states out of the 4, even said 2019 is very different to 2018. State elections are not general elections. Will you say the same thing today? Or will you say today BJP now has the momentum running into 2024? As a pollster.
Yes, I will say the same thing, because winning state election is different and winning general election is totally different. So yes, there is a momentum, there is no doubt onto that, but we need to see how the government and the opposition prepare here onwards for the big 2024 general election. It's all about preparation. When you go onto the battleground, it's not your past performance which matters, winning so many elections or losing so many elections. The dynamics are different in general election and previous
But advantage, would I be right, Rahul Verma, in saying clearly now the momentum with the BJP? You heard the Prime Minister today suggesting that the momentum for 2019 was set by the victory in UP in 2017. Has the momentum for 2024 been set by what has happened today in Uttar Pradesh in particular?
You cannot deny that. Yes, what UP basically does, one, it gives some sort of psychological advantage to the victor. But given the importance of UP to the national parliament and to BJP's own kitty, after the verdict today, yes, they have an advantage. But as Pradeep was pointing out, you win a one-day match series doesn't mean that you are also going to win the test match. But if you win, you have an advantage going into the test
Rahul
match.
Srivastava, momentum now with the BJP running into 2024. Should we say, as some are already saying, it's a done deal? The opposition will be far too demoralized after what has happened in UP to mount a sustained attack on the BJP.
That's a 2 years long time. Don't predict the mind of the Indian voters. There is a hazard warning. So I will say, Hanuz, UP 2024 dur rast. But the fact is, Rajdeep, it does bring an advantage, as Rahul is saying, not those very visible ones, Rajdeep. Say, for example, in the next few months, we are going to have the president's election. If the BJP had lost UP and some other states, the BJP's attempt to put their own president in the Rashtrapati Bhavan might have failed. That means there could well have been a non-BJP man in the President House, means lot of your papers and policies which you get signed by the president may not get signed. You may have more men in the Rajya Sabha, so the bills which you clear in the Lok Sabha may get passed easily. So the policy delivery, the way BJP wants it, will get changed.
So now is it very clear the president elections in August, the BJP wins?
With this, yes.
With this, after what has happened today, any hope that the opposition may have had on winning the president election is gone?
The dependence on TRS and KCR and others has gone down tremendously now.
Okay.
Now they can have their own president.
Sharad Pradhan, 2024 a done deal. Road to Delhi leads to Lucknow. They've swept UP. 273 out of 403 is a massive win.
And the way he spoke about it, it makes it very evident that, he's exuding confidence and determination. But there is one thing more which arises in my mind is when he refers to 2017 as a prelude to 2019. 2017 as a prelude to 2019. And he repeats that the same thing may follow.
Right.
Isn't he also trying to convey that just as 2017 was his show, it was, mind you, that time Yogi Adityanath was not in the scene.
Right.
Once again, he has the manner of his campaigning in UP. So he wants to attribute all this success to himself.
Very interesting, Sheila. Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Srivastava today said it's relentless. Chunav ho gaya. Still campaign speech. Tomorrow he's going to Gujarat because that's where the next big battle will be in November, December. Can we therefore say, particularly given the way the Congress has been decimated today, the main national opposition, it is advantage BJP. It will now take a miracle for the BJP to be challenged in 2024. Am I correct? Post-pandemic times, COVID, Mehengai, Berozgari, all these problems were there, and yet the BJP has won 4 out of 5 states.
Right. So, okay, let us see differently that the BJP's biggest asset is Narendra Modi. So, today's result are again showing people's trust in Modi. So, that particular advantage, psychological advantage is there. But knowing India well, and I can tell, I mean, we can very easily assume that if you ask Modi, even he would accept that challenges are ahead. And remember, Congress's space is now being taken by AAP party and TMC.
You know, that's
and that challenge Modi will definitely understand, and he will take it on.
He now sees, you think Modi sees Arvind Kejriwal now as his big challenger?
And TMC also, and I don't see that we should emphasize more and more that 2024 is a dull deal, because we can't, because Indian democracy is such, it's too vibrant, people are dynamic, and Modi, only I would say that Modi is strengthened today.
Okay, Modi
so
has been strengthened.
that advantage BJP will, because...
But why does he continue addressing the Congress, talking about the Congress when he refers to Parivarvad? Today when he was talking about the future. Obviously, it was not referring to Samajwadi Party. Right. At the national level, when it talks about Parivarvad...
No. He is doing it because there is a bipolar contest now in UP. He is addressing it for the next election because he knows that with Mayawati and Congress so weak now in UP, the next big contest in 2024 Lok Sabha election is going to be Samajwadi Party. So he'll be relentless even on the Samajwadi Party. Even on the vaccine issue, he attacked Akhilesh Yadav. That when हमने start किया vaccine का महापर्व, उसमें भी लोगों ने गुमराह करने की कोशिश की because Akhilesh had said the BJP vaccine है.
You know, interesting, because our first guest who's about to join us is from the Aam Aadmi Party. Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, is going to join us shortly, because the Aam Aadmi Party today, if anyone has emerged apart from the Prime Minister and Yogi Adityanath strengthened today, it is Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party. Can they be the kind of challenger? Rahul Verma, do you see that the Aam Aadmi Party today has got a springboard, possible opportunity, a window of opportunity to perhaps spread into other states, most notably Himachal Pradesh, neighboring state, or indeed Gujarat, where the next big battle will be fought? Or do you believe first the Aam Aadmi Party wants to finish the Congress before it challenges the BJP?
See, I think challenging BJP at this stage is far-fetched and too premature. At the moment, winning one state is fine. Aam Aadmi Party is also going to have its own set of challenges. There is going to be a chief minister in Punjab who would be like ruling a bigger state compared to Aam Aadmi Party leader Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi. So going forward, yes, Aam Aadmi Party is going to go into states like Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, where it will cannibalize on Congress. And from there on, it can launch itself to become the main challenger of the BJP. But alongside, in these 5, 7, 8 years, it has to also deal with its own internal challenges.
Okay, we'll also be joined at this moment by Manish Sisodia. Manish Sisodia, you're joining us on a day. First of all, congratulations, Manish ji. बहुत बड़ी जीत है. 91 seats out of 117. क्या ये मैं मान लूं कि यहाँ से आप अब एक national profile देखते हैं? Is today the day where the Aam Aadmi Party believes अब हम दिल्ली की पार्टी नहीं है, हम देश में जाएंगे? Even in Goa, you have won 2 seats for the first time.
बिल्कुल राजदीप, आज के ये नतीजे गोवा और पंजाब दोनों को मिला के देखें तो इसी बात के संकेत हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का जो मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस है वो अब दिल्ली का मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस नहीं है, वो एक नेशनल आइडेंटिटी उसको मिल रही है. उसको पंजाब में लोग पूरी तरह से स्वीकार कर रहे हैं, उसको पार्शियल तरीके से गोवा में भी स्वीकार किया गया. तो ये एक हम सब लोगों के लिए बड़ी बात है कि केजरीवाल मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस, जिसको लोग दिल्ली मॉडल अब कहते थे, वो अब एक नेशनल आइडेंटिटी बनता जा रहा है पॉलिटिक्स में. और लोगों को एक उम्मीद है कि अगर जो रवायती पार्टियां हैं, जो वहाँ की कन्वेंशनल पार्टियां हैं, वो अब एजुकेशन पे काम नहीं करेंगी, हेल्थ पे काम नहीं करेंगी, जॉब्स पे काम नहीं करेंगी, जो उनके लोकल मुद्दे हैं, जो उनके अपने मुद्दे हैं, उन पे काम नहीं करेंगी और नए नए मुद्दे लाके उसमें चुनाव को भटकाने की कोशिश करेंगी, तो उनके पास अब विकल्प है.
नहीं तो क्या आप कह रहे हैं मनीष जी कि आज जो पंजाब ने सोचा है, कल आप गुजरात या हिमाचल कहीं और जा सकते हैं? क्या आपको लगता है इतना आसान होगा या एक लंबी लड़ाई है? क्या आप भी मानते हैं कि 2024 तक आम आदमी पार्टी इज नॉट रेडी टू चैलेंज द बीजेपी, इट विल टेक मच लॉन्गर?
देखिए, चेंज फिर पार्टी नहीं लाती, चेंज तो लोग लाते हैं। हम अगर पंजाब को ही देखें तो पंजाब में जो लोग आज आप जीते हैं, आप उनको देखेंगे और एस्टेब्लिश लीडर को देखेंगे तो उनके सामने तो वो लड़के लड़कियां कहीं नहीं ठहरते हैं, लेकिन लोग लाते हैं। लोगों ने अगर एक मॉडल पे भरोसा बनाया कि हमें अपने लिए गवर्नेंस का ये मॉडल चाहिए, तो फिर लोग भरोसा करके फिर ये नहीं देखते हैं कि कौन कितना एस्टेब्लिश लीडर है, किसके पास में कितने बहुत वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड टीम ऑफ संगठन है। लोग फिर खड़े होकर वोट करते हैं, लोग चुनते हैं। पंजाब ने बताया, गोवा ने भी 2 नए लोग सामने आए, उनको चुन के दिखा दिया कि भाई हमें आम आदमी पार्टी पे भरोसा है। तो इस तरह से आज एक राष्ट्रीय पहचान आम आदमी पार्टी की बनी है, आम आदमी पार्टी के केजरीवाल जी के काम की बनी है। ये निश्चित रूप से गुजरात में भी लोगों की अपेक्षा होगी, ये निश्चित रूप से हिमाचल में भी होगी और कल को आने वाले और राज्यों में भी होगी।
मेरा एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे है, आप पहले क्या कांग्रेस को टारगेट कर रहे हैं? कहीं ना कहीं आपको लगता है कांग्रेस कमजोर कड़ी है, कांग्रेस का स्पेस आप ऑक्यूपाई करना चाहते हैं, उसके बाद आप बीजेपी से टक्कर लेंगे? क्या ये मेरी एनालिसिस सही है कि जहां कांग्रेस आप कमजोर दिखाई देते हैं वहां आम आदमी पार्टी पहले जाएगी, उसके बाद बाकी राज्यों में?
हम ना कांग्रेस को टक्कर दे रहे हैं ना बीजेपी को टक्कर दे रहे हैं। हम तो जनता के बीच जाके कह रहे हैं कि भाई इस देश में 75 साल में हम ऐसे कॉलेज नहीं बनवा पाए, इतने मेडिकल कॉलेज इतने वो नहीं बनवा पाए कि हमारे बच्चों को यूक्रेन जाना पड़ता है पढ़ने। हमको ऐसी व्यवस्था बनानी है कि यूक्रेन जैसे देश सोचें कि हमें अपने बच्चे भारत में पढ़ाने पड़ेंगे अब, तो हमें वो व्यवस्था बनानी है। कांग्रेस ने भी नहीं बनाई, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास कई राज्य हैं, वहां बनवा ले। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर वहां नहीं बनवाती है तो निश्चित रूप से लोग तो चाहेंगे। लोग आज दिल्ली के मॉडल को देख रहे हैं, कल को दिल्ली और पंजाब दोनों का आम आदमी पार्टी का केजरीवाल जी का मॉडल दिखेगा। लोग बदलाव चाहेंगे, लोग चाहेंगे कि लोग एजुकेशन पे बात करें, आने वाली पार्टियां। लोग चाहेंगे कि हेल्थ के लिए, जॉब्स के लिए, ईमानदारी से व्यापार करने के अवसर देने के लिए, नौकरी करने के अवसर देने के लिए, ये सब राजनीति के मुद्दे होने चाहिए, जो कि नहीं है और किसी ने करके नहीं दिखाया। बात भले की हो लेकिन करके नहीं दिखाया। आज आम आदमी पार्टी है जिसने दिल्ली में करके दिखाया, कल पंजाब में करके दिखाएगी। जैसे जैसे चीजें आगे बढ़ेंगी वैसे वैसे हम भी आगे बढ़ेंगे।
फाइनल क्वेश्चन, क्या मैं मानूं कि 2024 में आप वाकई देखते हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी कैन बी अ मैग्नेट फॉर द ऑपोजिशन? क्योंकि 2014 में आप जानते हैं अरविंद जी ने मोदी जी को टक्कर दी थी, वाराणसी में हार गए थे, डेविड वर्सेस गोलायत। 10 साल हो गए 2024 में। क्या आप तैयार हैं या आपका लक्ष्य 2029 है?
हमने 24 ना 29, हम आपने जो मैग्नेट कहा, हम तो जनता के काम पे मैग्नेट बना रहे हैं। जनता को काम हमारा पसंद आएगा, लोग अपने आप आगे बढ़ेंगे। हम लोगों के बीच मैग्नेट बनना चाहते हैं। हम अपने काम से, अपने आचरण से, अपनी पॉलिटिक्स से, केजरीवाल जी के मॉडल से हम लोगों के बीच में मैग्नेट बनेंगे। हमारी प्रयास ये रहेगा, हमें ना कांग्रेस के लिए मैग्नेट बनना है, ना बीजेपी के लिए मैग्नेट बनना है, हमें किसी के लिए मैग्नेट नहीं बनना।
चलिए मनीष जी, you are saying that you will take this Delhi model education health to Punjab and other states. We'll see how it works, but clearly a window of opportunity has opened for you. Thank you very much for joining me here. Manish Sisodia of the Aam Aadmi Party, Deputy Chief Minister, on the day of a huge win for the Aam Aadmi Party. Someone else has created history also today. Remember, the tiny state of Manipur has seen the BJP win a majority for the first time. And joining me now is N. Biren Singh, Chief Minister of Manipur. Mr. Biren Singh, you can smile. You once told me that your happiest moment was when you won a football match where you were playing for the BSF against East Bengal or Mohun Bagan in the Durand Cup final. Is today the happiest moment? Are you saying that you have now created something that is history in a way? And I remember you telling me at that time, I was skeptical. I said it will be a hung assembly. What happened in Manipur? First of all, congratulations. What happened?
Just thank you. You visited here and on that day also I smiled. We together smile. Yeah, this time we got an absolute majority. We got
so what? How did it happen? Why do you think this time BJP has done in Manipur what you could never do? Win a majority. Very difficult.
You see, just हमने एक मंत्र पकड़ा है.
हाँ. क्या किया? जादू क्या था?
वही जादू है. ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर का सबके साथ सबके विकास करो, सबको विश्वास दो और सबको प्रयास करो. तो हमने I tried it since the government formation 2017. तो people से हमको trust मिला, support मिला. That is the reason why we could get the majority.
You know, Jairam Ramesh of the Congress says that the fact is BJP had more resources. This was Manipur. You had all the money and that's what enabled you to win the elections. You won because of resources. How do you respond?
No, just resource in the sense people are with us. Resource means it is not a question of money. People are with us, Rajiv. You're right. Jairam Ramesh is right. Where our resource is the people's. People trust us. People supported us. People care us. That is the reason why we got. Otherwise, how we can get?
Okay, I have one final question for you because as you said, we laughed together when we were in Manipur. You gave me a lovely meal on election on my plate, but we sang together. गाना भी गाया था.
Yeah.
आज आपको कोई गाना गाना पड़ेगा. What is your song of the day? आज तो खुशी का कोई गाना बोल दो. What is your song, Biren Singh ji? Even whether it's in Manipuri or Hindi. It can be a Maitai song. Gana, what is your song?
देखो दुखी मतलब life is full of struggle. तो हम ये गाना गा सकता है कि वादुनत लागलबाईनी वादुनत लागलबाईनी ऐसिंग दे अनुवसैना. That's all. मतलब the meaning is life is full of struggle. I started struggling to survive. I don't care about what will be the troubles we'll face in the future or the later. But life is full of struggle. I will struggle for it. I don't care for it. That is the meaning.
Okay. Well, Biren Singh, you have every reason to sing today. You have every reason to believe that you've overcome a big battle to win this election. So congratulations.
Exactly.
And thank you very much. Bigger day than perhaps winning that Durand Cup all those years ago. Thank you very much. And Biren Singh, former footballer, of course. And thank you very much for joining us. Rajat Sethi is with us. You've been an advisor working with the Chief Minister. You know, we are discussing this. Is this a done deal now for the BJP in 2024, as the Prime Minister seemed to hint today? When I see the likes of Biren Singh celebrating in the way they are, the BJP reaching distant Manipur, a state which was a Congress bastion. Do you believe the BJP's footprint now is such that, barring a few states in the south, Kerala and Tamil Nadu primarily, the BJP is now a pan-Indian party increasingly? Andhra, Kerala and Tamil Nadu, perhaps the last bastions left.
Absolutely, Rajdeep. I think this is the time when BJP is actually looking at now expanding after the strength that Uttar Pradesh has reposed on it. They would now increase their footprints in the south. We will see that going forward, you will have a much more expansionary governance net which the BJP will create. They know that 2024 is largely a settled scenario. I mean, of course, given a star mark over there that anything can happen in politics, but largely we will see that BJP will go back to the basics of identifying new schemes and new ways of reaching to the absolute last person standing. And that's the goal that I think BJP would put forth. Prime Minister Modi is going to double down on double-engine governments across the country. You will see that he will try and create more and more such model sort of scenarios the way he has done in Manipur.
Interesting. At this moment, I'm joined by Yogendra Yadav, President Swaraj India, joined also by Supriya Srinath of the Congress. We hope to be joined shortly by GVL Narasimha Rao of the BJP. But let's get in reaction. Supriya Srinath, terrible day in the office. I hate to sort of, add to your woes today, but do you concede that finally, unless the Congress reinvents, 2024 is a done deal? It's time for the Congress to ask hard questions beyond just saying introspection. It's time for the Congress to reinvent, to go in for massive surgery. No more band-aid, and the surgery may have to start with the way your leadership functions. Very, very whimsical leadership.
So thank you very much for having me on the show tonight, and I would want to wish each one of those people who've been elected the very best. But before I go further, while I agree with you, it's a disappointing day, but I must share a personal achievement as well in the Lok Sabha constituency that I cater to and I work very closely, Maharajganj, and the constituency which is my home, Farinda. The Congress has won that seat, and I thought I should share.
Well done. One of the two seats. One of only two seats.
One of the two. Yes.
But remember, the BJP won only 2 seats in 1984, All India, and today is the dominant party. So you can start from Parinda.
I thought I'd share this with you because of the 2 seats that we've won in Uttar Pradesh. We should have done a lot better. One of them is Farinda. It gives me a lot of glimmer of hope because we worked very closely in Farinda and worked very hard. That said, of course, it's a disappointing day. I'm not going to shy away from the fact that these results are disappointing. And it does set us thinking, where did we go wrong? And I'm not going to shy away from answering your questions. Of course, we need deep thinking. Of course, we need drastic actions. Of course, we need all of that. But I think more than anything else, we perhaps went wrong in not being able to articulate the issues of the people that we went to in these elections with, whether it was unemployment, whether it was price rise, whether it was the farmers' issue. I don't think we articulated the issues to convince the electorate to vote on that, and which is perhaps why the electorate did not vote for us. I think going forward, maybe the connect is missing, maybe the articulation is missing, whatever it may be. I think as a party which has stood the test of time, we will come back, and we will come back stronger. I can say that.
Ma'am, comes from credibility. Ma'am, connect comes from credibility. Your party carries a lot of baggage. And then when you make strategic mistakes, you change your chief minister, fair enough, 4 months before. But then you appoint someone as party president in Punjab, Navjot Singh Sidhu, who's taking on the chief minister every day. I mean, the fact is you're riven by factionalism, you're organizationally corroded, and then you lose your connect. Your leadership has the baggage of the past. How are you going to overcome all that? This requires surgery.
Rajdeep, for a party that has existed for so many decades, obviously we're going to carry some baggage. Obviously, this is not an organization that can move with a lot of agility, which is perhaps what is required in politics today. As far as your specific question on Punjab is concerned, there are 2 things which are personally my observation. First, we should have had a leadership change a lot before than we did. And the clamor really came from the MLAs. I wish we had done that sooner, because in 111 days that Mr. Chandi was in office, he did some really good work. And I think as a spokesperson today, and as the media chairman said earlier today, I think the Congress and its factions and its leaders have to realize, wherever you may be, the infighting only emboldens your opponent. It does no good to yourself. And I think each one of us has to be careful in what we say, fighting it together. And I think there are lessons to be learned from our opponents. They come together when it's an electoral battle, and there is no denying that.
Yogendra Yadav, put all this in context. You're very good at that. Put what the events of today mean for national politics. The BJP wins Uttar Pradesh for a 2nd consecutive time assembly, their 4th consecutive win when I add the 2 Lok Sabha, and by a big margin. I've been asking this question today to my panelists. Is 2024 a done deal, as the Prime Minister Narendra Modi seemed to suggest? Your take.
Rajdeep, in the face of such a clear verdict, we cannot beat about the bush. The fact is that 2024 was always a tough route for those who want to save this country. And today's verdict has made it much, much more tougher than it was in the morning today. The simple fact is, and there's no way of escaping it, that we have lost. When I say we, I do not mean the political parties who contested election. Of course they have lost. But more than anything, it is those who did not contest election but were invested in it. Those who call themselves liberal, secular, progressive, call it by any name. Those who believe in the constitutional values of this country, those who believe in Baba Saheb, Bapu, Bhagat Singh, they have lost. And they have not been defeated by some external outside force. We've been defeated by our own people. The people have voted in a way that goes against many of the values that we hold. So this is a moment to...
Maybe they've rejected those values and are moving on. Maybe they believe that what Mr. Modi claims his vision of India stands for, is preferred to the vision that Yogendra Yadav, maybe your India stands for.
Rajdeep, it so happens that the vision that I wish to uphold is the vision of the Indian Constitution. It's not my personal whim. it's not my personal whim that I'm upholding. This is the vision of the Constitution of India, and this is the vision of the freedom struggle of India. Yes, it has suffered. I refuse to believe that Indians do not believe in this. I think the failure comes from people like us. We have failed to communicate. Those who ruled this country for the first 50, 60, 70 years did not bother to connect to ordinary people. They made fun of their beliefs. We lost three critical resources: nationalism, religious traditions of this country, and cultural heritage. If you don't connect to these things, you lose connect with the people. And what Uttar Pradesh election today has shown, it is not about Labharthi, it's not about those things. BJP has managed to make a deep cultural connect with the people. They are already disposed in favor of the BJP, irrespective of their gains and losses. That is the more important thing. And the Prime Minister was correct to say that this has implications beyond Uttar Pradesh. He was also correct to say that this is not a caste vote. It goes beyond caste. Yes, that's right. And that is really the fear. That is really the danger, that this republic is being dismantled. And the public has been effectively mobilized in the process of dismantling of republic. And therefore, anyone who takes this verdict seriously, and we should bow our head down, learn from the public, connect with the public, and in this one respect, we should learn from RSS. For not just for years, for decades, they went to people, spoke to them, took ridicule, but communicated. This is what we need to do. So it's not merely a question of one party getting it wrong, another party getting it right. It's easy to blame the SP, Samajwadi Party, for not getting this or that right. And the usual thing about election analysis is that we believe that anyone who's lost got everything right, everything wrong. It is even easier to blame the Congress for not even putting up a fight. But I'm not interested in that bit of it. I'm interested in the deeper defeat that has taken place today. Can we respond? Do we still have resources to come back? Yes, I believe we do. And to me, the simple formula is Satta se Sangharsh, lekin Samaj se Samvad.
Very interesting.
You have to combat, you have to take on this regime to defend the constitutional values. The defense has to be through movements, because the real opposition of this country today is not in parliament, it's on the street. At the same time, you have to enter into deep communication with the people. I may dislike, I may reject the ideology of the BJP. I cannot reject the people who have voted for the BJP. I have to speak to them. And this is the humility that we must go in with. A lot of rethinking that must be done, but we must also go in with one conviction, namely that the soil of this country is not for the ideology that is being imposed on this country. That we have Baba Sahib's constitution with us, we have Mahatma Gandhi and the legacy of the freedom movement with us, we have 5,000 years of civilization with us. With this, we shall fight, we shall win.
You know, those are all very fine words, but they may sound the word of an ideology, identity, which today at least certainly seems to be facing some kind of a crisis of credibility, people questioning it, and the people seem to have, at least electorally, rejected it. GVL Narasimha Rao, good time to get you in. Yogendra Yadav seems to suggest almost that we are on the onset of a second republic. What he has seen today, he believes is a defeat of the constitutional values as they stood, as enunciated by Baba Sahib Ambedkar. The BJP, and this is the sense I get from him, is practicing extra constitutional politics in a manner by forcing in values which may not be in line with what Yogendra believes they should be. What is your response to what you just heard? Do you believe, how do you pitch this victory today?
Yes. Rajdeep, first of all, analysis being presented here is a twisted analogy to suit their failed politics. I think if there is any Prime Minister in this country who ever represented Ambedkar values, Gandhian principles, it is Prime Minister Modi ji. This is what has delivered victory to the BJP. I think this, in the name of analysis, what you are presenting is a complete abnegation of what people have done today. People have voted us because of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas principle. is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Is this not part of Ambedkarian philosophy? Is this not what Gandhi preached? I think we have delivered development to the last man standing, the poorest man in this country. We have reached out to the remotest villages in this country.
Is that why you believe you won today, that the Labharti, the so-called beneficiaries of government schemes, you believe this is a victory for welfareism, pro-poor welfareism? Am I correct?
No, I think some of these words that you have mentioned, they're actually being used as some kind of either a buzzword or in a negative sense. Labharti, no, I don't want to call him. It is his right to get development.
So your
Prime
party
Minister
uses the word
Modi has
Labharti.
ensured that but the poorest of the poor have got their rights under Prime Minister Modi ji. They have delivered. What did Manmohan Singh say? It is a rejection of the principles that Congress party and their friends have espoused all these years. They said, okay, the first right on the nation's resources is for minorities. Did Manmohan say it or no? Dr. Manmohan Singh said this. It's a rejection of such policies. We have been in power for 8 years at center, and we have been in power in 5 years in UP. I dare anyone to say that we have differentiated or discriminated in any program that we have implemented in this last 8 years. We have ensured, today Honorable Prime Minister referred to this saturation of development. 100% people should get the benefits of development, and it's their right. People have voted for this. People have not voted for slogans. The Congress party gave big slogans, Garibi Hatao, but it was merely a slogan only in the last 7 years. You have seen how on every sense, you have every household today having a gas supply in this country, LPG. You have every household in this country today, which almost every household having a toilet in this country. You have almost every house today having electricity in this country. This should have been done 50 years ago. But Prime Minister Modi ji ensured it because he said, no, I want to make sure that everybody has financial inclusion, everyone has a house, everyone has the basic needs. And today we are working for everybody having a roof on their head and everyone having water supply in their houses. I think it is this development which has been deprived to them for decades, which is electing the BJP to power. For anyone to say we are not following the constitutional principles, and it's only trying to really find some kind of a wisdom in their defeat. They have been defeated because of their bad policies.
Can I get, you're making some important points that I think very quickly Supriya Srinath and Yogendra Yadav respond, because Supriya Srinath, one of the factors was of today's election, and Pradeep Gupta's poll suggests that women have overwhelmingly voted for the BJP, not just in UP, in neighboring Uttarakhand as well. Your leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra goes into the election, Ladki hu, lad sakti hu. You get 2 seats. The BJP gets 274, gets a double-digit lead among women. Clearly, some of the conveniences that are being spoken about by GVL Narasimha Rao, the gas cylinder, the Swachh Bharat scheme, the Pradhan Mantri Awas housing scheme, many of these benefits are helping the women perhaps get status, which they feel they can now identify with Prime Minister. They connect to him in a way that even Priyanka Gandhi could not connect with the woman. You were a slogan. They claim they implemented things on the ground. That's why women voted for them.
So I thought one has to be humble in victory and grateful in loss, but I thought I was expecting otherwise from the BJP. It doesn't happen with them. The reality, Rajdeep, is, and I will answer your direct question on women, no matter, I mean, I was graceful to congratulate you, but are you going to be humble enough to accept that, yes, you have won, Mr. Narasimha Rao, but the issues that plague India, the issues that plague Uttar Pradesh, the Labhartis that you speak about are poorer today. There is more unemployment. 1 out of 4 people in UP is unemployed. Are you going to deny the fact that there are 4 crore Ujjwala beneficiaries who have not been able to get their cylinders refilled? So, you know, the victor takes it all is a syndrome, and I know everybody suffers from that. But the reality is that you have not walked the talk on your previous promises. I hope you're going to fulfill some of the promises that you've made now, because issues on the ground, whether it's price rise, unemployment, farmer issues, MSP, continue to plague the electorate. On the specific issue of women, Rajdeep, I thought Priyanka Gandhi took a very, very bold step. This was a leap of faith that she took to really get women in the mainstream of politics. I don't think there's any going back from this for the Congress or for that matter, my worthy friends from the BJP and other parties. Women will take center space.
But can I
Let me
just
finish. Women will take center space, and it is incumbent upon us to give them that center space.
Yeah, but there will be those who will say, no, I don't think anyone will deny, ma'am.
BJP willing to pass the 33% reservation for women. You talk so much about women empowerment. Let's discuss that today. Are you willing to get women
1 minute.
empowerment?
Supriya Shinath, this is an occasion to try and understand the verdict. The fact is that while you had these slogans, while you gave these 40% tickets, the women have voted for the BJP. And that's what I want to understand, Yogendra Yadav. You say that this government, in a sense, hasn't fulfilled the ideals of Ambedkar Gandhi, but in the poorest areas of UP, in Bundelkhand, it's a virtual sweep. Out of the 19 seats when I saw last, 18 have gone to the BJP. When you look across Uttar Pradesh, some of the poorer regions have voted for the government at a time of a pandemic, at a time of Mehengai, at a time of Berozgari. They've still stood by the BJP. There must be something to it. Are you saying it's only an emotional, cultural connect that is responsible for it? Is it, as you seem to suggest, Hindutva plus politics? Something has happened which has changed the ground of Uttar Pradesh and indeed several parts of the country.
Rajdeep, the elections are over, and this is not a moment for polemics or scoring points. And in that spirit, I was saying, and I thought Mr. Narasimha Rao might be pleased with what I was saying. I was saying, and I repeat, that yes, of course, it's absolutely true that a staggering victory like this cannot be achieved unless you have a cross-sectional support. Of course, BJP has got it. And there is no denying the fact that if you travel in UP, as I did, almost everyone who supports BJP mentioned the ration and the fact that ration was given without discrimination. And Muslims that I spoke to said, yes, they received ration without any discrimination. These are undisputed facts. I was saying that what BJP has achieved is something much deeper. They have established a deeper cultural connect by drawing upon nationalism, religious tradition and cultural heritage, to which, in my view, this is a complete illegitimate appropriation, but operationally it is a connect. They have created an emotional bond.
Let's cut the fine words. Sorry, Yogendra, to interrupt. Cutting out the fine words, is it what you're saying is that deep subliminal anti-Muslim messaging has gone out? Let's be clear, that's what you're trying to suggest. That people forgot about all their problems as long as the Samajwadi Party was seen as a party of Muslim appeasers, was seen as a party which was in a sense minority appeasers versus the BJP, where under Yogi Adityanath, it was not going to do that appeasement anymore.
Anti-Muslim rhetoric is a critical part of it, and I'm surprised that Mr. Narasimha Rao did not read or hear the speeches given by Mr. Yogi in this very election. But that is not the only thing. I repeat, it is nationalism, religious tradition and cultural heritage, a combination of these three, which is not merely anti-Muslim, although anti-Muslimism is a critical part of it. This is what has enabled BJP to develop a connect, deep cultural connect, and people are willing to suffer losses. I met a lot of people who said, हाँ नुकसान हुआ, लेकिन वोट बीजेपी को देंगे. हाँ मेरे को नौकरी नहीं है, लेकिन वोट बीजेपी को देंगे. That is the critical thing, and that's why I think the challenge is not merely getting your strategy right, getting a few messages right. We are dealing with something which is much deeper challenge. And that we should be aware of.
But maybe the same people say, with due regard, Yogendra Yadav, maybe the same people say, मुझे toilet मिला, मुझे घर मिला, मुझे ration मिला, मुझे किसान सम्मान निधि में 2,000 रुपए मिले every 3 months. They're saying that as well. So the delivery schemes through DBT are reaching people who perhaps did not get it in previous times. That is also a reality, is it not? It's not just cultural connect. There's also a welfareist pitch.
There is a welfareist pitch. I'm not entirely sure if the welfare measures done by the BJP are qualitatively different from those done by other regimes in the past. What the BJP has done, and in that sense, BJP is very similar to the left front in West Bengal, when it used to rule, that they have put a personal party stamp on every single every single government scheme. So yes, they have made more political capital out of it. But I would still say, when I speak to people, yes, they talk about the benefits that they receive. But even before this talk of benefits, they are predisposed in favor of the BJP. And it is that predisposition which makes them take losses and yet prefer BJP. This is what we ought to be worried about, at least those who value the constitution, those who think of Gandhi's India. We are up against a very deep challenge, which challenges the very core of idea of India. And unless we are willing to take that on, electoral victories are not going to come easy. And that remains a challenge for 2024.
Fair enough. GVL Narasimha Rao, a quick response and then I'll get final words from my panelists. But GVL, you want to respond?
Yeah. Declare. Yes, Rajdeep, you see, look, let me broadly respond to the 2-3 points that have been made. We as a party, as an ideology, from the time we took birth, we have not modified our ideology, and we are if people are getting more and more attracted to our ideology, I think we are happy about it, and the whole country should adopt this ideology. Why should this country not be proud about its cultural heritage? Why should anyone not respect or feel proud about yoga? We have Prime Minister Modi ji was responsible in getting it international recognition, and certainly we should be proud about it. If any party thinks we should undermine India's cultural heritage, so to act as a appeasement politics, to act as a spike for your appeasement politics, you are certainly not going to work. You are not going to succeed. Okay. Secondly, nationalism. What's wrong about nationalism? I think, should everyone not be nationalistic? Should people be only indulging in anti-national or anti-India activities? Having pride, I think nationalism is something that should be ingrained in every citizen. If BJP is identified with nationalism, I think we have every right to succeed in every election. Third, our developmental efforts are both qualitatively and quantitatively different. Qualitatively, they are different because